Yo. Yo, 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 yo. Think we should be good? You're late? No, I'm not. It's 5. Well, yeah, I guess technically. Normally I streamed like 30 minutes earlier, but I had a lot of stuff that was going on today, so I kind of had to push things back a little bit. Hello, legendary cat. Yeah, he came in and he was like, I need to be here for a minute. I need to be here for a minute. What up? What up? Cat? Yep, indeed. What up? There he be? Yeah, there he be. It's the most Dr. Evil intro. That would be like if I did like the turnaround where I was like, yes. LD, what's it like being a guest on the LD Cat stream? It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's okay to be a co-host sometimes, right? It's okay to be a co-host. What's up? How's your Friday? Pretty good. Relatively restful for the most part. Went to bed pretty early-ish last night. Got up, did the gym thing today, did some other stuff. I'm like in the midst of trying to get ready to move. So I'm like trying to situate all that stuff before it happens in the next couple of months. Howdy from Oklahoma. Well, hello. Never to the Everness will you play? Never to the Everness you will play? Will I play? So I already downloaded Never to the Everness, and then I think I did like the very like beginning introduction thing, and I've been like so thoroughly and degenerately addicted to Deadlock recently, mostly because a few other people kind of got me into it, that like I only got like a few minutes in and was like, I don't know, maybe I'll play this on stream or something like that. I just in the moment I was not feeling it. That's probably a better way to say it. In the moment I wasn't actually feeling it. But yeah, finished Pragmata. No, actually, we might end up doing that today instead, because I've literally played that game pretty much solely on stream, and I think it only needs like a little bit left before I actually finish it. So stream music is hypnotic. It's just was it Skyrim? 10 hours of Skyrim. Have been having a good time on Windrose. Windrose is really good, man. I can't wait to see. So when it comes to early access games, most early access games, some are a little bit different. Depends on if the gameplay loop is like a little bit shorter or something like that. For any of these like bigger ones, usually I try to give them like a little bit of time. I want them to cook, especially when it's like something that big. I mean, there's been a couple that I have like put some serious hours into. Like I think I probably put like a decent like a pretty healthy amount of time into Valheim, right? Okay. For some odd reason it's not showing. Oh, that's why. It's not installed. Yeah, I put 200 hours into Valheim. Yeah. So, like, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I think it just kind of depends on what mood I'm in. Same, Enshrouded, No Rest for the Wicked, Windrose, check them out for sure, but mostly just save up for 1.0. Yeah, that's essentially what I do with some of these games. And pretty much actually the same list that you just gave me. Though I probably put a halfway decent amount of time into Enshrouded. Nothing crazy. I didn't really get too far, I don't think, into the game, but yeah. Have you tried the new Diablo expansion yet? No. No. Like, I understand. Man, you guys got to understand. You got... how do I explain this? So I watched their campfire chat just out of, like, morbid curiosity more than anything else. And... that game came out, what, 2 years ago or 3 years ago now? 3 years ago, right? I'm sorry, dude. I'm not here to support a company that's just now partially kind of ish figuring it out after 3 years of taking your money. I don't want to have anything to do with it. Diablo 4 is largely what kind of like triggered me into becoming like the content creator that I am today. Like when I first had started, it was mostly like I was literally going to aim to make this a Diablo 4 focused channel. I was going to do builds and I was going to do guides and I was going to follow the game and discuss things around it. And then I played it and I was like, this is actual shit. Like I was so naive spending such a long period of time like away from playing a lot of like AAA video games that when I did finally start playing them again, and Diablo 4 was like the first big one that I took part in, I was immediately like, dude, this is cooked. This sucks. All this shit sucks. And then I saw those guys trying to make excuses about Baldur's Gate 3 only like a few months later where, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 came out and they're like, oh, you know, don't try to put these kind of expectations on us. And I'm like, you guys are a massive billion-dollar company. What are you talking about? What do you mean don't put those same expectations on us? What? Larian doesn't have your money. They don't even have your experience. Half of those guys haven't even been in the industry as long as you guys have. You are so much more established. It doesn't make any sense. And then after that, then it was like the long, it was the, you know, the long road of like finding out like just how bad it is pretty much across the entire industry. So then I'm like, you know what? I'm going to start making videos talking about this instead. If Diablo 4 was a good game, you guys could have seen an entirely different content creator. Legendary cucked. Where I was still positive and like, no, guys, they can't do anything wrong. Every game is going to be the best next ever game ever. You're never going to be able to put it down. These developers, they try so hard. These companies, they try so hard. Everybody tries to do everything they can for you. The scorned streamer, essentially, yeah. Thank God that game sucked. Well, yeah, there you go. The Diablo Aztecross. Is that what I would have been? Yeah. Legendary fumble from Blizzard. Absolutely. It's not even like a fumble from Blizzard. I think that Diablo 4 was like one of the first cases where I looked at it and was like, this isn't like, oh, they messed up. No, they have no idea what they're doing. Or like it's a mix of they don't know what they're doing, but they also really don't give a shit because they don't view these games as anything other than just something to drive revenue. That's it. Like, that is the end of the story when it comes to so many of these games. And you can see that throughout the... Like, it's so... What is the word I'm looking for? Cynical. It's so cynical. The entire experience. Here's your battle pass. Here's all the best cosmetics in the game that are, you know, here's all the, you know, here's things to like boost your levels. Here's things to be able to increase the amount of experience that you get, increase your drop rates, all of these different things. Like, it's the most cynical interpretation of video games in existence. And the thing is that like initially I saw that with Diablo 4, and then the more I started playing more, you know, current games, I was like, oh my God, this is everywhere. Like, they're all like this. And, like, that's not to say that there's anything wrong with monetizing your game. Like, microtransactions are largely fine with me. Live service is largely fine with me. Gotcha games are honestly largely fine with me. The problem is that when you are so cynical about those things, that you don't care at all about the experience because you largely view the entire audience as a bunch of sheep that are just going to continue to hand you money. And while, yeah, there are plenty of people that are going to do that, and yes, that audience absolutely exists, after a while of you doing that, you're just going to completely decay your ability to actually provide any level of like high quality product. So eventually it's just going to become a cash register at one point with no reason for anybody to really want to stick around. So you watch as these games just rapidly decline year after year after year. And again, it's not like I have any problem with these guys trying to make money. Go ahead and do that, but you better have a good game behind that. Do you think Overwatch is doing that as well? I don't keep up with Overwatch, man. I haven't paid attention to Overwatch since the first one came out. The minute I am one of those people that is like so quickly turned off of so many things, I don't think I've ever played Overwatch 2. The minute I found out that they were shutting down Overwatch 1, a game that I owned that was on disc, I was like, nah. Nah, I'm good. This is something I don't want to take a part in. I don't want to have anything to do with this. Absolutely not. That was the same with me with Destiny. When they took content away from me, I was like, nah, dude, I paid for that. And then you're just like, sorry, we just don't have the server space. The game's just getting too big. We're gonna have to take away that thing that you paid for. What? What kind of world am I living in right now? What kind of world am I living in? Hey, Hal Jordan, thank you for the gifted, actually two gifted tier ones. You did the other one, I missed it. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I also missed a super chat, too, somewhere. What is this? Don't play Soros. You're not going to like the ending. Thank you for the 2. I have no idea. I've seen a bunch of people that were already, like, spoiling the ending on Twitter and whatnot. Returnal is, like, one of my favorite games. Like, I've told you guys that. It's one of my favorite games. I love that game so much. I will not play it on PlayStation. I won't have anything to do with it. The whole, like, we're going to take our games off of PC, we're not going to do the, like, later releases stuff, that makes me not want to support you anymore. Get fucked. Like, does my one sale matter that much? No, probably not, but I'm sure that I'm not alone. I'm sure there's other people that are out there that are like that. There are like when Sony started going multi-platform and they were releasing games on PC, I felt a hell of a lot more comfortable buying their games on their console as well every once in a while if I wanted to get at it early, because I felt like they were trying to, like, they were much more supportive of me as a customer. They were much more, available to me as a customer, like doing things that benefited me. Now you're going back to doing things that only benefit you. No. Sorry. No interest. Sir Ricard James's. Thank you for the 2 tier 1s, man. Appreciate that. LD always crying. True, dog. True. Soft boy? I know. Very soft. Very, very soft. If any of you are new here, please subscribe. You have to subscribe to be able to talk and chat. If it's not on Steam on launch alongside a main platform, it's not worth it. It's like partially, so it's like it's 2 different things. I just do not at all like playing games on like, unless it's like third-person action game or something like that, platformers and stuff like that. I really enjoy those kind of games on like on a console, on a controller. But like after years now of playing first-person shooters and third-person shooters on mouse and keyboard, it's really hard to go back. It's really hard to go back. You're not nearly as dexterous. Your aim is like all over the place. It's so much more difficult to control. It's just like, I don't want to have anything to do with it. Subscribe to LD Plus for him to read your messages. True. That's actually a really good idea. We need to create like a tiered system. You got LD Plus or LD Plus, and then get like what? LD Max. Right? LD Gold. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Ronan, thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months in advance. They've subscribed for 4 months, currently on a 2-month streak. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Hype Train, guys. Hype Train. LD Premium. I like that. What's in the premium tier? Is that when I take off the socks? Oh my god, there's cat hair all over my foot. God damn it. Oh man, less ads? Nah. See, unlike your streaming services, I'm the opposite. You're gonna get the ads anyway. My idea is just charge you more money, but then put in even more ads regardless of whatever people say. What else are you paying for? I don't know. Stop asking so many fucking questions. More ads the higher you go up. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. A hair follicle? Why would I show you a hair follicle? How would you show somebody that? You need a pretty high definition camera to be able to do that. Paying for this sucker to leave Cali? You guys are doing that. You guys are doing that. And you guys have actually been very successful at doing that. So I appreciate that. Hot tub stream? Bro, I want a hot tub so bad. That just sounds like a really good deal, right? It just sounds like I might have some like really restful sleep if I have access to a hot tub all the time. Digital microscope? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Just don't play Domino's ads. I'm so sick of getting those. I rarely ever see ads. I think it's mostly because I don't really like engage with a lot of platforms that have them. Like every once in a while, I'll go on Twitch and like watch somebody stream, and the second an ad comes up, it'll pop up and it'll say like 4 out of 5. Or like or 1 out of 5 ads, and I'm like, bro, no. And I just close that shit. I'm like, I'm good. I'm just gonna go back to playing a game. Shin. I'm just gonna call you Shin. Thank you for the $10 or $2. Appreciate that. Damn Unk, standing on business. That's right, baby. That's right. Love your YouTube first time streaming. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. All right. Let's get down to business. All right. We got a lot to go over today. Or a decent amount. I don't think it's anything crazy. I actually really can't even remember what we're going to talk about. What is this? If your only argument against the Steam controller, if your only argument against the Steam controller is price, you're stupid. No, I don't think you're stupid. If it's too expensive, it's too expensive. Oh, actually, no, yeah. Holy fuck. What? I didn't even realize the price of these. Yeah, the Xbox like Pro controller is $180. The PlayStation Pro controller is $200. It doesn't come with like something to, you know, I probably shouldn't say it. TMR analog sticks. I've actually seen nothing but like, I've seen like people complain about the price, but outside of that, everybody that is like just talked about the piece of hardware itself has like just straight up said that the controller's just good. It just works really well. So like, cool. I'm not. The only reason I would ever get one is if I get a Steam machine, which I mean, chances are I probably will get one at one point. But yeah, I've owned the Sony Pro for only a couple of years, and it's the best gaming thing I've owned in years. Only have swapped the sticks once. That's it. Sony has great software for it. I am still like I think this is an Xbox. I think this is an Xbox. This is an Xbox. I know it's an Xbox controller, but I don't know like what. I feel like it's old. Maybe it's not. That was an ad? No, it wasn't a fucking ad. Shut up. Let's see. All right. What is this? You must try this. The one thing that I'm going to say about this game is, like, one of the things that really surprised me was the fact that, like, they launched this game with a character, like, one of the girls in your party that you start with has, like, massive tits. I mean, these things are fucking huge. Like, you could land a plane on these things. And usually, they save those kind of characters for when the game, like, usually they save those characters after you pull out the credit card. Like, they're looking for you to spend money, right? But in this game, they're just like, no, we're going to throw the big shit at you right from the beginning. And that has me thinking now. If you have gacha games that are bringing out big titties early, that might be one of the first real signs of either gacha decline or a financial decline. Like, I'm pretty sure we could create a financial forecast just based off this. Because they're opening with that. I feel like that's a sign of rough times. At first, the game, I'll be honest with you, at first the game kind of baited me. Because, like, you pick your main character, I pick the girl character, and she's flat as a board, right? So I was like, okay, yeah, they're paywalling it, right? No, first character you get, the titty index. Yeah, that's actually probably a good way to measure it. That's probably a good way to measure it for sure. Yeah. We need a whole video on this theory. Don't fucking tempt me. Every once in a while, I am tempted to just do like some like really stupid video where like people just do not expect it whatsoever. And they're like, oh, here's another, super fucking serious analytical video from LD. And they're like, and instead it's me still being super serious and analytical, but instead using a titty index. That'd actually be pretty good, to be honest with you. That'd actually be pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, now that I think about it, I wonder if I actually could create some type of like financial forecasting or economic forecasting based off of that, especially for the games industry. Because if I think about that like a little bit more, if I think about it with a little bit more intent, you probably would see something like that reflected in even AAA games, because like a lot of these guys have been really pushing a lot of like androgyny over the past couple of years, right? Like just using this as, like, look at like a bunch of the PlayStation games, the Intergalactic one that's supposed to be either this year or next year or whatever, right? Stuff like that, Dragon Age: The Veilguard, blah, 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 blah. We'll go down a long list of all the games that have completely flopped and fell on their face already. But eventually, you're going to reach a point of like, we are out of times of plenty and into times of poor. And then they realize that the only way for them to bring the customers back is by increasing chest size. The new Fable. Do you think that they're going to take out the feminine walk from the male character? Or do you think they're going to leave it? Part of me wants them to like not remove it. Mostly just because it'd be really funny for them to have missed that. They won't take it out. Is that just men today? Are they just basing this off of experience, or I don't know. No, he's gonna be zestier than an orchard brother. The sachet, yeah, he's strutting. That's what it is. It's strutting. Who knows with these people? Also true. Yeah. Dude, what the fuck is this motorcycle? How do you actually get vehicles? I have only played for like less than an hour. I probably shouldn't even be asking. The game's gonna give it to me. Like, I did my first like 10 pull because they had one like in your like, which I was actually really surprised with. A lot of these games don't. Again, I think this is another sign of the times. A lot of these gacha games will like, they'll drag it out before you can actually start ripping pulls, right? They'll drag it out. And Never to the Everness, right after like the opening cutscene, they're just like, go ahead and rip it, baby. I was like, wow, okay, all right. I didn't get anything good. I got some like fucking child. I'm like, no, this isn't what I'm looking for. Are they not gonna be able to stop? Yeah, okay. Yeah, do you know what the funny thing is? I haven't really seen too many people talking about this game, but I feel like over time, it's probably going to gain more and more momentum simply because you're just able to do dumb GTA stuff in it. Does that dumb GTA stuff serve any purpose? No, but it doesn't need to. It just makes you have a good time. You know what I mean? Unofficial Asmon raid? Yeah. He does that. I don't think that guy even raids anybody. He raids his fucking whatchamacallit, right? His 24/7 channel. It's anime GTA. They definitely have that audience. Oh yeah, for sure. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. He should raid people. I don't know. I get why he does it. I think that he largely stays away from it because he doesn't really want to connect to a lot of other content creators unless those content creators probably have like a similar level of like this is me being parasocial. I think actually no, it's not being parasocial because I think he's actually mentioned this before. I think he doesn't do it because he doesn't want to like connect himself with like creators that don't have a similar level of like infamy. I think that's really what it is. So it essentially what'll end up happening because like, you know, oh, if he starts rating content creators and all of a sudden it's like, oh, they start getting a lot of negative attention because people that don't like him are like, oh, he likes you. And then, yeah, which I mean, I get that already. I get that from him watching my videos. So I would imagine, yeah, people just get it by, you know, barely being in his orbit. When are you going on Allcraft? I don't know. That'd be actually really cool, though. He doesn't want to harm the streams of people he likes. I think that's really what it kind of comes down to, yeah. He tries to keep the haters away from normal channels. I think that really is what it comes down to. I like it is a I do think it's him trying to be like a little bit protective of the people that like he either watches or their content that he likes or whatever it is, because he's like, these people just don't deserve that kind of attention. So what is this? This seems really interesting. She's back and so are the classics.
Hey, I'm Riley and welcome back to GameStop. As you can see, some things have changed.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if GameStop employees actually look like this, I think that GameStop would be a lot more popular. But now, like, what point is there to go to GameStop? GameStop has fallen off so hard, it's crazy. They're funny on Twitter, I'll give them that. They're definitely funny on Twitter. But the thing is that, like, you walk into a GameStop and, like, 90% of it is It's like Funko Pops and t-shirts and a bunch of like random merchandise. And then they sell cell phones for some reason and tablets and Pokemon cards and Magic cards. And it's just like, and you go, and the other thing, this is actually probably the one thing that I don't like about it now. And I don't know if you guys have really experienced this, but I'll go in and I'll talk. Sorry. I'll go in and I'll talk to some of the people at GameStop. These guys are not experts on games anymore. Some of the guys that are there don't even play games. They might have like a tangential interest in something else that's there, right? Where they're like, you know, oh, I like trading card games, or oh, I like this, or I like that. But like most of the guys that are there, I'll go to some of these stores and they don't know anything. It's just a job now. Yeah. You know, back in my day, when I worked at GameStop, who could have guessed it? When I worked at GameStop, it was all about like either you were an expert or you had personality. And then you were probably still an expert, but like in something that's a lot more niche. So we had our manager that we all called Obi-Wan, who quite literally just looked like a very short version of Obi-Wan. And he was like the dude that you would talk to about Halo. He was the dude that you would talk to about like RTS games and strategy games and stuff, and RPGs in general for the most part. We had one dude that was just like straight up fighting games. That dude only knew, I mean, it's not only knew, he knew everything about these things. He played in like every single tournament that was in the area, every single opportunity that he got. Then you had guys like me that was just like kind of a retard. Like, I'll be honest, I was more comedy relief than I was anything else. Really opinionated, I'll tell you that right now. People would ask me, what do you think about this game? And I was like, that's shit. Do you have any reason? Nope, that's shit. What games do you play? And I'm like, I play Halo and I play Gears of War. What else do you play? And I'm like, that's it. That's it. No, I played everything. I always had an opinion on just about every game that came out. I was the king of selling pre-orders, though. I tell you that right now. And we never got commission off of that shit. I think that's bullshit. You know, somebody was always getting ripped off at one point in the games industry. It never stopped. Never stopped. I got in a discussion with a GameStop employee who looked at me and had looked at me like you had a third head growing out of your head when I mentioned Joy-Con drift. Oh, that's probably because they're a Nintendo fan. They're like, do you sell a lot of magazines? Back in the day, that shit would fucking fly off the shelf. The minute that you could, dude, I'm telling you right now, the minute that you told guys like, hey man, so what was it? I think it was, because we also had the GameStop membership, which I believe was like $5 a month or something like that. Or I think you just paid all up front. I think you just paid it all up front. And for an entire, yeah, that's exactly what it was. And it really wasn't all that expensive. But you would get Game Informer for an entire year. You'd get like an extra 15, I think it was like an extra 15% off of like all of your used purchases, which like back then, like buying games used was basically the most normal thing anybody, like, I mean, I'd probably say more than half of the purchases I would make for games were used games. It was so good. Times of plenty. Times of plenty. Money stretched a hell of a lot further back then, man. Because really all it was is that like every year you'd have maybe 1 or 2 at most games that you would buy brand new. And then the rest of the year was you playing after everybody else was already done with something. If it was a single player game, like, okay, I wait like 3 months and we're going to have like a shitload of copies. Because people are going to play it, be done with it, trade it in, and then go and get the next game. We forgot how good we had it. We definitely didn't forget how good we had it. We just got comfortable using a more convenient. What it is that we traded our money for convenience. That's really what it was. You could also return used games with 7 days. Bro, I used to rip off I think this is past the statute of limitations. Did any of you guys ever get a shrink wrapper? Buy a game, play it, shrink wrap it, and then go return it to Walmart? I used to do that shit all the time. All the time. I was broke, okay? I didn't have any fucking money. I needed every dime that I had, but damn it, I still needed to play that video game. So I would go buy that thing, I would play the shit out of it, finish it in like a week, fucking go ahead and just wrap that bitch up and take it to Walmart. And this is back when Walmart really didn't, they're like, oh, do you have your receipt? I'm like, I lost it. I lost it. And they're like, oh, okay. Well, then you know what they'd say? Well, since you lost it, that means we can't give you cash back, but we can give you another game. And you're like, oh, shucks. Too bad. It's so good. So good. No, but I downloaded games. I rented briefly and then sent the disc back. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, no. I worked at a movie store at one point too, right? Like the amount of people when like disc burners became huge and people are like burning DVDs like crazy. Holy, dude. Holy. There was so many people. So many people. It was just a completely different culture, dude. Completely different culture. There's so, you know what, if I had to tell you like one of the most depressing things about going into a GameStop today is like how many cards there are on the wall. Oh, do you want to buy this game? It's not even cards on the wall, it's cards in the game case. So you go and you buy a game, you pop it open, and then there's just like there's like a QR code inside. That's it. No disc or anything like that. It's just like a piece of paper. Here's your piece of plastic that inside of it has a piece of paper that you scratch off the numbers and put them into your console or onto Steam or whatever else. And it's just like, it's not the same, man. It's not the same. It's depressing. It's so bad. It's so bad. This was that shit, though. This was that shit. Man. One of the funniest ones was seeing the expression on people's faces when they would come in to like trade in copies of like Madden. I don't know if anybody else ever worked at a game store, but like any of the sports games just crashed in price the minute that they came out. Because like people would go play them and then a shitload of people would come back in pretty much within the same month and just trade it in and be done with it. So like most people, like it was, we would have an insane amount of copies of like Madden or NBA 2K or any of these games. So like all of these people would come in and they're like, yeah, let me trade in this copy of Madden. How much am I going to get for that? And you're like, 50 cents. And they're like, what? It came out a month ago. We're like, yeah. Yeah. And you're like the 1,000th person I've seen in the last week that's coming in to trade in a copy of it. What'd you think you were going to get for it? I'm sure there's a landfill filled with Madden and 2K. True. Noah, thank you for the $20, man. Appreciate that. What up, LD? Merry Friday. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Man, I see Need for Speed Most Wanted. Absolute peak. What else is here? I think is this King Kong right here in the bottom? It looks like King Kong. Gun, but it's just written on the case. Perfect. Perfection. Oh my god. Oh my god. Full spectrum warrior. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Like, they're not even selling video game. Like, what is like? These are like emulators. Like, they're okay. They're cool, I guess. But it's just like, it's like fake nostalgia. It's not nearly as cool. Okay, well, you mean Wii was kind of peak. Ain't no shot they have an N64. Oh my god. A 3DS is $300. $300. 310. It's Bro, that's the release price? Is it really? There's no shot, right? Let's take a look. 3DS release price. The original Nintendo 3DS launched in North America March 27th, 2011 for $249. This motherfucker's like the PlayStation 5. Except for with them, it took, 15 years for it to increase in price? But for them, it only took a couple? That's wild, dude. That's wild. Holy shit. $100 for... Like, and I like how, like, all this old hardware is selling for, like, basically what it sold back in the day. Though I'm pretty sure, like, the N64 was, like, $300. So glad I upgraded my computer last year. Consoles are not cooking. No, they're not cooking. No. They're overdone. They're very overdone. What was your favorite pre-order wait event at GameStop? Halo 2. It's like nothing will come close. Nothing will come close. That shit was so insane. That shit was like, I get emotional even thinking about it. I could feel my eyes like well up a little bit. Like the nostalgia like smacked me in the back of the head. That shit was so insane. Holy shit. The parking lot was filled. We had people that were like grilling and like tailgating because like I come from the Midwest, okay? Tailgating is in our blood. That's just what we do. So any type of event like that, you're having people that are out in the parking lot that are drinking beer, that are cooking on a grill, that are playing bags, that are, doing all kinds of different stuff. Everybody was like hanging out. Everybody was getting ready. You can smell the BO? No, absolutely not. It came out in November, right? Or is it September? Halo 2 release. Yeah, November. No, it was cold as shit. You couldn't smell nothing. Not that it mattered. Ron Expert, thank you for the super chat. We'll just say that because I don't know what the currency is. I had that over 200 times. Literally, it doesn't matter anymore. That rehead I'm talking literally over 200 times. I think Swiss francs. English they speak. Well, yeah, it's like I'm trying to like discern what you're saying here. I know it's like an ESL thing. Not a native, not a native English speaker. We don't shame for that shit. We don't shame for that shit here. I had that over 200 times. I don't know exactly what you mean. If you tell me, you can try to explain it better, maybe in a regular comment. Don't pay again. Just explain it in another comment. See if you can try to say what you're trying to say better. Redhead? He had a redhead 200 times? It doesn't matter anymore? That redhead I'm talking? Oh, I'm literally over to Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Oh, man. Do you think PlayStation DRM is going to have the same effect as Steam? Thank you for the $5. Do you think PlayStation DRM is going to have the same effect as Steam? I don't know what you mean by that. We're going to look at the PlayStation DRM stuff pretty soon here. We're going to look at it pretty soon here. Man. Wait, what are those? What is this? Retro. PlayStation 1. Is it weird that still even today I don't view like PlayStation 1 games as retro? viewed like retro as like an era, not necessarily like a yeah, I think that's probably a better way to say it. Like when still to this day, when I think of retro, I think of like the 70s, 60s. I guess 80, like 80s games. If you're talking about like retro games, like yeah, I guess that. You're weird. Retro for me is PS2 and backwards. Dear fucking Lord. Yeah, but the funny thing is that like some of those PlayStation 1 games, I think the reason why I have like a lot of time dilation when it comes to that is because I play so many indie games, and so many indie games are like now trying to do that like PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 style. And then I remember how much I enjoy it. PlayStation 1 is totally retro now. People are making games with PS1 visuals. True, maybe that's probably what I'm thinking of. Dreamcast is still modern. Hey. Fire up Grandia 2 and tell me that shit ain't peak. Okay. You know what it is? It's probably just because a lot of those games are better than games today. I feel like we haven't moved forward in years. I mean, it was 35 years ago. You're just old. The PlayStation 1 was not 35 years ago. The fuck are you talking about? It was 25 years ago. Yes. Adding 10, hey, a decade is a long fucking time. Adding 10 years, you're really aging something up. I'm just gonna tell you right now. You're aging something up for sure. All right. What we got? Where did we end last week? Oh, there's some good shit that's in here, man. There's some really good shit that's in here. PlayStation DRM stuff. Hopefully that's not the only thing that I've been paying attention to. Oh, apparently I made it onto... Okay, this is actually... Okay. So I made it onto streamer drama Twitter this last week. Good for me, right? And it's really funny to see like how different the opinion, like how people's opinions of you change depending on what website you're on. Because if it's people that are talking about me on Twitter or people that see me on Twitter, they will go and they will apply all kinds of bullshit to your name and these motherfuckers have never watched you. And in a lot of cases, it's literally just because Asmongold is watching a video of mine. And it's just the funniest shit to see. It is the funniest shit to see. Reddit is much worse. Reddit has entire like hate threads and shit like that I've seen about myself. Where I've come across it or somebody's like shared something. They're like, did you see this? I get a lot of laughs. I think it's funny as fuck. I think it's just like really fucking weird schizophrenic behavior. It's so weird and parasocial that it's like, oh, I don't like this person, or they're like, how do I want to say this? Like, the amount of effort that it takes to go and like disagree with somebody's opinion on something where it's just like, okay, well, you know, that's what this person believes, but I don't believe that. And then they go to like Reddit and they write like an entire thread about how they're like, I'm pretty sure that he has now fallen for the alt-right. I think he's just a massive political grifter now because he's anti-woke and he doesn't want black people in games or gay people in games. And it's just like, it's so fucking weird when people like, they'll take words of yours and then stretch their meaning out way further than what they actually are. Way further than what they actually are. It's so odd to me. LD is MAGA. Yeah. True. He said he liked ice cream. That was code for ice, and he's racist. Yes, he is pro deportations. That's how you know you've made it, brother. Yeah, when people start making their own headcanon, I think that definitely makes a lot of sense. Our pop culture has become an ideological tug of war, and I fucking hate every aspect of it. I just think that it's like really weird that like every single discussion has to eventually boil down to like personal politics and like, or geopolitics in some way. LD is like the Austrian painter. Do you have any, like, there's comments of, what video was it? I think it was actually the video that I had made in response to the Game Awards where they had done the reveal for Intergalactic Heretic Prophet. And in the video, I had talked about The Witcher 4, and then I talked about everybody's reaction to The Witcher 4, and then I talked about it with Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet. And I was like, people are tripping over The Witcher 4. I think Ciri's still hot. I like Ciri as a character. I would like to play as Ciri in a video game. Do I want her to like replace Geralt as the main character of The Witcher? I don't really care, to be honest. Like, it kind of felt like that was the direction the game was going to be going in anyway because of, you know, her inclusion in it, right? I never read the Witcher book, so I have no fucking idea. But I was like, I feel like people are just like really overreacting with the reaction to this game, right? Then I flipped it and I went over to the Intergalactic one and I was just like, I'm just going to say it straight out. Bald main character female in a video game is not attractive and people don't like it. Like, it's just a harsh truth. It has nothing to, I'm like, and also at the same time, knowing Druckmann and the things that Druckmann wants to, like, how he makes his video games, how he writes his stories, the purpose of it, how frequently he talks about how, you know, essentially the fuck the gamers attitude that the guy has, where he's like, he feels like he's in a position that he should be able to, you know, talk down to the audience, they're gonna buy it, etc., right? Bald and rude woman. It's not even like it was, yeah, oh, that's right, it was like the sipping the pop part, like, whatever, it is what it is. It's just like one of the things where it's like, I think for a lot of people when they see a character that's acting like that, it's because they need to earn whatever that is. Right? They need to earn whatever that is. And when you see a character that's like being that sassy, they have to earn whatever that personality is. And it's like, I don't even know this character. Why am I supposed to like this character? Yeah, it's just not for me, man. It's just not for me. And I'm like, I'm just going to be straight up with you. I'm like, you're making a game. And I'm pretty sure that like I'm pretty sure what I had said in the video, almost word for word, is that you are making a third-person sci-fi retro, like, action game that's supposed to, in some ways, like, mirror, you know, Elden Ring or Dark Souls in some way because it's going to have that kind of combat, or at least that's what, like, the press was saying about the game. Your audience is majority men. It is a majority male audience. That audience does not want a character like this. On average, that audience does not, they're just not interested in this. That's it. There's no other explanation. There doesn't need to be any explanation. When you're making a video game, you have two choices. One choice is I'm making something because I want to be creative and I don't really care about how other people receive it because I'm making it for me and not for anybody else. And if people do accept it and people do like it, then that's awesome, but that's not what the goal is. Then you have, I'm being creative, but I'm also trying to make sure that I'm making something for an audience, and I'm also trying to make sure that this thing is going to make money. Well, at that point, you need to throw away whatever your like personal bullshit is, and you have to pay attention to the fact that you're actually trying to rake in some dough here. And it's like, people always want to have this conversation. People always want to have this argument, and it's just like the dumbest fucking thing ever. And it drives me up the wall. Which is like, men don't like this. And then you'll have people go, well, that's bad. Doesn't fucking matter. They're buying it. It is a purchase. This is a product that they are purchasing. Whether or not you think it's bad or not is not going to make it fucking sell. Like, you can write about it on Twitter. You can cry about it on Reddit. You can make your own videos about how toxic and disgusting these gamers are and men are. Doesn't fucking matter. If they don't like it, they don't buy it. Company doesn't make money. Company goes out of business. It's literally like there's no argument to have. You're not going to educate people. You're not going to berate them into liking something that they don't. It's so weird. Like it's like the weirdest discussion that I've probably seen pop up in like pop culture over the years is this idea that you can like essentially, yeah, I think that probably is the best way to say, like you can berate people into liking something that they don't. I don't like pickles on a burger. Well, you're stupid for not liking it. Oh, you're right. It's actually good now. What do they actually, what is the solution here? What do they think the end result of any of this is going to be other than companies just flat out going out of business? Like, question on your merch. Was browsing through your merch and I saw the mage had a mage with a mage design. And I was curious why you made it like that. That the mage had the mage with the mage, and I was curious. What? Thank you for the 10. You are Kotana. Mageception? Is that what it is? Or is it that I had like too many of the same, like I had like a shirt with the mage and a hoodie with the mage? Is that what you're asking about? I'm not really too sure. There's other designs that are going to be going up soon. I just have to get them done and approved. Bender, thank you for the 5. Companies listen to wallets, not people. Over the last couple of years, they've definitely been listening to like their HR office, and they've been listening to a bunch of other people, but they've definitely not been listening to anybody else. Kotana, if you could re-explain what you're trying to say, because I'm kind of confused as to what you're asking me. Have you played Sorrows? No. I have plenty of shit to play right now, for one. And for two, if I can, I would kind of just like to, avoid buying a console game right now or a PlayStation game. PlayStation's been fucking weird, doing weird shit, and I don't really like it. Simple as that. Pickles on burgers are an alt-right dog whistle. Honestly, I don't think I'd really put it past anybody today. I'm just say it like that. As a European, it's really rude and racist. Who gave you the right? Lauren Hisrich is a sexist and racist woman. Thank you for the super chat. I don't even know who that is. It's is that the Witcher writer? The Witcher director or Witcher producer? Yeah, no, she completely destroyed that show. Holy fuck, she destroyed that show. Oh, good lord, that woman's horrible. Good god, that woman is horrible. I'm trying to see. I love that you guys will super chat shit that like it's hard. Like it's an ESL situation where like English is not your first language, and I'm like clarify, and then these guys just vanish. Like, please do not feel embarrassed that that it's not, that the point isn't coming across, or maybe it was like a texting error or something like that. You are welcome to clarify. You are welcome to clarify. We're here to help you translate. True. Does not elaborate further. Chad. True. Please don't worry, LD can't read. Shut the fuck up. Okay, let me check my dates. So last time we streamed was the 24th. So anything after the 24th is stuff that we have not covered. Okay, so we're good here. All right, Microsoft has announced major... Asha Sharma is here to fix things, guys. Microsoft and Meta are announcing major workforce reductions while continuing to make massive investments in AI. Meta says that it will cut about 10% of its workforce, roughly 8,000 employees, with notifications going out on May 20th. The company is also closing around 6,000 open roles it had planned to fill. At Microsoft, the company is offering a voluntary retirement program to approximately 7% of its U.S. employees, around 8,750 people. Do you know what the crazy thing is? Like, I am so fascinated by the development of AI in so many ways. Because, like, I view it as one of those things where, like, it's very boom or bust. Either this thing turns out to be what everybody, like, is claiming that it's going to be, this massive transformative technology that's just going to change the way that we, you know, the way that we live, right? It's going to change everything in society. Or it's just going to be something that is a, you know, when used correctly and when optimized appropriately, is mildly useful in like certain tasks. It does some things really good, but it's just completely useless in others, right? And I think some of these companies are going to put themselves so far back, and are still putting themselves so far back by cutting them, like, by getting rid of like so much talent. Like, don't get me wrong, I think a lot of these companies are far larger than they probably should be in some cases. Like, how many people do you really need to do what you're doing? I mean, look, I know people don't really like the comparison, but I mean, look what Elon Musk did to Twitter. I mean, the dude came in and he got rid of like fucking everybody. And now the entire company is essentially just ran on like a ghost team, and the website works fine. Twitter was so bloated. Oh, there was the company had way too many people that were working there. Way too many people that were working there. So, like, it's not to say that you can't with some of these other companies as well, but, you know, somebody brought up now is the time of Linux in chat. Dude, with the direction that Microsoft has gone over the last, you know, decade or 2 decades now, I guess it's been, or whatever, like every single OS update they do is just absolute trash. And it just gets worse and worse and worse. And I guess now they're saying that they're working on something. There's a secret project the company is working on. I guess what they're going to try to do, and I have no idea how this is going to work. But okay, apparently Microsoft, from what I understand, is going to be making a gaming-only OS. Not gaming-only, but a gaming-focused OS version of Microsoft. So instead of you just going out and getting like Microsoft 12 or whatever the fuck it's going to be, instead you would go get Microsoft Gaming or whatever it is, like whatever the OS would be called. And it would be like a skinny down version of the OS that's, you know, still a work machine that you can do all your normal like stuff on, but it's going to be, you know, cut back significantly because it's more focused towards games. But it's just really funny that, like, Microsoft really wants to expand further and further into PC and pay more attention to their PC market. But at the same time, this is a company that their OS is quite literally the biggest barrier to me being able to enjoy my games more than half the time. All of my PC crashes, all of my PC resources, like, all the things that are going on in the background, all of that shit is just like eating away at my computer every single time you go to fire anything up. Like, they are quite literally one of the leading causes to you just not being able to enjoy a game or have that game like actually perform when you go to play it. If you look at the mage design, there is a smaller mage within the image. Oh, it may have been how they like generated the demo image of the shirt. I'll have to look at it and see what's going on. You said it's on the hoodie? I'll take a look at the hoodie. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. 4 a.m. Just wanted to say good night and thanks. Finally able to play Legend of Dragoon after I made a note of it after your Expedition 33 video. Take care, dude. How did you like Legend of Dragoon? I mean, I guess you're going to bed, so you can't really talk about it all that much, but I'm glad that my video led somebody to go play one of my favorite RPGs ever. Shit's so fucking peak. It's such a good game, man. Bring it back. Bring it back. That's the stuff that I want to see remakes of. I don't want to see remakes of games that we had just 10 years ago. I want to see remakes of games that we haven't seen for like 20 years. 20 years plus. Sounds like a slur. We got Marathon. That was totally like a monkey paw fucking curling moment. That's exactly what that was. Well, you got Marathon. I guess we did. I guess we did. Great. I don't know what's gonna I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe we actually do see a day where Linux actually takes off. I think that would be kind of sick, dude. I really do. I think that it'd be great for the for PC entirely. Honestly, it would just be honest and probably even good for just general computer competition. Intergalactic Pirate Radio, thank you for the $5. I've been having a fantastic time with Mouse PI for Hire. It is a very nostalgic boomer shooter that made me long for the 360 era. Well, you can always go back and play some of those games. Go back and play, go play 50 Cent Blood in the Sand. Army of Two. Kane and Lynch. I want to see a Lost Planet remake. Bender, thank you for the 2. And also, very true. Lost Planet was so good. So good. You want Legend of Dragoon? It's now a gacha game. Actually, if we got a Legend of Dragoon remake, I'm almost positive that Sony is the one that owns the license for it. Yeah. Sony owns the license for that. It would most likely be a hero shooter. Yeah, it's probably what it'd be. A hero shooter. What is this?
Back over to Destiny. A few months back, there was a big rumor that Luke Smith had transitioned back to working on Destiny. This was because Astacross had reported that one of the original designers for Vault of Glass went to work on Marathon and then had returned to working on Destiny. This rumor was erroneous because Luke Smith had left Bungie in 2020 back over.
Fucking cooked. Fucking cooked. Imagine watching a video and then getting called out for your own bad information. That's so good. Both the hoodie and the shirt? Okay, I'll take a look at it. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. A mage inside of a mage. I wonder, can I find that somewhere? Let me look. Brother, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. That's what it looks like to me. The wizard? Oh, that's the priest. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. That's the priest. Mage. Same deal. I'm not seeing anything wrong with this. Oh no, I see it now. They like copy and pasted the same. I see it now. So they must have like doubled it. It's right there. It's like a Where's Waldo situation going on. I'll message them. Thank you for letting me know about that. Fuck, that's really funny, dude. I never even noticed it just because it was kind of like matched the rest of the design. Ron Expert, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Appreciate that. Why are you paying me, Kotana? Why are you paying me money to tell me about a defect with merch that I'm selling? You should have just messaged somebody on Discord. You should have just messaged somebody on Discord. I'm gonna get you a discount code, okay? Join the Discord and join the community Discord, and I'm gonna get you a discount code so that you can get a shirt that doesn't have 2 mages in it. Hold on. Let me message these guys. Here they are, right here. I messaged the merch people. When they were probably like lining up the image to put it on there, they probably like centered another smaller image of it to figure out exactly where the center was. I'm not really too sure. I don't know how merch is made, to be honest with you. So yeah, buy 1, get 2 wizards. It's such a steal. True. It is. It's such a steal. So some news, apparently GameStop is trying to buy eBay. What the fuck? Is eBay still really popular? Is GameStop trying to become a garage sale? For PC parts? Huh. It's his favorite wizard band robe, dude. Oh, wizard sleeves? I get tons of stuff from eBay. I rarely ever order anything off of eBay. Former Japanese television presenter and YouTuber Kanon Oki has warned that X's automatic translation tool is damaging Japan's international reputation as polite and as a polite and harmonious society. She explains that the feature now exposes blunt and negative online comments from Japanese users to global audiences, revealing opinions on topics like tourism and cultural norms that were previously hidden by language barriers. This is the one thing of modern internet that I love. They're unhinged and I fucking love it. Oh, I think that it's fantastic. I'm totally done with this idea of like fake societies. Like show me who you really are, right? Show me who you really are. Because it's like I also kind of like I think the rest of the world needs to know what the real opinion of these what the real opinions are of the people from a lot of these countries, that a lot of other people will just project opinions on top of them. Right? So, like, you'll see a lot of these, like, people that are like, oh, you weeaboo, you think you love Japan, Japan hates you, they think that you're fucking terrible, blah, 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 blah. And then they end up actually flipping that on the other people. They're like, we just don't like these tourists, these fucking, you know, these fat fuck Americans that can't put down food. We always see them and we oink as they go by, but they don't know oink in Japanese, so we find it even funnier. They talk about how they like throw like racist ass like terms behind our backs the entire time. Base Japan, so based. So based. I respect it. I respect it. Don't get cucked by the rest of the world. Speak your truth. Speak your mind. Be who you are. Be proud to be Japanese. Just not too proud. We know where that went last time. Sorry. Was that a bad? I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. Was that a bad joke? Oh, fuck. What is this now? Too soon? Yeah. Yeah. Too soon? Oh my god, fucking chat box again. Stop. There we go. It's crazy nowadays people make their belief on what people said instead of doing the research and critical thinking first. I mean, I think it'd actually be like pretty fucking like... Dude, the problem is that like... So one of the biggest issues Western society has right now is that like... Holy fuck are we narcissistic. And like not in a good way. Not in like a like when I say performative, I mean like as like, oh man, go-getters, right? Like the American personality of narcissism used to be like go-getters, but now it's just straight up main character syndrome the entire time. Everybody needs to pay attention to me. Everybody needs to believe me. Everybody needs to fucking give me attention. I need to be able to do whatever I want and have whatever beliefs I want. And I need to essentially, do whatever I want in any country or any state or any town that I go to. And it's just like, that has just never been reality. But like slowly but surely, we've just kind of devolved into this entire thing where like everybody is just so self-serving nowadays, and they go off and like social media is largely the biggest like culprit to it. I get it, man. I don't actually like dude, I don't think I would ever like stream in public or like or even like record a video in public or anything like that. I remember like I hid my camera equipment when I went to like interview some game developers and what like at one thing that I had gone to where I'm like, I don't want people to know that I'm press. I don't want people to know that I'm, a creator or anything like don't look at me. Don't look at me. Why? Because I don't want I don't want attention. I don't want attention. Like when I get off of stream or I get done making a YouTube video, I fuck off, okay? Like I fuck off and I hope that everybody else fucks off. He's shy? It's not shy. It's just that like I don't feel like I demand anybody's attention. Fuck, I get surprised people even watch the videos that I make right now. I don't think there's ever been a single time outside of like an absolutely killer idea that I had or like a really interesting topic or a crazy thing that had happened in the news where I'm like, oh, this is definitely going to get views, but it's never like I'm going to get views because I deserve them. It's just like people are probably going to be really interested in this thing, not me, in the thing that I'm talking about. But like, I think a lot of people just want to continue to put the focus on themselves. So then you see what ends up happening is that especially after like all the like YouTuber and live streamer, and especially with all of the like the nuisance streamer culture, which is even worse than anything else that's on the entire fucking planet. I'm just going to be straight with you guys. I don't know if I should say this. I'll say it the safest way I can. More of these like nuisance streamers that are like trying to put like random average everyday people on blast while they're just living their lives walking down the street, store owners that are just running their little store, whatever it is, whether it's harassing people, whether it's destroying public property, whether it's just being a straight up asshole or whatever it might be, they should be met with some of the most severe punishments possible. Not just like fuck around and find out, but like find out to like a degree, to like square, like more, no, squared, no. We're talking like some crazy exponents here, okay? Lose a finger? We've already seen some of these guys like run into some problems, and I think that like largely much of that culture has started to kind of like die down a little bit. But it's pretty fucking embarrassing, man. It really is. It is. It's just really embarrassing. Tar and feather? No. I like it. The problem is that like you don't want to make like laws against that shit, because that's a really slippery slope to be able to get on. Because then like that slides back into like, you know, First Amendment and shit like that. I don't want any of that kind of shit, but it's just like one of those things where it's like I just would like more of these guys to just find out. That's it. Find out. You do some shit on, like, the amount of people also that just do like straight up illegal shit on stream. Maximum sentence. Maximum. Every time. Do not let their lawyers get in. Leave them outside. Lock the fucking doors. Maximum sentence. Maybe even double it if you can. That's what my position is. Do not let them out. Because, like, the one thing that I will say is this. There is intent to do something. And then there's another level of intent where you also felt comfortable recording yourself doing it. So we're talking about something that goes even beyond premeditation, right? Like, you not only thought of this idea, but then you doubled down on that idea by also feeling that you should record yourself doing it. I think that should be 2 sentences. Maximum. Two maximum sentences. Notice Johnny Somali didn't pull that shit in Singapore. Yeah, there's plenty of countries. The funny thing is that, like, man, like, he was just a few miles away from the best place he could have tried to do any of that. Though he wouldn't have been able to actually get any of his gear into North Korea. But that would have been great. Like, if you bring weed to Singapore, you're dead. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's a little much. It's a little much. Armored Core inspired Omega Phoenix open beta is now available on Steam. Players can make customizable mechs named Icarus. And the game was created by a single developer over 8 years. Holy shit. Imagine working on something for 8 years. All right, let's take a look.
訓練も兼ねてイカルスの動作チェックをお願いします。空中戦はイカルスの基本だ。早くなれることだな。今回の任務は先日バンディットに奪取されたイカルスの捜索です。ソルナイトはバンディット。
This actually looks really good. This actually, and you know what the thing is that this looks a lot less like, am I wrong in saying that this is way more Gundam code? Like, the actual, like, combat and stuff like that does remind me of Armored Core, but, like, design-wise, this is way more Gundam coded. Okay. This is good, man. This looks really good. Omega Phoenix. All right, let's see if we can find it. Cat, you're like standing right in front of the screen. Omega Phoenix. Coming out in 2027. I would imagine it's probably not I would imagine that it's probably not translated. Maybe it might be. Maybe it does have English translations. Is this like a night battle? It looks sick. All this looks good. Hell yeah. This is essentially me in any of these like customizable mech games. It's black. The entire thing is black. It's just black on black, maybe some white in there, and then red lights. This looks really good, dude. You know what the funny thing is that like when I see a game like this and I see like how like relatively like low res, low polygon the environment is, and even like the mechs themselves and like even like some of these animations and stuff like that, it tells me that like the gameplay is going to be probably like really tight and really good, because that's where like 90% of their focus went, and I'm there for that. What about pirate mechs? What about an Outlaw Star video game? I like this, dude. Yeah. I'll give it a shot. For sure. Below controller specs, it shows the audio tracks. Oh, okay, cool. New Jade Shadows teaser is out. Oh, I think we watched that already. Where it showed like the two versions of the child. Outlaw Star is my childhood. Grappler ships. I know, that shit was so peak. It was so good. I love that this is always the photo that people use for this guy, and it makes him just look like such a fucking goober. I bet your real name is Jacob. Thank you for the 2. No, you're wrong. Rockstar Games reportedly holds a grudge against journalist Jason Schreier. In November of 2023, he leaked the planned announcement date for the first GTA 6 trailer a full day earlier. Rockstar lead character artist stated that the team did not want him snooping around the company or projects. Rockstar also claimed that the company's president, Sam Houser, considered delaying the official announcement specifically to spite him. I don't understand how anybody lets this dude through the door. Like, why? Like, every single time people let him in, oh, Jason Schreier's coming to interview our developers? That sounds great. Literally a day a day later, this dude is like, what was it? What was the last one he just did? Oh, he got an interview over at PlayStation Games where he got to interview some of the people at some of their studios for Bloomberg. And he comes back, and what are the stories that he writes? The first story he writes about how Naughty Dog is inflicting crunch upon their employees, and how the Intergalactic Heretic Prophet game is way behind, and they had to rush and essentially had to work for like X amount of days straight to be able to get the game done, and we're getting overtime and all that stuff, right? And then the other time, then the next article he did after that was, what was it? Oh, how PlayStation is not going to be doing exclusives anymore. And then before all of those, the last article he did was when he went to go and interview Sven Vinke at Larian Studios, and he just takes that interview and effectively goes and starts bashing the dude over the head with AI. Slandering Larian. Yeah. Like, he's such a snake. He's always been a snake. It's so crazy to me. Like, how do you have those kind of connections, and how does he not get any blowback for any of this? Like, that's the thing that probably drives me crazy. Like, good on Grand Theft Auto, good on Rockstar Games. Thank you guys for having some fucking nuts and not giving this dude an inch. Tell him to kick rocks. Dude stands Neil Druckmann, by the way. I mean, look at the guy. I'm just going to be real with you guys. When I think Neil Druckmann fan, it's pretty much the first thing that comes to mind. It's pretty much the first thing that comes to mind. Looks like a Reddit mod. That's the point that I'm making. That's the point that I'm making. He looks like he was on the island. Okay, Mark, that's a little bit too far. It's too far. Too far. Oh, man. Oh, man. Like, bring in people that have, like, a long history. Like, this is the one thing that bothers me with this, is that you'll have, like, there's going to be some level of access media. Like, you guys are going to be finding out soon that I'm also talking to and interviewing what I would view a relatively prestigious game person in the games industry from a studio that a lot of people really enjoy and really enjoy their games. But, like, I have a long history of not making these guys look like assholes if they, like, let me in and we have a conversation, right? Gabe, I fucking wish. I wish. Gabe Newell will do interviews with, like, IGN every 5 years, or when a new product comes out, or he'll do, like, an interview with, like, some random dude that has, like, 500 people on his YouTube channel. It's so weird. It's so weird. Todd Howard. Do you think Todd Howard would want to talk to me? It wouldn't be, do you think Todd Howard wants to talk to me? It would be, do you think Todd Howard wants to listen to me? The entire time I'd be sitting there going, you suck. You are so bad. Your jacket looks stupid. Your games run like shit. Do better. Sure. No, you don't make fun of how you don't make fun of how short somebody is. What are you doing? They can't change that. What are they going to get? Like leg extenders? Stilts? It's the president, guys. Yes, I am interviewing Donald J. Trump just to talk about the state of the video games industry. True. 16 times. Yeah. He just goes, Todd Howard's just like, 16 times the hurt feelings. 16 times the sadness. Ben Starr's Expedition 33's Ben Starr says that video games don't need TV or movie adaptations. If it means that more people can play video games, the better, but I don't think that video games need to justify their existence by being TV shows. They are great they are great because they are games. Absolutely based. Right on the money. Right on the money. But the one thing that I will say is, it's not the games themselves that are trying to justify it. It's not even the people that want to, like, it's not even the producers or directors or the people that are making the movies. It's the video game companies. It's the publishers, it's the directors of the video games themselves that are just so hard up for Hollywood attention, and they can't stand it. You know how we always have this conversation about how, video game journalists only got into video games because they couldn't get into politics? I think the same could probably be said for a lot of these video game directors that are sitting around going, I should have been writing for movies. I should have been writing for movies. I should be directing plays. I should have my names up in lights, mama. Like, it's just like weird. Like, all these guys are so hard up for fucking Hollywood attention. They want to be on the red carpet. They want to hobnob with the celebrities. That's what they want to be known for. Druckmann, dude, Druckmann is a great example of it, but it's not just him. It's all of them. Or at least it feels like it's all of them. They all want that same level of attention in some way. And I think that, like, in some cases, there are some video game narrative designers or directors or producers that, like, straight up could make that transition. Or are just that, like, eclectic? Is that the word that I'm looking for? Hideo Kojima. Yeah, but, like, are we going to hate on Hideo Kojima? Thank you for the $2. He wants to be viewed like a movie director for video games? We put respect on Kojima's name in this house. Does he? Absolutely. No, I absolutely do think that he wants that, like, Hollywood level director recognition. He gets that in the games industry. I don't think anybody here is going to deny that. I think that everybody in the games industry absolutely looks at this dude like he's fucking, I don't know, Spielberg of video games or something like that. This is just the first fucking name that came to my mind. What is this? Thank you for 2,000 bits. 2,000 bits. Kojima delivers. Bro, I don't think I could say it any better myself. More like Tarantino. You know what? I think that is a much better analogy to be able to use, because he does kind of have the same kind of writing style. Jazzual Suspect. Thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. With the feet stuff? What about the feet stuff? He's a little weird dude. He's a little weird. Let the guy be a little weird. He ain't asking for pictures of your feet. He is getting pictures of everybody else's, though. So what does that say about him? Underwater Boat gifted a tier 1 sub to the channel. Thank you so much, man. Don't yuck somebody else's yum. Well, I just also don't need to plaster it all over the place. But, like, it's just like, let the dude be himself. But, like, yeah, which, by the way, the worst part about this trend of, like, video games becoming television shows is the fact that, like, you can see more games trying to adapt themselves before they ever become an adaptation. And I think it's been, like, one of the leading causes to just absolutely fucking garbage narratives in video games. And so many, like, AAA games specifically are, like, emulating one-to-one what companies like Disney and Netflix have done to so many television, like, so many television shows and movies over the past couple of years. It's fucking wild. It is wild. And they're doing it with, like, long-standing, long-beloved franchises, and it's just like, why? Like, the one thing that probably bothers me the most, and, like, people always want to, like, immediately turn it into, like, a culture war topic. It's not even a culture war topic. I think the best way to be able to talk about this is just to say, it doesn't work. Why do you keep doing it if it doesn't work? And also, how can you keep doing it if it doesn't work? Well, we know how. The how is because they keep laying off people. They keep having to cut people off. Dream Corridor, thank you for the $5. We need to have a serious conversation that Kojima hasn't put out legit quality since Metal Gear Solid 3. Metal Gear Solid 4, DS1, and DS2 are poor in comparison. I don't know about that. I really fucking like Death Stranding, man. I really like Death Stranding. Well, I will 100% grant that it is not everybody's cup of tea. I fucking love that game. I fucking loved it. And I totally can see while playing it that, like, not everybody could. And most people would be like, this is fucking garbage. This is boring. This is whatever. I totally could see that. For me, it hit. I get that it won't for everybody, but for me, it did. So, like, we're going to have a hard time on that one. I'm just going to be real with you, though. I'm going to be real with you. Niners thing for the 5. I'm still mad about Silent Hill. Oh, yeah. Silent Hill is real bad. Real bad. Real bad. Take. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Death Stranding over Snake Eater? I never said that. Did you see? Look, Dream Corridor. I'm calling you out and taking your fucking $2. Calling you out and taking your $2. You quite literally did the Twitter so you fucking hate waffles. You just did the so you fucking hate waffles. No, I did not say that Death Stranding is better than fucking Snake Eater. I gave it willingly. I know you did. I knew you hated waffles. Ban him? I'm not gonna ban him. I'm not gonna ban him. That's a fucking stupid thing to do. So you hate French toast? Don't let people know. Don't let people know. No, like I as a standalone thing that has nothing to do with Metal Gear, I like Death Stranding. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really fucking good. Do I think it's as good as the other stuff? No. But do I view it as like some massive fall off? Absolutely not. I think that the dude is such like his real talent is world building. I don't think it's necessarily like telling a good narrative or like a like consistent or cohesive narrative in some ways. But like that he is so fucking good with world building. Like the actual like the backdrop of the narrative that's being told. I don't know how to say it any better than that. But actually gets respect. Yeah. True. Do you have any tips or advice for an upcoming YouTuber? Your work is so amazing, and you talk, and do you talk to any other up and coming YouTubers for a conversation? No, absolutely fucking not. I don't help anybody, as a personal rule. In fact, actually, what I like to do is I like to go find small YouTubers and then just like go on like a separate channel and just talk fucking crazy shit in their comments and like tell them to like quit, shut it all down, get a real job. You're balding. Because if you can't survive that, then you can't survive the rest of it. you can't survive the rest of it. No, do I have any advice? Not really. I'm gonna be straight with you. Other than just like don't one lane yourself into it. Like if you're doing video game content, don't do one single game. That's literally the only good piece of information I could give you. Thumbnails don't matter. Otherwise, that like they should be attractive, but outside of that, they don't really matter as much as the content itself. Try to make sure the content is more. Ask about what you are doing for the content rather than what the content itself is doing for the viewer. How are you bringing value to something? Is it useful to people? Is the information useful? Is it entertaining in some way? Like you can't let you can't let the topic take the fucking take the whole ride, okay? That's probably one of the best things I could say. Don't let I don't really know how to say any better than that. I'm just going to be straight with you, dude. There's no such thing as like Oh, no. Actually, I will give you the best piece of YouTube advice I could ever give anybody. I swear to fucking God, this is the best advice that you could ever get. Any, and I mean any, YouTube how-to guides, how to grow your channel, how to do this, how to make a video, how to do that, ignore all of it. It is all bullshit. It is all a money trap. It is all a scam to get you to eventually pay for something that you don't need to pay for. Because the person that you're paying also has no fucking idea what's going on. None of us do. The vast majority of people that hop on the internet and start making videos and then find out that all of a sudden it's just the job that they have, do I have any idea how it happened? No. I have no idea. Do I remember one day where I woke up and I was like, oh, once I do this one thing, once I figured out the algorithm. Nobody understands what the algorithm is. It's literally attractive thumbnail, catchy title, and make sure the video's good. And then after that, it's completely out of your hands. It's whether or not people find the topic interesting, find you interesting, can take listening to you for long periods of time, don't think that you're ugly, don't think that you're weird, don't think that whatever it is. Like outside of it's all out of your hands. All you can do is just like try your best and then that's it. There is no fucking cheat code. So do not pay any of these fucking people. Do not take any courses. Don't do any of that shit. Do your own thing. That's it. And also, if you're going to get into making YouTube videos or doing content or streaming or whatever, never, ever for a single fucking day think that it will be your job. Because the probability of you actually being able to make a living income doing this shit it's effectively like winning the lottery. I thank the stars and the heavens every fucking day because of how lucky I am. That's it. There you go. There's your advice. Having magnificent hair helps probably. I'm not going to lie that there may have been a significant increase in viewership after I grew a beard and more hair. Once I stopped cutting my hair and I grew a beard, things worked out. Things worked out. And that you appeared on Asmon. That helps for exposure, but it's not as much as people think. I've talked about this in the past. Asmongold watched my first video. Like my first or second video. And then he didn't see another one of my videos, and nobody fucking watched me at all for like an entire year. An entire fucking year. Like I'll just show you real quick, right? Just to give you a demo of how that works. The reach helps a lot. Like I'm going to tell you right now, for sure, a lot of my growth, I like it huge for discovery, massive for discovery. But the one thing that like people don't understand, because people will be very, very quick to take credit away from the person that's making the video and be like, dude, if it wasn't for Asmongold, you wouldn't have nothing. And it's just like, yeah, but also like if I didn't make a video that was good enough that made you go, I want to go watch that guy's video on my own, then it's fucking useless. How many times have you guys watched a video that Asmongold watched and you never went and subscribed? Or you never went and watched one of their own videos on your own? There's tons. Hundreds. Hundreds. Like, you still have to do something yourself. Just because you're getting an opportunity, the opportunity isn't the only thing that... But if I go and I sort by oldest, he watched this video right here. Diablo 4 is not what you think it is. After this video, oh, he did watch this one that only got 12,000 views. So it probably like popped up in his algorithm after he watched this one, because my fourth video is very popular. And then after that, Asmongold did not watch me again for over a year until this video right here. Developers say Baldur's Gate 3 is an anomaly. And then after that, he didn't watch me again until... Oh my god. Oh, right here. No. Not that one. This one right here. I mean, this is a layup. This is a layup. No, Blizzard. What a fucking title. No, Blizzard. A Diablo 4 expansion isn't worth $100. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You used to look like Markiplier? I don't think so. Yeah, again, an Asmon viewing is like 2B. You aren't near because of your design. It's the story. Yeah, I think that there's like, how do I, like, it's good, again, like, I mean, I've directly thanked Asmongold many times. Many times. Probably more than I probably should have. But like the exposure that he's given me was a massive help. But regardless, the thing is that like this, like, because I think there's a lot of creators that are like, man, if Asmongold just watches my video, and it's just like, but you have to be good enough to capture that audience. The only reason that I recognized that or realized that was because he watched my first video, like one of my first videos, and like nobody subbed to my channel. Like nobody subbed to my channel, and I was like, fuck, I thought people popped off once Asmongold watched one of your videos. No. Nobody subbed, and I was like, so this means I suck? And that was the realization I came to. I was like, wait a minute, I suck. So then I just like worked really fucking hard for an entire year, getting better at talking on camera, doing better at like writing, and getting better at like finding topics and stuff like that. And then eventually, once all that shit came together, my channel actually just started to grow on its own. And then, yeah, everything else just kind of like popped off after that. How did Asmon choose your first video? I have no idea how he watched it. I don't know how he found it. I'll be straight up with you. What's your real name? Do you want my fucking social security number too? What's your real name, bitch? What's your fucking address? Someone probably posted it in his subreddit. Probably true. Probably true. Well, that escalated quickly. I always just see like these random like fucking questions like that. They're like, you know, what's your birth date? What city do you live in? It's just like, you want to kill me? Oh my god. Oh my god. Jax, absolutely. Holy fuck. That's like the worst one that I've ever seen. Somebody like had messaged in chat, are you alone right now? Do you... I was like, what? I'm inside your walls. I was like, oh god. Oh god. Oh, start hyperventilating. Especially when you live in a state where you don't, you know, there's no castle doctor in here, right? You can't stand your ground over here, all right? Mark, thank you for the $10. Good night, lover. Can't wait to watch you sleep. Shut the fuck up. Thank you for the 10. Oh man. What is this here? B Capcom, saved from bankruptcy by a Mahjong game. Accidentally invent survival horror and fighting games. Then invent stylish action just to flex. Nearly died trying to copy Western trends in 2012. Actually true. Rebuild in silence. 8 straight record years follow. Announce one mysterious game, delay indefinitely. Fans ask about it at every single showcase for 6 years. Drop it anyway. 1 million sold in 2 days. Overwhelmingly positive. The studio that forgets who they the studio that forgets who they are always find their way back. Pragmata was the proof. I mean, I wouldn't say, studios that always forget who they are come back. I think that there's some that are just going to straight up just be lost to time. I think that I look at a company. I think BioWare's done. If Mass Effect 4 doesn't hit, they're done. Throw in the towel. If I was running EA. If I was Andrew Wilson, I'd be like, time to pack it up, boys. We're going to license out the IP for other studios to make. That's what I would do. I wouldn't see any point in trying to make it yourself anymore. Or instead try to hand off it, who would I hand that off to? I don't know. I don't think they have any studios that are worthwhile to actually hand off any of their games to. I mean, I guess you would maybe the Respawn team. Maybe I'll be honest. I'm just gonna be straight with you guys. I think that the best team that they have that are there. It's not even Respawn as a total. I guess. Well, no, because even the Apex guys. They still bring it back, dude. They still bring the motherfucking... No, I guess not. Never mind. No, yeah. They still bring it back. They still throw it down. They're still able to bring people back into the game. They just recently hit 300,000 players, which is a peak that they haven't seen since 2024. So, these guys still got some juice over there. It goes to prove... It goes to... I was so right. I was so right. And nobody appreciates how right I am. When I had said, anytime I see a game that says it's being made by the former developers of, I look at that shit with skepticism. Because there are the former developers that were like, all right, boys, I'm out. Peace. Fuck this place. I'm going to go do my own thing. And then there's the developers that are former developers for a very good reason. The High Guard developers, I think that they were former developers for a good reason. Dawn Walker, former Witcher devs, I'm going to be 100% transparent. I'm excited for that game, but I am still skeptical. I will wait to see what it is when it releases. I'm not sold that it's going to be good. I'm going to wait to see what it is. The combat looks mid. That's weird for you to say because I think the combat actually looks like it's probably the most interesting part of the game. Well, that, and then they also seem to have their own twist on the Nemesis system, which is something we haven't seen for a long time. So that's kind of cool. Do you know about Diablo 4 Black Pattern new expansion locking a few points behind the skill tree? Seems Darth Micro mentioned it in a video. Is there an image?
Let's do a little bit of a Jimro overview. First impression. This is day number 2. I have 20-ish hours currently. During like the entire campaign, the 8-hour reviews were about a bit of a caveat. You want to make sure how this is like fundamentally completely different and all of this. It's just not. It's the skill tree again. I do think there are some, cool changes, but I mean, it's basically the same thing. Like,
right.
You have 3 options instead of 2 when it comes to the rest of the build and how that plays out in the build and stuff. So there is some changes to be made, but I do think this whole skill tree thing felt a little bit to me like moving your food. The ward plans are basically a spot
so it's probably in here, yeah.
Skill tree thing felt a little. Those were redesigned as well, and you can see there's content. I think that is unnecessarily greedy. In my opinion, you can see there's 3 skills here. Now, 2 of these you can use, and the third one is literally on these locked behind buying the new expansion, which seems kind of weird to me that they redesigned what was, in my opinion, a flaw of the original game and made it better, but then locked the improvement of a bad design behind a paywall of the newer content.
Classic. Blizzard selling you a problem and then having you pay to fix it.
I think that is unnecessarily greedy because the purchase...
Unnecessarily greedy? It's not even... I love Darth. What does that even mean, big dog? Unnecessarily greedy. No, it's fucking Blizzard. This is what I was talking about before when I said that, like, it's this level of cynicism within games. It is the most, like, just absolutely just seeped in fucking gross, nasty, like, consumerism slop. Paywalls inside of your fucking video game for changes that they made to rework systems. Oh, you would like to enjoy the new rework systems we made? Well, you'll just have to pay for that. Oh, we sold it to you broken and then we fixed it later? You're going to have to pay for that fix, actually. Like, it's crazy. It's greed from the start. Yeah.
Of the expansion still unlocks things like the charms, which we'll talk about in a moment. It will still unlock things like the campaign and the new classes, etc. I think that is...
Is there an image? I want to see what this looks like, but I'm not seeing anything specific on it. This is the forums. This is the forums here. Oh my god. Diablo 4 base character skills are getting paywalled. Purchase Diablo 4 with Vessel of Hatred? I think that's what it is. Yeah. Purchase Diablo 4 with Vessel of Hatred just a little while ago and did not play much. Heard about the updated skill tree, and now I see every third mod of every skill tree is paywalled. What the hell? This would be different if this was something that was like, oh, it was like unintentional. No, they quite literally put like marketing material in the game to let you know that, hey, if you want access to this thing, you're going to have to go pay for the expansion. This is so gross. This is so gross. And I would guarantee you that, like, I haven't played the expansion, right? I didn't even buy the first expansion. I haven't played Diablo 4 essentially, and I don't even remember the last time I played the game. I couldn't tell you. I think I did it when they like did their like Loot Reborn, just to try to see if it was like any better, and I was just like, this is still the same game. It's just garbage. I would guarantee that they have tons of new systems that the new game or the new expansion probably introduces to the player. Different items and different power-ups and different stuff to be able to interact with that doesn't exist in the other 2 versions of the game, in either the base game or its first expansion. This is so unnecessary. It's not unnecessarily greedy. No, it's unnecessary just from a system standpoint. This is quite literally their marketing department deciding how they are monetizing the game down to a mechanical level. This right here goes to prove damn near every complaint that I have had over the past 2 years. There's a lot of people that don't believe me when I say that their marketing department has not, like, when I'm saying, there are a lot of people that don't believe me when I say that the marketing department is directly involved with video games at a mechanical level. This proves that I'm right. This proves that I am right fucking, I nailed it on the fucking head. This is not something that a systems designer would think of. This is not something that a game designer would think of. This is not something that a producer would think of. This is something that their marketing and sales department and their monetization team came up with that they thought was a genius idea, because they are people that don't play video games, that don't care about video games. The only thing that they care about, the only thing that they are concerned with is separating you from as much money as they possibly can. The only thing they care about. They don't care about the integrity of the product. They don't even understand the product at a fundamental level. They're just looking for ways that they can slide in different opportunities for monetization. If it wasn't for like the systems designers, producers, and like systems designers, producers, and the game developers that were pushing back on some of these decisions that these guys make, I'll tell you right now, damn near every single action in a game would be monetized. Remember back to the old CEO of EA, when he had came out and he had said, I am waiting and hoping for the day that we can sell people $5 to be able to reload their guns in a first-person shooter. John Riccatello. That's exactly who it was. John Riccatello had said, I cannot wait for the day that we can start selling reloads in our first-person shooters for $5, because what else are players going to do? So believe me, from the top down, this shit is constantly being pressed upon the game developers, the systems designers, the people that are making these games. And they're doing their utmost to try to push them back and say, if we do this, the game will not work. If we do this, the players will not pay it. Sorry. If we do this, the players will not play this game. This has to be a playable game for people to be able to want to buy something in the future. But these guys that are up at the top, especially these people that are in marketing and in monetization, they don't understand what playable means. They keep thinking that these game developers keep adding an L to the wrong word. I'd rather a free-to-play gacha game. At least you know what you're getting in for. Like, that's probably the one thing that, like, it's the one thing that I have, like, the biggest issue with when it comes to, like, modern monetization in video games. It's that they're doing this inside of games that you would not normally expect something like that. Right? Like, if I'm going to play a gacha game, I know what I'm in for. I'm in for an experience that is more or less just busy work. It's just me getting to do something. And the reason why I enjoy engaging with that game is maybe something that's more on a, on a surface level. It's about the visuals of the game, or it's just about the funny moments or hot chicks or whatever it is, right? It's very surface level. It usually doesn't go very much deeper than that. But I know that when I get into that experience, I know what I'm in for. I know that I'm in for gambling. I know that I'm in for a paywalled experience where I'm only going to be able to play for a little while before the game is going to say, oh, you want to play more? Well, then you need to pay. And then that's when I walk away from it. That's when I stop playing it. Right? But when I go and I pay $70 fucking for a game, And I also want to keep in mind, it's not even $70 for a game. The people that are playing this version of the game, at this point, they've already spent over $100 on Diablo because they bought the next expansion. So this is somebody that, like, the guy even says right here, purchased Diablo 4 with Vessel of Hatred. This guy spent over $100 on the game. $40 plus the game expansion. And he's getting hit with paywalls. Almost $200 depending on the version. Yeah, I mean, if you're a fucking idiot and you, for whatever reason, give Blizzard more than $70 for a game, honestly, you're an idiot if you give Blizzard any money for a game. I'm just going to be real. I think that they're one of the most toxic, disgusting companies in the entire games industry, and I can't fucking stand them. I really can't. I largely stay away from them because they feel like they're low-hanging fruit. Like they're too easy for me. It's Blizzard Corporation now. Blizzard Studios is long dead. You know what I need to do? I made Activision as a cancer. I need to make Blizzard as a cancer. Activision is a cancer. Blizzard is the tumor. It died with the Lich King. I'm going to be straight with you. I'm one of those. I'm one of those Blizzard gamers. I'm right there with you, but I'm right there with you. We're on the exact same team. I walked away from Blizzard just before Cataclysm came out because I had already seen like the direction that the company was starting to head in. And it was something I just didn't want to have anything to do with. Because correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't Cataclysm when they got rid of skill points? They did something to the talent system and I was just like, this is so lame. I don't want to have and I knew why they were doing it. They were doing it because they were trying to like broaden the audience. They were trying to simplify the experience so that more people could play it. And I thought it was just fucking garbage. Cataclysm was relatively well received. Not Wrath of the Lich King was well received and fine. I'm pretty sure it was. Why bash just Blizzard and not Microsoft wholesale? Brother. Thank you for the 2. But Dream. I bash Microsoft on a fucking regular. It's sometimes more interesting for me to talk about a more like focused subject than like a broad subject of like Xbox or Microsoft or something like that. And also at the same time, Microsoft has kind of always sucked. So it's like, there's nothing really there to talk about. Like, I kind of want to talk about things that were good and then now are bad. Mista Pandaria changed the skill tree, simplified. I could have swore it was something with Cataclysm. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. Cataclysm made you get a talent point every 2 levels instead of 1. I don't remember. There was just something about there was something about Cataclysm that just made me go, nah, I don't really want to do anything. World revamp. I think maybe that was part of it as well. Maybe the world revamp and like them like sundering the fucking world and shit. Like I guess like, well, some people were like really into that. Maybe I didn't really like that. I'm not really too sure exactly what it was. Didn't Cataclysm ruin... Wait a minute. Did Cataclysm ruin Paladin tanking? Because maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's what it was. Pally bias. What can you say? Yeah. There's also probably a really good chance that, like, I don't know, man. The funny thing is, like, when like that much time has gone by, like when I was playing the game, like, holy fuck, I was a kid, dude. Like, chances are, knowing me, if I really had to think about it, I have an uncanny ability to, like, get off of, like, games, franchises, television shows, and movie, like, trilogies or whatever at their peak. And I don't even realize that I do it. Like, I'm just not the guy that goes back. Like, once I reach what I believe is, like, the pinnacle, once I have that moment of elation, I'm like, it's never going to get better than this. And then I just walk away. And even though my friends will be like, dude, you don't understand, it's great. And I'm like, nah, it can't be. It can't be better than what I experienced. You want to know something fucking crazy? I'm gonna tell you guys. I'm gonna give you guys some hard truth here. I'm gonna give you some crazy truth. The last Halo that I played was ODST. I didn't play 4. I didn't play 5. The minute that it switched to 343, I never played a single one of them. I didn't play a single one. Or Reach, actually. Reach. Sorry. It was Reach. Yeah. Halo Reach, sorry. Yeah. Because it's ODST and then Reach. I get the two mixed up for some odd reason. Sometimes I think Reach came out before ODST, but you guys are right. It's Reach. Yeah, so it was Reach was the last one that I played. The minute it switched to 343, I was done. I didn't even give it a chance. I didn't even really think about it. Like, I'd played Reach, and I was just like, this is fucking it. Like, how do you go from here? You don't go anywhere. Right? So I just kind of like, I just leave it there. I just left it there, and I never came back to it. Dragon Age. I have not played a single Dragon Age since Origins. Gears of War. I did play Gears of War 5. A couple of my buddies got me to play it. I was just like, I didn't really want to, but I whatever. Wanted to play it with the boys. It is what it is. PvP wasn't really all that bad, but like, yeah, actually the Horde mode was actually really cool, to be honest with you. Gears 5 is so trash. It is. Gears 4 and 5 are absolute garbage. For sure. 100% there. Right there with you. Gears 3 is where it died for me. But, or where it was done for me at the very least. That was the end. But I still played 5 because my friends were like, dude, the Horde mode's a lot of fun. And it actually was like kind of like a cool arcadey experience. I really enjoyed it. I'm trying to think, what are some other really good examples? Final Fantasy, no. I'm a sucker for Final Fantasy. I'm a sucker for Final Fantasy. I think it might just be like the world building and I don't know what it is. Final Fantasy 16 sucks. No, it doesn't. It's not a good Final Fantasy game. I'll say that. It's definitely not a good Final Fantasy game. But Final Fantasy 16 is just like a video game is actually really good. If it was its own thing that wasn't called Final Fantasy, it would be way better. But like, you can't, there's no fucking way that you can play that game and be like, oh, that was trash. I'm sorry. Like, the music, the fucking boss fights, the political intrigue and the storytelling, like that game, the combat definitely could have used some work. They tried to reach for like Devil May Cry, and I think they kind of swung and missed in some cases. I almost kind of wish that they went in more of like a Monster Hunter direction. Is that a weird thing for me to say? But I still liked Final Fantasy 16. I had a really good time playing that game. I enjoyed Final Fantasy 16, but FF7 Remake 1 and 2 were better. Oh, I think I think that the Final Fantasy 7 remakes are the just like superior version of like whatever the type of like combat that they're trying to move in towards. 100%. 100%. I've not played 15 and 16. I really enjoyed Final Fantasy 15. Its combat was absolutely fucking garbage. But outside of the combat, I really liked that game. Again, not necessarily as a Final Fantasy game, but as just like a good standalone video game. I really enjoyed that. I did. Like I'm proud to say it. The fishing was great. The like camaraderie of like you and the boys on the road was really fucking cool. Final Fantasy 15 is a bro simulator. It is. The story and world and art and ambience of 16 were peak though. Oh, they were. Yeah, no, Final Fantasy 15 was a blast. Final Fantasy NSYNC, absolutely. Prompto's photos, that shit made you that shit was a dagger. Holy fuck, man. But it's like it's so weird because like Final Fantasy 15 and 16 are like, man, these guys still totally have the chops, but they just won't go make the game that they need to make. These motherfuckers should be making Expedition 33. That's what they should have been like redefining what turn-based combat is. Not thinking that they need to like fundamentally change the entire direction of their whole company and the ethos of their games to be able to fit a modern generation of gamers that are apparently only interested in action games. Stop. It's so dumb. The Super Kaiju fight in Final Fantasy 16 was top tier. The Bahamut fight? It just kept escalating. It was like the most anime shit I'd ever played in a video game. Where it's just like, oh, you think I'm dead? No, you haven't even seen my final power level yet. And then it's just like, oh, you thought I was dead again? Think again, motherfucker. How about now we're fighting in space and I'm about to eradicate the entire planet because question mark? It was so good. It was so good. It was so good. The Titan fight was really good as well. I don't think that Final Fantasy necessarily needs to be turn-based. It doesn't need to be an action game. Like if they're gonna go in the direction of like Final Fantasy VII Remake, and that's the combat that they go with, I think that that's fine. I still feel like it's somewhat inferior. I think it would have been cooler if they did something closer to like tactics. If they did something like Baldur's Gate 3. Like, imagine how good, like, a CRPG Final Fantasy game would go right now. Like, especially given, like, how cinematic they make their games. And, like, I think that would do really well. I think it really would. Especially if they give you the opportunity to actually rizz up your party. I'm just saying, just go ahead, throw in somebody like Luna. Let me get a crack at that. Like, Hilda, Final Fantasy 14. Actually, you know what the funny thing is? If I had to say, fuck was her name? Who is actually like wait. Are we having that kind of conversation? Who's the hottest Final Fantasy character? I'm going to say it's a hard tie for me. It's a three-way tie. Yeah, it's a 3-way tie. So it'd be... Okay, let's do this. We'll bring it up. And then... Oh, no, it's just fucking Tifa. Tifa is such a fucking cheat code. No, I don't know, though. Like, oh, man, it's kind of hard. I'd actually probably have to say Aranea. Like, Aranea has to be... She has to be, like... And I get that's, like, Final Fantasy 15, so, like, some people would be like, you know, what? From Final... Like, but Aranea is pretty hot. It's pretty hot. Who? She's the female dragoon from, how do you... Aranea? Like that? FF... 15? Cindy, Final Fantasy 15? True. Also true. Yeah, I mean, Cindy was such gooner material. Like, these motherfuckers, they knew what they were doing here. They knew exactly what they were doing here. Like, they were not fucking around. 100% egregious. Yeah. Yeah. This was like the most mask off moment for Final Fantasy I think that we have ever seen. Everybody loves a mechanic babe, especially this one. Especially the one that's like letting her draws out the whole time. Yeah, I would imagine so. I'd imagine so. That's not bad? No, I'd imagine not. Is this what catering to the male gaze looks like? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Renoa or Quiztis? That one's... So you're going a little bit far back there where they were a little bit too pixelated to be like, oh. Like, though Quiztis would say some dominatrix shit to you sometimes. And also her weapon was a whip. So it's kind of like... Wow. Final Fantasy X Shiva? Also, Final Fantasy 16 Shiva. I mean, Final Fantasy 16 Shiva. Holy. Where's like a good picture of it? Now, what the fuck are we doing? I'm not doing this anymore. We're done. It's still like the problem is that like it's still at the end of the day ends up being like, as much as I would like to have the debate about like hottest Final Fantasy character, like it still just comes back to Tifa. And she just clears from being like the perfect mix of like huge boobs, but also like hard body, like muscle mommy, but not too much. Like you can tell she could probably throw you across the room, but she doesn't always look that way. Yeah. What is this here? Assassin's Creed Hex is targeting a 2020 or 2027 release. A new major AC title is reportedly having massive changes internally, according to Insider Gaming. Magical aspects are being removed from the game after Jean Guzon became the head of AC earlier this year. For example, controlling a cat was meant to be a major feature, and it has now been cut. Instead, magic will take a more chemistry approach, like being able to craft smoke bombs with locals that believe it makes somebody disappear. Imagine making this much of a critical change only a year before you're supposed to release this game. Like, Well, I kind of respect it because, like, I mean, to be honest with you, I think that Assassin's Creed's just at the point of just like, do whatever you want. Like, who cares? There's no fucking continuity with this game anymore, right? You have no real like through line for the narrative anymore. So like, what is the point? Like, if you want to make it magical, go ahead and make it magical. Who cares? It is what it is. Though I guess it would actually be kind of cool. What would I do? So if you're going to make it about witches, instead it'd be like, oh, somebody put a curse on them and then they died, but the curse is actually being confused with just like hits being put out by assassins, maybe. I'm not really too sure. They killed Desmond in 3, done. Yeah, I know. They just kind of cooked it right after that. They just didn't want to go with that storyline. Personally, I kind of digged it. I thought it was kind of cool to have this like wider intrigue of like the, you know, actually the Illuminati in the background orchestrating all this shit, right? I thought it was really cool, but it is what it is. I think they just kind of realized that like they just weren't up to snuff to be able to hold on to it. I hated it. So you hated the first 3 games? That would, like, I couldn't imagine doing that. I'm sorry. I like the idea, but the execution, I think that they started off strong and then they fumbled it pretty much immediately. Essentially, if I'm not mistaken, I think that they fumbled it immediately after taking on Mark Alexis Cote as the head of Assassin's Creed. The minute that he took control was the minute that all that stuff just kind of like fell apart. I haven't played since Brotherhood. Yeah. Assassin's Creed Hex is reportedly aiming for a June 2027 launch, but it may be pushed back to holiday 2077 after 50 developers are reassigned off the project for budget reasons. It's probably for the best, honestly. As much as I'd be like, oh, so like you're still trying to target next year, but you're also reassigning people and laying off people. Like, that's going to make things pretty rough. But also at the same time, like, they should probably try to aim to make these games with much smaller teams. Both the creative and game directors have left since these changes started being implemented. That's probably for the best. I'm just going to be straight with you. Like this is probably like, if these guys were like, oh, you won't let me put magical cats in the game, I'm leaving. Maybe they're actually starting to make some good choices. I'm still going to have to see results before I start believing anything about these guys. I'm going to tell you that right now. AC Hex for years has been rumored to be a Naughty Dog style take on a cinematic story heavy Assassin's Creed. Oh, never mind. It's cooked. It's done. Imagine being Ubisoft. Imagine watching your franchises and your company circle the drain. And for whatever reason, the answer that you guys come to is that we need to make an Assassin's Creed game that's like a Naughty Dog game. Imagine the first bit of inspiration that you come to is Neil Druckmann. You are so far off the reservation that I don't know if we can ever bring you back. Like... Oh my wa shinderu. Yeah, they don't even know they're dead yet. They don't even realize that their entire spine is missing. They just need to remake the first game. That game was the GOAT. But that doesn't fix their problems. Great, you can bring back and reskin something that was made a decade ago or more. But you still can't make anything new that's worthwhile. What future do you have? It was cooked when the writers like Jeffrey Yohalim, who wrote Far Cry 3, left. I mean, it's just like the whole company, right? 2 decades. Yeah, it was 2007. Good point. While I'm not a fan of magical aspects in AC, I hope their removal doesn't make the game feel incomplete due to how late this is happening. Chances are it will. Anytime that you make these kind of decisions this far into development, when the game is due out in a year, which, like, here's the thing. If the game is due out in a year, I mean, you need to go gold with the game. At least nowadays, if you want a game to actually come out and have, like, solid performance and look good and play well and not have a shitload of bugs and not have a bunch of, like, issues with graphics cards or lag or whatever, FPS problems or whatever like that, this game needs to go gold like 5 or 6 months before it needs to release, so that you have all that time to be able to optimize it. If you go and look, I think what's a really good example of this? Crimson Desert. Crimson Desert was like completed like 5 or 6 months before the game even came out. And they said that they wanted to make sure that it was finished by then because they wanted to take the rest of that time to be able to optimize the game to make sure that it launched in the best state possible. And did it? Yeah. Yeah, for the most part, I didn't run into any performance issues. It wasn't a big complaint that I saw from a lot of people. Most people said that the performance for the game was pretty damn good. Stellar Blade, they did the same thing with Stellar Blade. There's a couple other companies that did the same thing as well. New Crimson Desert patch dropped. Those guys are crazy. I think it's wild that those dudes are still supporting that game like this. Good for them. Pearl Abyss. Actually, speaking of. Pearl Abyss has shared its success with every employee after Crimson Desert has sold over 5 million copies worldwide. I think that this game is likely it'll probably clear 10 million this year. It's such a good open world experience and such a good like exploration and fuck around game that I could see a lot of people kind of clinging to this game, similar to the way that people have clung to games like Skyrim and stuff like that. Once you get people in there and they really start modding and figuring out how that works, if these guys are smart, what I would do is I would release modding tools. I feel like you are failing your game, especially if it's single player. I think you are failing your game in some way if you are not handing out modding tools. Modding literally 100x's your game's lifespan IRL. Oh, 100%. Yeah. One of the main reasons why people still play Baldur's Gate 3, one of the reasons people still play Skyrim and stuff like that is largely because people like playing those games with mods. And you know what the funny thing is that like you look at a game like Baldur's Gate 3, the mods for that game aren't even like that intricate. Most of it's just dress up than anything else. It's mostly just putting all the characters in BDSM gear. But still averaging over 50,000 players a day 3 years later. How many people are playing Marathon? Woo! You know, I got something for this. Hold on. Shit's fucking cooked. Shit is fucking cooked. It is done. Clear! Make it free to play! Bring in the free to play! Come on! Stay with me! We put $400 million into you. God damn it. Not again. The Concord memes. Not the Concord memes. It's so bad. I saw that I don't know if I did or not. Hold on, let's see. Let me look really quick. What was it? No, you know who's the guy to look for? Just look at Paul Tossi. Tossi? There it is. It is the first post is literally a marathon crash out. What is this? Paul Tossi is putting out back-to-back marathon is dying actually articles before admitting it's out of frustration for the game not being exactly what he wants it to be, is the kind of genuinely anti-art and really poor use of the kind of platform he's using embarrassing. What is this soft bitch boy behavior? The amount of times that I see people come out with this, it's like, oh, you're just so anti-art. No, he's pro the company staying in business. Paul Tossi really fucking likes Bungie. Like, say what you will about the guy, he likes who he likes. He really likes Bungie. He wants them to be successful. He wants Destiny to be good. He wants Marathon to be good. He wants them to be happy. He wants them to be healthy. He wants them to be making money. He wants their games to be popular. He would like nothing more than for their games to be good because this dude just really likes Bungie. And then you got these folks that are over here. And Paul Tossi's like one of the final defenders, but he at the very least recognizes, and he is one of the very few people lately that I've seen from games media that more and more regularly is recognizing the reality of the situation when it comes to a lot of these games and what it looks like and what happens when a trend looks like this. So when he goes out and he writes something that is truthful, or he makes a video that is truthful, you have these people, you are so anti-art. You want to know who's going to be anti-art? Are you going to tell Sony that they're anti-art when they shut the fucking game down because it's not making them any money? This isn't a fucking charity. There's nobody going to be... Who's going to pay for the game? Is Sony supposed to just throw away money on it because it's there and you think that it should exist? No. No. Yes, my personal frustration with Marathon's genre is causing reality to reshape itself, to remake the game, to make the game underperform. That's what's happening. What is this? Are they trying to actually say what does this kind of insider data have anything to do with the self-admittance that the negative press that he's putting out was due to his own personal ideas of what Marathon should be? Just the flat-out denial of reality. Huffing copium? Dude, this shit's uncut. That's crazy. But I did see Marathon subreddit bans player counts. Yeah. The Marathon Reddit has now officially banned all discussions of player counts and are allowing discussions from only a handful of selected journalists. All posts regarding current player counts, including posting charts, will now be removed or redirected to this mega thread. Media posts / articles that discuss the game, example Forbes, IGN, PC Gamer, Kotaku, exceptions will be considered at mod discretion. Absolute bitch babies. Don't tell me. Let me just let me just believe. Let me just live in my own reality. Let me not face the music that this game likely does not stand a cold chance in hell. Realistically, I have a serious question. Cuz I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think happens if this game goes free to play? It's the only option they have. At this point, the game's been out long enough. I can't see Sony trying to do what they did with Concord and being like cutting it early to try to save their money. This is a game that they 100% will try to go free to play or try some desperation move to be able to like get it back on track in some way. I would give it a shot if it was free, but I won't pay to try it. I see no change if they go free to play niche genre. It's not terrible for a mid-sized studio, but this is embarrassing for Bungie. If this is a mid-sized studio, maybe, but you'd still have to be pretty well funded. You got to understand, if they're averaging 17,000 players in a 24-hour peak on Steam, and that's 70% of their audience. We already know that's the case because we saw the insider numbers that Steam makes up 70% of the audience, right? So, so your peak concurrent player count on PlayStation and Xbox is 5,000 players. That's so bad, dude. So you're around like 22,000 players at your peak in a day. And on average, the amount of microtransactions that you receive in a video game, or you like microtransaction payments that you usually receive in a video game, I think some of the numbers vary depending on the game, but it's like 5 to 10% of what your audience is the ones that are actually paying for everything. And I guarantee there's not enough stuff to buy or not enough stuff that's even worth it for these guys to even consider doing that. They're paying more in server costs. They absolutely are right now. Now, mind you, they very well could have like cut back the servers, right? There's no reason to keep all of your servers up if you're less than, 1,000 people, right? Or less than like 100. Like if you have servers that are built for 100,000 people, there's no reason to have that right now. You'd cut back in any way that you could. This is not an acceptable follow-up to Destiny 2. I don't know what people really expected. They also have high tick rate servers, which are more costly, so they might have to cut those back as well. You can't sacrifice the performance of the game, though. If you make the gameplay worse, your player numbers will fall even faster. The server cost for that many players is about $6,000 a month tops, from what I'm reading. $6,000 a month tops. If you're peaking around 22,000 players a month, unique logins. Maybe, I don't know, like maybe they're making enough to at least keep it up, but like they're not profiting. They're not profiting. Like that's done. We're not there. And here's the thing. While you can say, oh, it's the server costs, they're still paying for ongoing development. They're still paying for hundreds of employees on salary that are working on this game right now rather than working on something else that could be making them money. And I'm going to be real with you. So the reason why I say, like, I don't know what would happen if this game goes free to play. I just think that, like, visually, and maybe this is a hot take, because, like, by the way, this is me not saying that, like, I played Marathon. It just wasn't for me. Like, there was times where it felt like I wanted it to be for me, which is kind of weird, because, like, I do like the way that, like, a Bungie game feels to play, and there were certain elements of it that I really vibed with, but visually, there is something about the game that it's just not made for mass market appeal. And I respect it. I respect its art style. I respect them for making it, even though not a lot of people really enjoy it, or not a lot of people are going to be into it. But I can't respect that when you're a company that's doing that and you're wasting as much money as you are, and you are so undercutting, like, what you're supposed to be doing. It's an unequivocal failure. Oh, no, it's a 100% a failure. Thank you for the 2, Tyler. Yeah, no, absolutely. Release the Kraken. Thank you for the $10. As somebody who enjoys this version of Marathon, I feel like this should have been a mode inside of something bigger, maybe a marathon version of what they did with Destiny. I don't know, but this ain't it. I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you. What this game is, this should be effectively the dark zone of where they went to the next Destiny. Where, like, how you had the Division that has the dark zone with the fucking extraction shooter and the loot and the crazy shit and the puzzles and all that stuff. They should have still had the core game, which would have still been similar to Destiny. I think that they did what they did with Destiny. I don't think that they need to go back to what they did with Destiny. I think it would be totally cool, and everybody would have been 100% fine if Marathon just turned into the next Destiny. And you had this massive overarching game that had bosses and dungeons and and nightfalls, and they could bring all that stuff back the same, but you're giving it a new coat of paint with new abilities, new class archetypes, new lore, a new, like, you know, overarching campaign and stuff like that. And then this was just a section of it. I 100% agree with you. 100%. But I still think maybe that would make it a little bit more attractive for, like, a general audience. But I do think that there's something visually about the game that just makes people not really that interested in giving it a shot. Makes people not interested in playing it. I don't know what it is exactly. I think it's just, like, visual confusion. It's one of the very first games that I've played where when I was playing it, I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. And it's largely just because, like, it was because of, like, how they used color in the game. And it's really hard to describe why, but it's just because of, like, the high saturation and the bright colors made it really difficult, because, like, you're supposed to use that stuff to signal this is where you should be looking. It's how we make road signs. It's how we make warning signs. It's why we put reflective vests that are, like, neon green and shit like that. It's supposed to grab attention so that you look at that thing. But this whole fucking game is just neon everywhere. So, like, your attention is being drawn to things. And, like, I could barely find loot because I couldn't see where the fucking boxes were. Because here's the box that has the loot, but here's this bright, giant orange wall that's just blaring at me. So my immediate vision just doesn't see the box on the ground. Hive mind? No. It's not hive mind. It's basic. It's how our human eyes work. It's how our eyes work. Like, it's literally, it's an evolutionary trait of humans. It's actually one of the main things that if you go back and look, there's two things that like that drove human evolution. One, opposable thumbs. The other, our vision. It was because like we are really good at like discerning from an environment that something is out of place. Like, part of it's pattern recognition, but part of it's just us being able to, like, you know, that's a fucking tiger. Shiny colors are danger. Now, that part was definitely pattern recognition. After we saw fucking, you know, Cro-Magnon first man get bitten by a spider with a red spot on its ass, all of a sudden we're like, you know what? No. I'm not dealing with that. Glork the fucking caveman. Aposmatism, as it's called in nature. Is that what it's called? A defensive mechanism where organisms use warning signals, typically bright colors, bold patterns, or sounds, to advertise toxicity, bad taste, or physical defense to potential predators. Yeah. It's partially that, but like, oh my God, can I spell today? Thank you. Yes, sophisticated vision was a primary evolutionary trait for humans and primates. It was a driving force behind human evolution. High acuity vision evolved to meet the demands of the arboreal tree-dwelling lifestyle, enabling navigation of complex environments, spotting ripe fruit, and social interaction. Where is it at? Color vision. The development of trichromatic vision, seeing three colors, was crucial in identifying ripe fruit and young leaves. Social cognitive. There's another part of this I'd have to find, but like there's all these like fucking studies on shit. But anyway, we're getting way into the fucking weeds on this discussion. We're getting way into the weeds on this discussion. We should talk about Destiny 3 right now. Marathon could have been a B-team side hustle. We don't need to... brother, Tyler Hill, that's a conversation for Az to cross. How many times in the last how many times since Marathon is released has that guy talked about Destiny 3? Thank you for the 5, by the way. Ouch. I'm just saying that's his lane. That's what those people, that's what Destiny fans talk about. That's what Bungie fans talk about. This should have been Destiny. This should have been Destiny. Maybe they should have actually just made something else and fucking entirely. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't necessarily need to be Destiny. Maybe it just doesn't necessarily have to be a fucking extraction shooter. Because then I guarantee the conversation after Destiny 3 is the next game should have been Destiny 4, right? Every day, actually, I would almost guarantee, I'm sure. I mean, you have to understand, like, that's his whole audience. That's his whole gig. He loves Destiny, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but still, it's just... Destiny 3 was probably the better route that they could have gone with, or maybe they could have made something that was completely different that was like it. I mean, they found their lane, and the thing, like, the one important thing is, more than anything, is that, like, Bungie doesn't have any real competition when it comes to that game. Like, yes, I get it. There is Warframe. But Warframe is not Destiny, and Destiny is not Warframe. They're two completely separate, completely different experiences that aren't even measurable. They're not even the same, not even fucking close. The only thing that you could really compare the two on is like how they were supported, which one was supported better than the other. That's really the only thing that you could say. Maddie in shambles? Oh, she can grow up. What are we talking about? She would say the same thing. I need to be careful what I say. That chick has like 500 photos of me doing like the weirdest fucking things ever. That came out wrong. She takes pictures of my stream. She takes screenshots of my stream. Never mind. I'm fucking done. I'm done. She will expose you. I know. What do you mean by that? There is a community member that we have that likes to take a lot of unfortunate screenshots of me while I'm on stream. It's my face in weird positions. It's me doing weird things. It's like clips of me like taken out of complete context to make me look like a fucking insane person. It's so bad. Bro, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do this to you. Thank you. That's great. That's great. She's doing the Lord's work. I don't know about that. She's clipping you right now. Don't do it. I know you're thinking that you have to, but you don't have to. You can just leave it here. Walk away. Do something different. Find something more constructive to do with your time. You can change. I believe in you. Pearl Abyss. All right, I'm gonna all right, back to fucking work, all right? Back to work. Pearl Abyss has shared its success with Crimson Desert sold over 5 million copies worldwide. The South Korean studio behind Black Desert Online awarded its entire staff a special bonus of 5 million Korean won, so about $3,400 USD, distributed equally regardless of position. CEO Heo Jin-young said, "I express my deepest respect and gratitude for the hard work." CEO Heo Jin-young said, "I express my deepest respect and gratitude for the hard work each and every one of you, every one of you that created a product that the world is enthusiastic about. And I am paying a celebratory bonus for achieving 5 million sales to all employees who silently fulfilled their roles in their respective positions." Who silently fulfilled their roles in their respective positions. What a very CEO way to say this. That's huge, though. This is also something that I think that we really only see with Korean developers. Silently, I think you're taking that in the wrong way. Part of this is going to be like a translation issue or like a cultural issue or something or like a cultural translation issue. They're not saying like, oh, you were obedient and you did what you were told. It's more or less the CEO to like essentially saying that like, while you might not be like the face of the company, like you were still a massive part of making this game. More like quietly. Yeah, quietly fulfilled their roles. So you have people that are just doing their everyday thing, but everybody came together to make this game. I think that seeing stuff like this is really important because like it kind of shows that there's like, this kind of reminds me of like the game industry in the West, like maybe 15, 20 years ago or something like that, where it was much more celebratory, where it was much more positive when it came to like the relationship between like the executives and the developers and like how much more they valued success. I think that's probably the best way to look at it. Like Western games do not value success anymore. Success is just it's a means to an end. We made the money. Money. Now make the next one. We're like these guys here are like, oh, this is it. Guys, we did it. The game that we worked so hard on, the game that we love, everybody else loves too. Let's all celebrate in this victory together. Here's some money. Here's some other stuff. The only other company that I can think of in recent times that has done something similar like this, like made it very publicly known that they, celebrated their success and shared that success with their employees was Shift Up. Wasn't it? Yeah. Stellar Blade Studio has gifted all of its employees $3,400, AirPod Max, and an Apple Watch. The studio frequently gives staff gifts to encourage their talent following its success. I think when the game launched, they also in January of 2025, they gifted all of their employees a PlayStation 5 Pro and a bonus of $3,400. Then in June, to celebrate 3 million copies sold, they gifted everybody a Nintendo Switch 2. That's like, you want to see this kind of stuff. It's really funny. In over in the East, these guys, when they have a successful game, they get bonuses, they get Nintendos, they get Apple Watches, they get PlayStation 5s. In the West, when they have a successful game, their employees get layoffs. I mean, it's kind of like a vacation, right? Just not necessarily an expected one. So, like, it's even more of a surprise. Exactly what I was thinking, because it's true. Because it's true. Like, didn't Battlefield 6, like, immediately after them, like, selling a shitload of copies, but then all of a sudden the live service part tanked, they, like, laid off a shitload of people? It happens every single time. It's so funny. Also when unsuccessful. That is actually true. Yeah. Sell a game, Hi-Fi Rush, we'll shut down your entire studio. Oh, people really like your game? We're sorry. We're going to have to shut you down. So sorry. So crazy. So crazy. Good for these guys, though, man. Good for these guys. I really hope that... What is my prediction for Pearl Abyss? I think that they are just going to, for, like, the next couple of years... Because, like, it's not only, like, right now we're seeing them support the game so far as, like, patching the game. We're probably going to see some, like, significant DLC for this game. I think that these guys are going to go long dick into this. Big time. As they should. As they should. I think it's a much smarter idea for them as a company, especially now breaking into AAA or breaking into, like, Western gaming, which is really what they were trying to aim for, because, like, they've always felt for years that, like, the AAA industry is largely kind of lorded over the console market and the AAA market. So for these guys to be able to make an entry like this, to have a game that reaches this level of success, I would just try to continue to build rapport and build a, like, lasting and trusting relationship with the customers that you already have, rather than trying to chase to go make the next game. Well, I think it's important to already have that group of people that are working on something or beginning to cook up whatever your next game is going to be. You need to have your support staff working on new content for the game that the players already have. Like, I'll be straight up with you guys. I would 100% buy DLC for this game. Hands down. I wouldn't even question it. The base game was already good enough for me. If they come out with something that's going to add on to that, do more of it, give me better boss, like, and especially because, like, I view this as chances are these guys are just going to improve, right? I would assume that these guys are just going to improve. They already did a really good job with the game as is. Now, are there some issues, some things that they need to fix? Absolutely. There's a ton of stuff that they can improve, and there's also a ton of stuff that they've already improved with the game. So as they continue to patch things, as they continue to like add, and then what you do is you just add more content to it, and the next thing you know, you're chilling. Horse armor? Absolutely. But make it free. Add a horse armor and make it free, and then just use that as a nice hot poker in the eye of Todd Howard. Black guy, thank you for the tier 1. Subscribe for 10 months. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. By one black viewer. Thank you. Now I can tell the people that call me like a racist chud on Reddit and Twitter that my audience is multicultural. What now, bitches? Didn't see that coming, did you? But you're Mexican? Do you think I'm Mexican? My black viewer disagrees. I'm going to start saying that now. I'm going to start responding to people. I'm going to start responding to people that start saying some shit. Well, my one black viewer disagrees. I'm half black. I believe me. I have like, I'm so blessed to have like an audience of just like a bunch of just random fucking people. There's not a whole that like this is a very multicultural community that we have going on. I got people that are down in South. I got tons of fucking people down in South America. Whether that's Mexico, whether that's down in like Brazil, or I guess that's Central America would be Mexico. But anyway, you get what I'm saying. But tons of people down there. I got fucking a ton of people over in Europe that watch. Puerto Rico, there you go. Black in China. How does that work? They ever try to like wash you there? I always see like the commercials where they take like a black guy. Do you seriously see the commercial? They take like a black guy and throw him in a washing machine. Like those guys are so mask off racist over there. It's crazy. Colombian, there we go. Argentinian, sick. Australian, yeah, there's definitely a few of the Australian folk in here. Indonesian, that's crazy. Mulatto from Chicago, there you go. Blasian, Canada, a lot of people from our retarded step cousin. I'm kidding. You're special. It's okay. It's okay. No. We're they're retarded. We're kind of inbred, so genetics are all fucked up all over the place over here. Atlanta? I've never been to Atlanta. Nor do I think I ever will be. It's so fucking hot as balls there. Like the entire like Southeast America, like Southeast US is just like hot ass. Just hot ass. I had a friend that bought a horse armor. When I asked him, he said the console purpose was the Xbox credit. There was nothing better to buy. Yeah, well, I guess you gotta crack the seal some way, right? The humidity? Oh, I know the humidity's fucking horrid. But yeah, I really like seeing this, man. This is really cool. I really appreciate this. Tom Taylorson. Kind of fucking. You know what I'm saying about like we're a little different over here. Tom Taylorson, the guy who voiced Scott Ryder in Mass Effect Andromeda, just opened up about the game and how rough things got. He said that it was done dirty by EA, explaining it was done dirty by the publisher, expecting too much from it. Not being fully cooked, forcing it out the door early, forced to use the corporate's new shiny engine when many of the team didn't know how to work with it, and it was not suited to the storytelling part of the game. He also called out at launch. Also called out the launch, saying a very toxic atmosphere online and everywhere else in the space. It quickly became the punching bag for online chuds. It quickly became the punching bag of the week online. For online chuds for views and clicks. Brother, the game was garbage. Game was shit. And also on top of that, you're a voice actor. What are you over here talking about how like you're upset that like the engine and it got pushed out the door too early. Like you're that privy to all that information. Well, I'm sure these developers talk to you a little bit. You don't know half of that shit. And also on top of that, at least from my perspective, and I understand everybody has differing opinion, there ain't nothing redeemable about Andromeda. They expected too much. Expected too much of one of the largest and most successful franchises that EA has seen outside of their sports series. One of the most transformative and impactful and well-known science fiction trilogies in the history of video games. They were expecting too much from it. Really? Now, I'm not going to say that EA didn't fuck this up. EA fucked it up. But that was a team effort. That wasn't just EA, and it sure as hell wasn't just BioWare. They did that shit together. The word transformative has been ruined for me. Why? That's a weird thing to say. Did I just miss a fucking like massive? I did. You fucking psychopath. Black guy. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Holy fuck. That is psycho behavior. This is why I stream on payday. I'm kidding. It's just the only day of the week that I actually have to be able to stream. I wish I was that heady. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Make sure everybody in chat thank him, because you guys all just got a fucking entire month of ad-free viewing thanks to this man. I can't say that game is all bad. I had a very happy time because of the animations of the game. Are you talking about like how much it like bugged out all the time? Dream Corridor, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Hype Train continuing. Hype Train. The Hype Train is here. Fun fact, it's my birthday. And have a good day, everyone. Bye. Good for you. Happy birthday. Hype Train level 6. Good lord. Good lord. I think you just soloed that Hype Train. That's crazy. Andromeda and Veilguard were both similar mediocre sequels. They're just fucking bad. Really J. Cole, thank you for the $7 Canadian. Appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much. You redacted your message. So you sent the super chat, but then took back what you wanted to say. What did you say? Blunt Manager. Thank you for the tier 1. 7 months in a row. Appreciate that. I fucking love usernames online. It's too good sometimes. It's too good. Something heinous, no doubt. True. I can't be too heinous. They're from Canada. Watch out for that. Gabe Newell said that Steam wasn't the answer to digital distribution, proving that even Gabe Newell is wrong about stuff sometimes. Oh my God. Gabe Newell once said Steam wasn't the answer to digital distribution, proving that even Gabe Newell can be wrong about stuff sometimes. So I wonder if he thinks about what he has done, not pushing back against credit card companies when they demanded coward Steam to take down games. What, like, I don't disagree with people on this. I mean, I do, like, fundamentally, because we're talking about, like, the two biggest credit card actually, no, I will just straight up disagree. What the fuck did you expect Steam to do? Like, really? Come out with their own credit card? Like, people always had these, like, fantasy dreams of what Steam could do to be able to do their own thing and bring people in, but it would ultimately come at a massive impact to Steam. And completely inconvenience like 90% of their entire player base. Well, like, I guarantee there's plenty of people that'd be like, yeah, I'm buying my Steam card. Like, you have to understand, we are a fucking very niche community of people, okay? Like, them getting rid of Visa and MasterCard would just... Dude, that shit would be like, can we not recognize that it's not Steam... The thing that probably pisses me off the most is that these people want to sit around and they want to talk about how Steam is the coward, but for whatever reason, we don't talk about how both of these credit card companies are getting away with putting this much pressure on companies. How these credit card companies have more power over speech, over freedom of expression than our own governments do. Why are they the ones that are policing what we can and cannot buy, what can and can't be made, and what can and can't be sold? That is not their position to do so, and it is definitely not Steam's. It's definitely not a position that Steam should be put in the first place. It shouldn't even happen. Pseudo-governments? It's not even pseudo-governments. That effectively the credit card companies and lenders are the government in a lot of cases. Not only because of their own lobbying, but more than anything, just because of like how much power they're allowed to exude for, I don't know. But nobody can give me a good answer. There's no good answer, right? Like, look at the shit that they did with Japan. Look at the shit that they've done all over the world. Look at the shit that they did with Steam. But no, let's talk about Steam. Steam, you fucking pussies. You massive fucking pussies. You guys didn't get rid of the two most used payment options in the entire world? Unbelievable. You also have to keep in mind that it's not even like, you know, people are like, oh no, people would have still supported Steam. I love y'all. I really do. But keep in mind that the vast majority of people that play video games are straight up fucking normal, everyday people that are just not interested in any of these conversations and probably would have no idea why Steam was getting rid of Visa or MasterCard and would see that they got rid of it and just be like, well, I guess I have to buy my game somewhere else. They wouldn't even think about it. And by the way, it wasn't just Visa and MasterCard. It was also PayPal and Stripe and like a few other ones. Like there was a long list of all these ones that were pressuring them all at the exact same time, which would effectively have made it where they just had no options for payment. like talk about unreasonable demands. People choose Steam for good service? Yes. And do you know what you want to know what the definition of bad service is? Not being able to accept my payment on my preferred method. That is the definition of bad service. Without Steam, maybe GOG is the only option. You don't understand. These payment pressures were across all platforms. They did the same thing to GOG. I don't know if GOG gave in or not. I don't know what GOG did in response to it. The only one that I know that did anything, I think, was itch.io. And then they just changed payment providers to something. But like itch.io is like way more niche than anything else. Way more niche. Wouldn't gift cards still work? You're not listening to me. Good service means no inconvenience. If we're talking about a broad customer group, telling your customers, guys, go out and buy gift cards at a local store with your credit card because we can no longer use credit cards, ain't gonna work for 90% of people that buy video games. You guys that are in this chat right now listening to a guy fucking rant and rave and scream at the clouds about video games are like 0.01% of the video game audience. Most people that would come across this would just go to a different website to buy their games. They wouldn't even bother. They'd be like, "Oh, they don't accept my payment methods. I don't know what these other ones are. I'm not going to use that. I'm going to go somewhere else." I don't think people understand like how like average, normal, everyday people buy stuff. Not excited about having my credit card info on Steam. I like buying games at DG. Like, see, and like that's the thing. Like, people have different ways that they want to pay for stuff. But yeah, it's so weird. It's I like being weird. I like being weird too. We are the weirdos. We are the weirdos. But I think that like people have a projection issue sometimes where they look at the games industry and they're like, or they look at any industry and they think that everybody either thinks about things as deeply or consumes as much content about certain subjects, or they like have a level of knowledge before making a purchase that the vast majority of people have. Like, you don't. Like, you are an echelon above in a lot of those categories that normal people just do not. It's not gonna happen. And most of the audience is average. It's not even most. It's like all the audience is average. It's crazy. It's crazy. Speaking of platforms, the new DRM for PlayStation update is a disgrace to gaming. Sony should make a statement whenever this PlayStation support message is real or fake. It was a real message. Thank you for being interested on the 30-day timer that has been applied to all new purchases. Affected content, game purchases, digitally after March 2026 update, offline functionality. If the game console does not connect to the internet within 30 days, the license expires and the game may refuse to launch until a connection is restored. Primary console restriction: setting a console as primary does not bypass the 30-day requirement. The 30-day is a valid period and is not a sign of an account restriction or anything like that. So this was a real message. This is actually something that was after that was confirmed by Spawnwave, who had made a video right here where he talks about how there is a new version of Denuvo that's on PlayStation 5. Now, we're going to get to this full story. I know that this evolved over time, but effectively what had happened is that PlayStation is pushing out an update. That update is going to require you to log in to be able to authenticate the license you have for the video game that you own. You bought it already. It's installed. I'm pretty sure this even works even if it's on a disc. I don't think it really matters. And if you do not, then the game just will flat out not work. So it has to register with the license. If it doesn't, then no game, right? So we'll watch this real quick.
T-Mall's battery.
This is so quiet. I need to get that plugin that that people use to be able to like increase volume. Hopefully you guys can hear this.
T-Mall's battery door, and with one Phillips head screw, the battery comes right up, and that should now have reset our licenses. So now I just need to turn the system on, leave it disconnected from the internet, and we'll see if we can load up any of those newer games. All right, back to the dashboard. The time you can see is all messed up. It's supposed to be just after 4 p.m. Eastern, and it thinks it's 7 o'clock. Yeah, you can see it's defaulted back to 2011, 12/31/2011, 7:01 p.m., which if I did connect to the internet, it would fix the date.
Why would it go back to 2011? The PlayStation 5 did not come out in 2011. Did it? No.
The time, any of that. But with that in mind, let's see what happens here when we try to fire up Saint Slayer. And there you go. Can't use this content. Can't connect to the server. To verify your license, wait a while and then try again. Okay, so Saint Slayer does.
So there's. Imagine like disconnecting your console and then like you're like, oh man, I'm going on vacation or something like that. You're like taking it with you, and like you're not gonna have an internet connection while you're there or whatever, but you're like, oh, I'm going to be playing this single player game or whatever. I'm really looking forward to it. You go to plug in your console, don't realize that it got reset on the trip, and you're like, none of your games work. You need to log into the internet to validate your licenses for these games.
Not work. Vampire Crawlers, same deal. Can't use this content. Can't connect to the server to verify your license. Okay, wait a while and try again. With that in mind, Crimson Desert, picked that up when once it came out, more than a month ago now. And we picked that guy. Yeah, looks like that one fires up no problem. Digital game. The whole idea is that this situation that's going on right now with the license check is not being retroactively applied. So any of your current digital games should not have this issue popping up.
Okay, so it's something that that is only for games that are essentially coming out after a certain date. So it's for games that are coming out after a certain date. Should. Yeah, there's also that, right? Wouldn't he need to set the clock 30 days after the game was downloaded or something? So you're saying you think that it's regardless, the thing is, I don't really give a fuck. I don't think that that's a good I don't think that's a good explanation. Why should we have to put up with that? You bought it. You own it. You downloaded it. But you need to make sure that your PlayStation understands what day and what year it is to be able to actually play that game, because it needs to validate it for anti-piracy reasons when you already purchased it yourself. How is that not validated by the purchase? It's all these unnecessary roadblocks and all these unnecessary issues that these game developers, and not game developers, but it's all of these inconveniences and all of these roadblocks that these guys are constantly putting in front of the player, all because they're trying to just protect their money and make more money. It has nothing to do with anything else. It has everything to do with them trying to just make things as difficult as they possibly can for you, because they don't give a shit as long as they make their money and can protect their money. Even though, and like the crazy thing is, and like a lot of people are probably not going to understand this, video game piracy, while it is still a thing, and it's still something that happens, and it's largely something that's happening outside of like Western countries, it's usually happening in places that flat out just can't afford these games, and that's not their fault. They're just doing whatever they can to be able to, access these games, right? But the problem is that these guys are doing this based off the idea that it's like all these Western countries where 90%, if not over 90% of their sales originate from, are the ones that are pirating. Your average everyday person does not pirate. The vast majority of the gaming audience does not pirate games. I would much rather just not even fucking play your game. I couldn't even be bothered to pirate half of these games that are coming out. So they do all of these things. They jump through all of these holes to be able to fight piracy. When piracy, I would guarantee, if I had any fucking backdoor information into how many games are actually being pirated and like how many sales you're realistically losing out on because of piracy, I would guarantee you that number is far lower than a lot of people would think. And I would almost guarantee that it doesn't even justify the heavy investment into things like Denuvo, into things like this that like directly inconvenience the customer, that like even the idea of like shutting down complete and utter like support of a game so that the players that own it can't even access it. Like this is the shit that Stop Fighting Games is fighting against right now. Or sorry, this is the thing that Stop Killing Games is trying to fight against right now. It's this exact same shit right here. Because without that license, and it's simply just a flick of a switch, Sony turns it off and your game no longer works. A game that you paid for, full price, and just can no longer have access to unless Sony says so. Unless Xbox says so. Hell, even unless Steam says so, at least in some cases. Piracy is an affordability problem. Piracy is a service problem. It's affordability and service. It's not a Robin Hood issue. The vast majority of people that pirate games aren't pirating them because they can't afford them. Most of the people, maybe, it's probably 50-50. There's some people that do it to do it, and there's other people that do it because they can't afford it. If you really care, then buy physical games. That would mean that I have to play my games on console. That's not going to happen. And actually, you know what the thing is that like that idea or that, and I see that frequently. So actually, I want to talk about that. There is this idea that some people will push. So if you care about that, you need to be buying physical games. No. Just because a game is physical doesn't mean you should have any extra level of ownership that I don't have. Just because it's tangible doesn't mean that I don't have a right to own the game that I purchased for the exact same price. Because I like to play games on PC does not mean that all of a sudden I give up my right to actually own a piece of software. To own that license. The problem is that they're making all of that shit temporary. And at the end of the day, we are constantly, year over year, at this point, month over month, cascading and just falling directly into the void of digital ownership and digital rights. Because the world and the economy and society and everything is constantly becoming more and more online, more and more online. And if we do not do anything at all to be able to protect ourselves when it comes to online purchases, then we are just fucked forever. And being the guy that's on the sideline that was like, I was back there when they still used to make the DVDs, isn't going to fucking help anything. It's not going to help anything. This is an ownership issue across all media, across all fucking physical or digital or whatever it is. You should care just as much about digital ownership rights as you do physical ownership rights. Because from my perspective, they're the same fucking thing. How the same laws that target digital ownership target physical media? They do. They do. I hope Gabe finds some sort of a legal constraint for people to operate after his passing. True. Like 340. Wait, what? What's the solution to address the piracy issue from a company perspective? I'm going to be honest with you. Like, outside of like very mild protections, none. Like, you know what most companies do? Most companies don't even do anything about it. Most companies essentially, like, they have very light limitations and protections in place, and then they just take the hit. Because like some piracy, some theft, some shrink is what they call it, is just part of business, and also it's a fucking write-off. In a lot of cases, that loss ends up getting fucking forwarded into their taxes or whatever else. There's fucking government forgiveness. There's all kinds of shit and credits that these motherfuckers get. It's not like it's just pure loss. There's no such thing as that, especially at that high of industry. What does Gavin say about privacy? It's a service problem, not a pricing problem. Oh yeah, in most cases, the reason why people pirate games is it's because the game just isn't available like where they want it, how they want it, or how much they would pay for it. The reason why games are getting pirated in countries like outside of the US or UK and Europe is largely because those games are not priced appropriately for the region. That is a service problem. It's also because those games do not are blocked in that region. That is also a service problem. There's a ton of games that people can't even play in certain countries because the fact that like they're just completely blocked from purchase because of like some shit that like really good example 180 like Helldivers 2 was banned in 182 countries. Simply because of some shit that like PlayStation wants like to take user data and shit like that, and a bunch of countries just don't fuck with that. They're like, no, we don't want our people to have a PlayStation account to be able to play the game. That can't be a requirement. Sony can't help themselves. You know what the funny thing is? It was actually Stellar Blade that helped relieve that. They're still restricted in quite a few countries, but many of the countries that they were blocked in, Stellar Blade, Shift Up actually talked Sony's executives into like lifting that to make sure that their game could sell in more countries when it came to PC. On PlayStation was a different story, but when the game was coming to PC, they were like, you guys better fucking get rid of that shit or we're gonna have a problem. What is this? You're making it into something that it isn't. It's not about piracy. It's a refund exploit that Sony closed. Thank you for the 5. It's a refund exploit that Sony closed. Sony has provided a statement to GameSpot regarding the PSN license checks. Players can continue to access and play their games purchased as usual. A one-time online check-in is required to confirm the game's license, after which no further check-in is required. Several issue. Okay, yeah, this is talking about the original story. While unlikely to be a tangible issue for players. What is this? Several users, including the Game Accessibility Twitter account, Does It Play, have reported that all new PlayStation games require this purchase before March 2026 and would be affected. The feature a 30-day timer that would show you that you need to connect to the internet again before losing access. This timer doesn't appear to be visible on the PlayStation 5, but according to Does It Play, it is still being tracked in the background. While unlikely to be a tangible issue for most players, there are definitely some use cases where they could see a PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5 disconnected from the internet for extended periods of time. According to a statement from Does It Play, gave to Kotaku, the license checks may have been introduced to combat refund scams, but were designed to convert into unlimited licenses afterwards. What refund scam? Our best guess that it might have something to do with the refund scam that we've heard about. It might also be... This is all conjecture. It's not fact. It may be becomes a comment here saying it is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What refund scam? These guys are quite literally just guessing themselves. That appears to be the licensing checks becoming to be okay. Players can continue to access their games as usual. A one-time check is required for the game license, after which there are no other check-ins that are required. At least one major gaming company has wasted no time in chiming in. However, retailer GameStop published its own statement on the situation, emphasizing the problem that this problem will not happen if you purchase physical games. Game DRM has been a contentious issue for years, particularly with the launch of the Xbox One back in 2013. Originally, plans were in place to allow players to install physical games on their system and then no longer need the disc. Instead, it would require online license checks. This didn't go over particularly well, as you might recall. Microsoft opted into a much more open system with the Xbox 360. Yeah, we already know about all of that. People had found a way to get the RFI file on a PlayStation 4 and could refund any game they liked. Basically, infinite free games. Okay. Is that something that happened recently? The problem is, okay, but that still doesn't fix the problem. Because it says it's an unlimited license afterwards. So if it's only checking in the first month, what does it matter? Okay. You gotta I'm so confused. This motherfucker in my chat is rage baiting me all the goddamn time. What do you mean quoting me fucking okay? What are you fucking doing, dog? How does that fix the issue, though? Because you're telling me it's a refund scam thing. It checks after the 14-day return period. But this says it's for the first 30 days, and then it's unlimited afterwards. But then you guys are also telling me that they found a way to be able to change the RFI file, and they could just refund games whenever they wanted to. Whenever they wanted to would lead me to assume that it would be past the 14 days somehow. LD, in the 30-day refund window, the buyer refunded the game and kept the permanent license. Now the 30-day window, they only have a temporary license. Exactly. There is no money to be made by Sony by keeping people around that were doing refund scams. Permaban the console and call it a day. Yeah, I guess. I don't fucking get it. I don't really fucking care, to be honest with you. The entire digital license shit, all of this when it comes to fucking either PlayStation, when it comes to PC, when it comes to all of this shit, I'm fucking sick of it, dude. I'm sick of fucking DRM. Just pretty much across the board. Especially when it comes to Denuvo, when it comes to anything that has to constantly run in the background, more and more, year after year, the shit is getting more aggressive, and it's causing more and more problems. Yet at the exact same time, we have a bunch of people that want to bend over backwards and spread their cheeks as wide as they possibly can to be able to take in all this corporate cock because they're like, well, we have to, how are they going to make money? I don't give a fuck. I care about owning and keeping what I have and always having access to it, which is something that we can't say for the vast majority of these games. And we've seen it time and time again. Fine, if they're gonna something like this is largely overblown. It's largely overblown. Even I'll admit it in this case, because it does seem like all this is them essentially just refreshing the license just to make sure that within that 30 days or whatever that the game is actually theirs. But then after that, they don't really give a shit, and then it's just wide open. But regardless, I'm sick of all of this shit. I really am, man. Because the thing is that while right now this is there just to be able to protect from these people that are doing these RFI scams, the issue is that this is still going to impact people that are having nothing to do with that. That's how some people actually found this. And while even like GameSpot and Kotaku both had admitted, well, that's likely just going to be a small group of people, doesn't matter to me. Whoever it hits, it's still going to be a problem. Denuvo should be the only online, Denuvo should be only for online multiplayer games. Why would you say that? Why would it be for online multiplayer games? Denuvo is not anti-cheat. All this so they can revoke our access at any time. But that's really what that's what all of the DRM is for. Like, partially it is there for them to be able to protect from privacy, but from piracy. But the thing is that, like, I'm telling you, man, you guys actually have to look at like what the real numbers are when it comes to some of these piracy numbers. It's not nearly as bad as a lot of people are thinking. I don't like that razor blades are being locked up at Walmart, but I'm not going to stop shopping at Walmart. That's not even the same conversation. It's a logical fallacy, but it's more than a logical fallacy. Like, it's very intentional. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? You can't see the parallel? Dude, I'm done talking to you for now. I'm done talking to you for now. Like, you're fucking rage baiting the fuck out of me. H3 Snark Mod's motion to quash subpoenas issued by TED Entertainment Ethan Klein to Reddit and Discord have been denied in court. So I think I had seen this already. Yeah, he hates the Snarkers more than anybody else. This is going to be brutal. They each wrote letters to the judge detailing their how devastating the lawsuit would be against their lives, how they fear having their information doxed and revealed to work, school, and family. It's so good. This is so good to see. This is so good to see people actually like trying to go out and like deliver proper consequences for like some of the most terminally online motherfuckers out there. Like the amount of shit that these dudes did to try to like go after and ruin this guy's life. Because this is also the same people that are like try to call CPS on him and shit. Like, one of the biggest issues that I see with the internet today, especially like the more politically tumultuous things become, which, by the way, I like Ethan Klein. I don't even fucking watch the guy. I've never watched the guy. I don't even know what his fucking political opinions are. I don't know anything about the dude. The only thing that I do know about is this specifically, where he had put out a video. And then a bunch of people did the whole, a bunch of people reacted to it and tried to, like, steal his video and shit like that. And then he used proper legal action against it. Then he also has people that went after, like, his livelihood, went after his child. They called, like, CPS on the guy and shit like that. And it's literally just a cesspool Reddit, like a snark thread. If you guys have ever seen any of these snark threads before, there's tons of them. I've been talked about on them before. And it's literally just some of the most like toxic and fucking terminally online people that you've ever seen in your like life. It's some of the weirdest shit you've ever seen in your life. Maladjusted, I think that's probably the best way to be able to say it. And like off of like differences of opinions, these guys will try to go out and just like ruin somebody else's life. And he's taking legal action against it. It's a defamation case, I think is what he has. I think is what he has in court right now. And apparently, like all the people that have participated in all of this have essentially come out and said, you know, hey, please don't do this to us. Please don't do this to us. It's gonna ruin our lives. It's just like good. Like It's so weird that like people try to do something to somebody else don't like it when it happens to them. It's crazy. Just ask Casey Tron. Oh, didn't she have to like issue a public apology to the guy? I remember seeing that. That shit is so fucking funny. She did, and it was fucking amazing. That's super funny. I didn't watch it. I think I'd seen like people like tweeting about it and shit like that, but like that's pretty fucking good, man. That's pretty fucking good. Wait, that's the guy from the content nuke? Yes. Yes. Now that I remember, there was a content nuke. Yeah. I think I saw Asmin react to part of it or something like that at one point. I can't really remember. You watched the whole thing? That's crazy. We live in a timeline where a guest spends over 6 minutes explaining core mechanics and lore in Deadlock to Joe Rogan.
It's not available to the public.
It isn't?
No,
you're a developer? How do you get this shit?
No, but you have to be invited. It's a closed, what would they call it? A closed beta or a play test?
Okay.
It's a play test.
That's how hardcore you are? You get invited to beta tests?
Oh, yeah.
I like how it sounds like it's I'm like you're like in the know. It's like the easiest beta you could ever get into, or the easiest closed test you could get into.
I got a bunch of nerdy friends.
Wow.
Yeah, well, actually, one of my little nerd groups is like it's through one of the servers at the mothership. We all game. We on the same Discord. We'll get on there. Because it's nice to have a group where it's like.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I bet you Joe Rogan's like, what the fuck is a Discord?
Some new shit come out and we like. Yo,
this is Deathlock?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, this looks cool.
This shit's cooler than a motherfucker.
Oh,
but
wow.
It also will make you mad as shit.
So
I love that that's the first thing that he mentions. Where he's just like, yeah, dude, it's cool as shit. It's also going to make you mad as hell. It's so good. It's so true.
Well, it's third person.
Game came a long way. It's come a long way. Holy shit. I've seen like some of the older footage and I'm like, holy shit, dude,
right
this
now,
game is
I think there's
kind of fucking
34 characters.
Man, they have like really developed this shit.
That's all different people.
I know, but there's a lot of information on the screen that just popped up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what's all those?
Buddy,
what are all those things?
This is crazy. I'm going to fuck this up in a bunch of people. Okay, yeah. So basically, okay. So basically, see that bottom left number, the green number, 3003?
Yeah.
Okay, so those are souls, which is just money.
Your
right?
monies are souls?
Yeah, in this game, just think of souls as dollars.
Okay.
So she's got $3,000. And basically, so the thing she just left is the lane she was in. And basically how well you're playing the game, how many kills you get, how many minions you're getting, you get more money, and the money lets you go buy those items. That's what all those cards are.
Motherfucker, he is trying to explain this shit. I have tried to explain this to so many people, and it's just like, like, I remember when I was like first watching videos on like trying to learn how to play Deadlock, because Deadlock's just like Dota, it's just like League of Legends or something like that at its core, but it's a shooter. It's not like. It's definitely not like how like Overwatch is a MOBA, right? Like Overwatch is a team shooter. It's not a fucking MOBA. It is very much a MOBA. This game is a MOBA at its core. You lane, you buy, you focus on objectives, and then you rotate when you need to rotate. It's like Battleborn. It's like Smite. Yeah, I would probably say it's probably much closer to those games. Even though I would probably say that like this game likely, I don't know. I kind of feel like it goes a little bit deeper. But its learning curve is essentially like a flat-faced cliff, right? Like it's next to impossible to scale when you start playing. And then eventually you literally just have to grind your face against it until you finally start to vaguely understand it. And then it becomes like, then it starts becoming more fun. And then more fun, and then more fun, and then more fun, and it just like it keeps going, and it kind of picks up, and then it goes from fun to like frustrating, and you start getting fucking mad because like you're like either you want to be better than what you're doing and you know you can be better, or your team, you need to be better. The team needs to be better and you know they should be better. Basically first person League of Legends. Yes, in a lot of cases. Yeah, essentially. LD, have you seen the new Street Fighter movie trailer yet? Dropped 2 weeks ago. Yeah, we watched it on stream actually. Warrior, thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate that. And then The Addiction. It's been semi-crippling. I'm going to be real. It's actually been semi-crippling. I have not been hooked on like a competitive game or a live service game for a very, very long time. Obviously, this is not a live service game yet. I mean, like at its core, that's what it's going. It's what it is. It's what it's going to be. But I haven't been on a competitive game in a long time where I put like significant hours into it, right? Because like the last cause I'm not gonna call Arc Raiders competitive. I'm sorry, it's just not. That's more of like a social community game that just so happens to have PvP. That rarely happens, and most times people are not really all that aggro. So the last game that I would have played before that would have been Marvel Rivals, and I only put 35 hours into that game. I played it like decently hard for like the first couple weeks, and then I fell off it like almost immediately. First time hopping in stream. You're doing great work, LD. Thank you for all the quality content you put out. Thank you. No problem, man. Appreciate it. And it actually has nothing to do with the game or like the game being bad or anything like that. I actually really liked Marvel Rivals. It's just like I just don't really stick to live service games like that. I really don't. I don't know why. Or like competitive games or live service games, I just don't really stick to them that hard anymore. Deadlock. I have 132 hours in it now. And I think that I like really started playing it, or I started playing it again. Like, cause I only played it for like 4 hours when I first got access to it, like a fucking forever ago. And then since then, I've put in, so like for like, really it's been like 3 weeks, I think. 3-4 weeks that I probably put over 100 some odd hours into it. What about Arc Raiders? You still hop into that one? I haven't in a while, but that's just largely because my friends that I was playing it with haven't been playing it.
Meet those people.
They got your ass? Yeah, they did.
Everyone's
they did.
And since this bitch got the most.
But the funny thing is that like it takes you so fucking long to get used to it. It's just really funny to hear somebody try to explain the game. But it is really funny. It's like we live in a timeline where they're taking 6 minutes to try to explain just what the base experience of playing the game is, and it's just like you can't. It's so weird. Like it takes like I can't tell you guys how many videos I had to watch, how many times I had to play, and I would probably say. And like maybe I'm just a slow learner when it comes to shit like this. I don't think that I had a handle on like what I'm supposed to be doing until after 100 hours. It's literally just been like the last like couple of weeks that I've played, probably the last 30 hours of the game that I've played, where I'm like, I at least know what I like, depending on the character that I'm playing, I know what I'm supposed to be doing most of the time. The one thing I still haven't really figured out about the game is like when to like rotate into team fights, like when I should. Outside of like my build, right? Like is my build online for me to be able to actually like participate and, you know, actually contribute something of value to a team fight? Do I still need to play safe? Do I still need to farm? Do I still need to just like play the lane or whatever? Like that kind of stuff, right? Did you ever play OSRS? Like when I was a kid, but like very, very lightly, very casually. I never like super got into it. Sony patented an AI study that, oh my fucking God. Sony patented an AI studies. No. Sony patented an AI that studies exactly how you play, then deliberately starts countering your favorite tactics to make you better. How it works: the AI quietly watches you and how you play, aggressive rusher, stealthy sniper, It first builds levels that rewards your preferred playstyle so you feel like a god. As soon as you start crushing it consistently, the game flips. It generates scenarios that punish your go-to moves, and forces you into new ones. If you start raging and failing, then it switches back up to support mode. It basically is a dynamic difficulty system that isn't just make enemies stronger. The patent also mentions machine learning models that can read the emotional state via sensors. This is the kind of stuff that I look at and I'm like, I understand what they're trying to go for. And like, I think like initially, like they probably have an idea where like they think they're gonna make games more engaging potentially for the player. And like, I could see a executive convincing themselves of this, but at a gameplay level, at a game design level, I feel like AI that does this fundamentally just destroys the experience of playing a game. I'm supposed to be playing the experience that somebody else designed, an experience that somebody else had in mind. And then I try to do what I can with the tools that I'm given to either play within their confines or try to find my own creative ways to solve issues in that game in my own way. That's the whole point of playing a video game. That's why you play them. This is essentially something that is just built to constantly reinforce like your own opinion of things, the way that you play games, the way that you do things. And while it says it punishes you, I'm going to tell you right now, I guarantee that punishment would be very light because they want to make sure that the player continues to play. So it immediately just spring back into the game rewarding you for everything that you do. It's literally confirmation bias video gaming. And I feel like that's like just not a good perspective to have. That it's not good content, it's not good entertainment, it's not good anything. I think that that's just flat out going to make an experience worse. At this point, AI has aimbot and wallhack to counter you. Yeah. Zoomer affirmation psychology? Apparently so. It'll make playing games feeling like scrolling Twitter. That is probably the most accurate way to be able to put this. Yeah. Where it essentially just slides you into like your own like what am I trying to think? It slides you into your own echo chamber. But the echo chamber is now the video game. And while like I think that like people like to have their biases confirmed, right? They like to have that affirmation. But that kind of like it's not kind of like, it completely undermines challenge. It completely undermines the experience of playing a video game. And I don't even know exactly how that would feel in this situation, but I can tell you right now, it would feel foreign, weird, and probably something like something you wouldn't want to play. It's like building your own algorithm. Yeah, it is. Oh, I saw this, dude. This is so sweet. Missing my little girl. This guy had posted on Reddit saying that my baby girl, Mackenzie Aaron, passed away at the age of 8 years old in January 2009. She is forever 8. This is her in the picture below. I'm 55. I'm a 55-year-old gamer. Thanks to my daughter, Ella, who's now 9. Ella has talked me into playing Fortnite in February of 2024. It's been 30 years since I gamed in high school and in college. From Fortnite, Hogwarts Legacy, Red Dead Redemption 2, and others, gaming has helped me get through a lot in life. Help me get through a lot in life by just getting lost in a reality that for just a little while. I've always what is this? I've been seeing this game coming across my feed since it was announced, and I haven't seen any of the negative comments about it until now, and I don't really spend a lot of time reading those things on social media. Maybe 20 minutes a day to scroll and react to my top news. I really don't give two sheets what negative people think about it. When I watched some videos of Pragmata, Ella said, "Daddy, she reminds me of the pictures of Mackenzie," and I wondered if Diana is like Mackenzie. So I purchased the game and the whole bundle, and we started playing it. Diana is very much like both of my daughters. Maybe I got a little teary-eyed at the end. Maybe I got a little teary-eyed at the end. Maybe I absolutely love this game, and the time that Ella spends with me, Pragmata, is therapeutic for my soul. I just, like... I don't get it, man. I really don't. I really don't. It literally... This immediately goes back to what I was talking about before, where we're just not allowed to have anything that's sincere anymore. Like, sincerity is punished. If you have a sincere opinion, then that means that you are effectively somebody that is, like, you know, in an echo chamber. You're somebody that is trapped in one mode of thinking. You are somebody that is my opposition, or whatever it might be, especially if it's coming into conflict with some other groupthink opinions that some other people have. And there's just so much, and also at the exact same time, like, all of the hate that Pragmata got, especially around, like, fatherhood and men, and it's just like, there's just so much fucking man-hating today that it's just like, what happened to the old days of, like, was it really that long ago? I guess like 2 decades ago, I guess like 20 years ago, where like everything was about like I feel like 20 years ago, everything was about this like genuine desire for equality. Not equality in like everything, but the idea that like everyone's actions should be measured the same. That we should appreciate the contributions of women just the same as we appreciate the contributions of men. But over time, that message became weak, or at least weak to the people that wanted to profit off of it in some way, either profit by fame, notoriety, money, or whatever it is. And then it essentially just kind of turned into, it no longer can be about like equality regardless of like who you are, to the only way we can find equality is if we tear somebody down until they're actually less than equal. It was hijacked? Yeah. And it's like really fucking weird to see people like, because like, you know, I watched the Shoe on Head video because I was curious. There were a lot of people that were talking about it, and it did get me thinking that like there is a lot of like anti-natalist propaganda, and we've been hammered with it for fucking years. And like part of it's the economy, but also at the exact same time, like for women specifically, like, and even men in a lot of cases too, go and look at like popular television shows, movies, how like characters are portrayed in general, and a lot of it is about, I don't fucking need anybody. The more that I'm single, the more powerful I am, the more I can get done, the more that these other things in life don't hold me back. I don't need a woman to hold me back. I don't need a man to hold me back. And I sure as the fuck don't want to have a kid, because a kid will destroy my life. And like that's just been like the constant phrase and the constant like framing around like families and relationships and children and everything, right? And it's just that constant framing has just been there forever now. And it's just been this constant trope that's just been used over and over again. And it like pressed the message into so many people's heads of like, don't do these things, otherwise it's going to ruin your life. Now, mind you, like there's some reality to some of that, for fucking sure, right? Like, I have definitely seen friends of mine that ruined their lives by having a kid with the wrong person at the wrong time when they were way too young. But also at the same time, it really didn't have anything to do with them having the kid. It just more or less had more to do with them just being completely fucking useless and absolute fuck-ups. I have friends of mine that have had kids when they were young or had kids later, and guess what? Because they were completely normal, well-adjusted human beings, they've lived a fine and happy life. Fine, happy, productive, and completely fine. So it's like, and then like now after years of all of this, I think what ended up happening is that like you had all these like tropes in like movies and television, and you had like bitter people that were in like positions of like influence or power in people's lives, whether that was like teachers or whatever else. And over time, that message had basically trained generations to avoid getting into relationships, to avoid like basically not only just avoid getting into relationships, but like also be like incredibly promiscuous, like constantly like hitting as much as they possibly can wherever they possibly can, while avoiding kids, while avoiding a relationship, while avoiding anything that will tie them down. And now you have a generation, multiple generations, that are so fucking bitter over missing out on things in life that the last thing they want to fucking see is for somebody else to not miss out. So they push this shit, and they go online and they harass people, and they try to frame them as something that they're not. And they do all of this shit and run in circles and try to throw fucking gasoline on a fire that they started themselves. Like 90% of the conversations that I saw that popped up around Pragmata, especially when it came to like guys talking about how they would like to be fathers and stuff like that, all of that stuff, it's mostly just coming from like some of the most bitter fucking people out there. That's really all it is. State media in Germany is now telling women to not get in a relationship with a man. What? What business is it of the state of who somebody chooses to date or what sex they are? That's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. I don't even know if that's true or not. I don't know fucking anything about Germany. But all I can say is that like that's just not really that's a conversation that doesn't need to be happening. They need to stay out of people's fucking business. No kids for me, but I have 5 or 6 nieces and nephews. Kids can be difficult, sure, but they're also great. I think it's a beautiful thing. I do too. But I'm straight and like men, Germany. Wait a minute. You know what that probably is? It's probably German women in government that are trying to keep all the men to themselves. Getting scammed. Getting scammed. It's really nice seeing something like this, though. Mortal Kombat 2 star Tati Gabriella is excited to star in Naughty Dog's next big game, Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet. Let's hear what she has to say.
I work for IGN, so I will be fired into space if I don't tell you how excited we are to see Intergalactic coming out. Have you seen...
Why would you say that? You don't even know what it is. I feel like that's really weird. Is that not weird? We don't know anything about this game. IGN, you know nothing about this game. You have no idea how excited we are about this game. Why? You don't know anything about it. You don't know anything about it. Certified IGN 9 out of 10 on the way. I can't, like, it's so, like, I'm telling you right now, man, like, some of these, like, companies, they do, like, I totally understand why people would look at them and be like, these guys are so fucking paid. Like, they're so paid.
If I don't tell you how excited we are to see Intergalactic coming out. Have you seen anything lately from that like you're particularly jazzed for fans to see, if you even if you can just tease?
Literally all of it. Yeah, literally all of it. I'm excited to play myself.
I'm excited to play myself. What? What a weird thing to say. What a weird thing to say. I'm excited to play myself. So you are the main character? Weren't we just talking about narcissism?
Excited to play myself. I think that it's such a different side of Naughty Dog that I think people are going to get really excited for. It seems that they've even challenged themselves in ways of world building. So yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
Wasn't it, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't like the core like narrative of this game already revealed? And it's supposed to be like atypical anti-religion, that's what I thought. I could have swore, and this is like pretty soon after their announcement. Let me check. Okay, so I guess we have to take it with a grain of salt. It was a 4chan post originally, but apparently it was coming from a disgruntled disgruntled employee of Naughty Dog, either ex-Naughty Dog employee or current disgruntled employee, that said plot and gameplay details revealed below were sent a handful of games journalists, the most notable of whom includes Jason Schreier, but they're debating on whether or not to share it. The leaker is supposedly disgruntled Naughty Dog staff member who hates the direction of the company that they're going in. Druckmann is more influential than ever. And then they had this. They had the summary of the leak. Here's the summary of the leak. Where's it at? I read the plot elsewhere. If it's true, I'm going to enjoy watching the stands try to explain this one. Of all the things that Last of Us 2 taught us, what is this? God damn it. It got taken down. Let me see if I can find it somewhere else. I can't find it. I'd have to look for it. I remember that these guys are like, they were essentially talking about how like it's going to be there's like videos and stuff you guys are welcome to watch. I think plenty of other people talked about it. The story is complete ass, to put it bluntly. Essentially, that's like, it's supposed to be some like religious allegory, anti-religion, agnostic or atheist kind of situation or something like that, where like it's basically a bunch of like a church or cultists that like took over this like planet or whatever, and like how people don't believe in religion anymore because it's so outdated at this point in time. Yeah, like Christian allegory or something like that. And with them being like the main bad guys. And then it's like survival, base building, crafting, but also with like Dark Souls combat elements or something like that. I don't really know. Druckmann already said it was about religion in a talk with Alex Garland. That's the other place that that was the confirmation. That was the confirmation. Yeah. Now that I remember that, because when he was talking about, was it 28 years later or whatever it is, like the new movie, and then he's talking to Neil Druckmann about, Alex Garland's talking to Neil Druckmann about, Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, and he's like, yeah, well, people are really pissed off with, how I did this with, The Last of Us when it comes to like families and and like same-sex relationships or whatever, blah, 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 blah. I can't remember exactly how he said it. I have to actually go back and look. But he eventually said, he's like, so, I figured, why don't I talk about something that will really piss gamers off? So, the next game's about religion. Oh, you know what? I know somebody that made a video on this. Now that off the top of my head, I know one guy. I know a guy.
Or podcast series. I joke about this with the team, Druckmann said. With The Last of Us 2, we made certain creative decisions that got us a lot of hate.
I also landed right on it.
But a lot of people hated that game. Who gives a shit, Garland quipped. Exactly, but the joke is like, you know what? Let's do something that people won't care much about. Let's make a game about faith and religion, Druckmann concluded.
Let's actually find the real clip. Druckmann, Alex Garland.
And then at one point, all communication stops. It evolves. Not only in this alternate history timeline we've made, like, you know what? Let's do something that people won't. And it's dealing with. It's funny. It's like I joke about this with the team. It's like, oh, we made a game with The Last of Us 2. We made certain creative decisions. That got us a lot of hate. A lot of people love it, but a lot of people hate that game.
Who gives a shit?
Exactly. But
let's see how that works out for you.
So the joke is like, you know what? Let's do something that people won't care as much about.
This is his new one, right? I don't know if this is good. Is that good or is that bad? I thought that I had heard that the new movie didn't do that well. It's mid. I'd watched it. I'd watched the movie, but I didn't see it in theaters. I saw it later. I thought it was okay. I don't know. I like the original movie way better though.
Let's make a game about faith and religion.
Okay, I'll play it again.
Talk about, is it Earthbound?
It's not. It's not Earthbound. It's it takes place 2,000 years in an alternate future that deviates in the late 80s.
Wow.
And we spent like years just.
I like the faked shock. Wow, that's so original.
Coming up with that timeline.
Like there haven't been like tons and tons of like movies and media that like always have things diverge at like the 80s.
And it's dealing with
or just have the entire future be like centered around the 80s.
I joke about this with the team. It's like, oh, we made a game with The Last of Us 2. We made certain creative decisions. That got us a lot of hate. A lot of people love it, but a lot of people hate that game.
Who gives a shit?
Exactly. But so the joke is like, you know what? Let's do something that people won't care as much about. Let's make a game about faith and religion. So there is just we not only in this alternate history timeline we've made this where the
I don't care anymore. So cool. Yeah. So what if we made a game about faith and religion? Awesome. I imagine that's gonna go over really well. I'd imagine that's going to go over very well. Last of Us 2 was bad, at least to me. Last of Us 2, narratively just checked out. I didn't really like it. I thought the gameplay was pretty tight, but like outside of that, I was just kind of yeah. Black Ned Flanders, thank you for tier 1. 10-month streak, man. Appreciate that. Good evening from Honolulu. Remember, Remember that life is all about friends, love, connections, and it's not about your butthole pleasures. Thank you for the tier 1. That turned on me real quick. I was like, oh, wow, this is so wholesome. And I was like, wait, what? Okay. Okay. Let him cook, I guess. Was that in response to Neil Druckmann or? Oh man. It'll be interesting to see where this game goes. That's for sure. You know what I actually think? What is my prediction for Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet? Hollywood slop. I think it's going to be a Hollywood slop video game. I would almost guarantee that, like, I think visually it's going to be stunning because, like, the artists that they have that work there, especially the ones that work on, like, environments and stuff like that, are fucking insane, right? Like, these guys crush it. Like, I'm not going to say that, like, Last of Us 2 didn't look fucking gorgeous. Like, the game itself looks gorgeous. I think these guys do a really good job at making their games look very cinematic and, like, making their environments really fleshed out. But yeah, outside of that, yeah, it's just gonna be. I think it's gonna be Hollywood slop. I think it's just gonna be like a narrative and characters that are like so uninteresting and so like grating that you just won't want to have anything to do with them. You just won't want to have anything to do with them. What is this? Oh, I had seen this. This is very interesting. Leigh Alexander, lead writer of Aphelion, is the journalist who wrote the infamous 2014 Gama Sutra article, "Gamers don't have to be your audience, gamers are over." The game launched 2 days ago and is currently sitting at 42 players on Steam with mixed reviews, 58% positive. So they were the one that wrote, gamers don't have to be your audience, gamers are over. Game culture as we know it is kind of embarrassing. It's not even culture, it's buying things, spackling over your memes and in-jokes repeatedly and getting mad on the internet. So then they went and they made their own game, and they made their own game that was aimed not at gamers because gamers isn't even a real thing, and they launched to 42 people. I really like watching these. I really like watching these people go out and find out like how big the modern audience really is. The non-gamer audience that you're selling games to. $42 is high enough. Yeah, honestly, I'm impressed. They're the creators of the Life is Strange franchise. $42 is the answer to the universe. That is true. Good Hitchhiker's Guide at like a little slide in there. Little fucking reference there. Not bad. All right, I'll give that one to you. Thanks for all the fish. Yeah. That's one of the very few ones. I don't know people actually. I actually have no idea how other people receive this. I've never actually asked because I didn't really have like a lot of friends that ever watched it. Like I was like one of my very few like out of my friend group, like nobody ever like watched the movie or read the book. I read the book and watched the movie. That's one of like the best movie adaptations I've ever seen. Like, is it perfect? No, because no book adaptation is ever going to be, or no movie adaptation is ever going to be perfect. But I fucking love that movie. I fucking love that movie so much. I haven't seen it in so long. I want to see it again now. I read the book. Both were great. Yeah. Alan Rickman was great in that movie. He was really good. And also, was that Zooey Deschanel in that movie as well? Pretty sure it was. Yeah. Yeah, Martin Freeman. Again. Though, and this is how it used to be. I want you guys to think about this. We just had that conversation about like the shit with Pragmata. What happens in that movie? Girlfriend totally leaves boyfriend for adventurous space traveling guy. But who wins in the end? Normal boyfriend. Normal life. Fuck yeah, she did. Yeah, I know she did. The towel did win in the end. That is actually true. Zephyroth Babble Rocks. Yep. All right. Sony clarified the PlayStation thing. Oh, the new Resident Evil trailer. I have not seen this. Let's watch this. Let us watch. Watched Weapons or The Barbarian. Are they movies that are like worth watching? Weapons was so good. Was it? I have to like look past the cat because he's like standing right in front of chat. Here you go. You can sit on my shoulder. Watch it. Okay. Barbarian was awful in my opinion. It was good, 7 out of 10. Maybe touch. I kind of dig this. Like he has to carry his inventory. I don't know. It probably has some type of like story significant, some significance to the story. But I think it's a nice touch. If I don't see this dude doing inventory management, is it a Resident Evil movie? That's the question. That fucking the dude from Dune? Just like dropped off in a fucking cave somewhere, or dropped. Yes. It's only vaguely related to the games. What was wrong with the first RE movie? I thought it aged well. I feel like it's not even first RE movie. It's like the Resident Evil series of movies that they put out. Not the animated ones, but the live action ones. Essentially that entire series I think is probably better positioned as like, what kind of video game adaptation would I call that? It kind of reminds me of like the old the first Mario movie. The Mila Jovovich ones, yeah. Which I mean, like they were cool from like a over the top action, kind of like meme heavy thing, but it's not really what you would like. They went off the rails. First Mario movie was so bad, yeah, but it was like bad in a fun way. And I kind of look at the Resident Evil movies like that, like they were bad in a fun way as well. So it's gonna be kind of interesting to see somebody like try to take like a more like I guess serious direction with it. I don't know, like I'm open. Okay, I'm not going to sell it down river until I actually watch it myself. But at the very least, I do remember this director coming out and saying like they're going to do their best because they know that they'll be destroyed by Resident Evil fans if they don't. And I respect that. Because a lot of these other directors and producers will come out and say, we're not making this movie for gamers. We're making this movie for casual audiences. We're making this movie or this television show for TV and movie watchers, for an audience outside of the players. But this guy came out and he's like, I'm gonna try to make sure that this is the best. Like, you know, I'm gonna do my best because I think the Resident Evil fans would eat me alive. Which Resident Evil fans? I don't know. Is there bad ones? I'm sure there are for every fandom, but all right, later this year. Interesting. We'll see. It's not really giving me like too much information. The other thing that I had seen, and I don't know if I actually saved this or not. Yeah. So he actually made some comments on it. So Zach Krieger, I think is what his name is. Zach Krieger on Resident Evil movie. I wanted this movie to tell a story of what would happen. I wanted this movie to tell a story of what would happen if some idiot like me was dropped into a world of a Resident Evil game. So Austin plays not some badass with combat experience like Leon, but just an average dude. Just make that experience of moving through this hellscape way more interesting than me. Way more interesting to me than somebody who's actually psychologically equipped. Okay, I don't think that's a bad take. I don't think that's a bad direction to go in. Like, yeah, you could have just made it a dumb, cool action, survival horror action movie. Or you can make it something where it's like, so what happened to like the other people that were just trying to make it through? So the main guy dies then? Most likely, yes. Leon's a rookie cop with zero experience though? Yeah, but you're also like a fucking god in that game at one point. So I guess I wouldn't mind something that had like a similar progression to a Resident Evil game, but I don't know if that makes for like a good or interesting like narrative either, right? Like, how do you actually do that? I have no idea. A pistol is the first weapon he acquires in the movie, just like in the games, and as he progresses through the world, he gets better weapons. Never fucking mind. Never mind. Okay, that's exactly what he's doing. It's such a fun moment when you're playing Resident Evil and you finally get the shotgun or a machine gun, and I wanted to get that sense of progression in the movie. Never mind. Dude knows what he's doing. Okay. Resident Evil is, of course, a franchise that's gotten a ton of zombies in it, but it also has a lot of other weirder monstrosities. Really wanted to make sure that we never got a handle on what kind of dangers we could find. It's not just a zombie movie. The T-virus can have a lot of different effects, and I wanted to make sure we had a variety of adversaries. Okay. The slow discovery of horrific elements is something that I really love about Resident Evil. It's not a run and gun action game. It's about tension and atmosphere, so I really wanted to lean into that. I understand that like people are like relatively cautious and pessimistic when it comes to video game adaptations of movies, but this dude is just nailing what the experience of playing a Resident Evil game is. Like, I'm going to be straight with you guys. He is quite literally just depicting what the experience of playing Resident Evil is like, where initially you start out small, like he's saying here, like first, you know, the guy, like the character finds a pistol and then he finds a shotgun, and you feel that like level of progression as he's playing, like as he's continuing through the movie, which is something that I think people will kind of like really connect with. And then they also bring up how like it's not just a zombie movie. This is something that's also going to have different kinds of creatures because of the fact of like, you know, what the T-virus does. And that's actually like, he sounds like he understands it. He sounds like he understands it. Yeah, he's not. That's literally the shit they always say. Okay. That's not the shit they always say. The other 4 video game adaptations that we have that are coming out soon are all ones that are coming from producers that said, fuck the gaming audience. We're doing our own thing for casual audiences and movie watchers. They very rarely actually come out and say the right things. What else is coming out? There's the Mass Effect movie that's going to be coming out. There is a What else is there? Fuck, I can't think of. I know the Mass Effect one. That was the latest one that I had seen where they had said something like that. What about the Sonic movies? Sonic movies did a great job. Call of Duty was the other one. Call of Duty was the other one where they said it's not. It's it's just going to be a military movie, like using some vague elements of the game, but not really, because making a movie about a game is stupid. Far Cry, the Far Cry producer and director also came out and said, no, this is not a movie made for the gaming audience, though they should still like it. It's so fucking weak. So no, like what this guy is saying is quite literally what the audience would want to hear. Well, like I said, I understand why people would be pessimistic, especially with some of the adaptations that we have seen. This is the kind of shit that I would want these guys to be saying or thinking about. And like this guy is quite literally doing his best at describing like what playing a Resident Evil game feels like and how that would actually translate into a movie. It's not a run and gun action game. As much as there is plenty of action in the movie, it's more important for the horror and dread. That moment where you look down a dark passage and you know something awful is waiting in the darkness for you. You don't want to go forward, but you can't go back. That's the sweet spot. Yeah. I'll be interested to see what they do. Sure, that's how they get your money. Oh, I caught you again. Brother, you don't gotta go see it. You know what I think it is? I think that like one of the reasons why like sometimes I might have like a differing opinion on this kind of stuff is because I don't show up day one for shit. Not unless I have to. Not unless it's something that's like dependent on content and I need to make a video or something like that, right? But like outside of that, like I don't need to show up day fucking one. They're not gonna get my money from me. Not until I find out that it's actually something that's worth seeing. If I see that, like, oh yeah, you know what, people are pretty positive about this and it looks really interesting, then I'll go and see it. I went and watched Hail Mary. Fantastic movie. Absolutely fantastic. Fuck, I love that movie. It was so good. So good. I didn't go and see it until it had been out for weeks and I had seen people constantly talk about how good the movie was. I don't need to be first, baby. I just need to enjoy myself. Hail Mary was great, man. I fucking love that movie. It was so good. But see people say, like, Hail Mary's so good, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, okay. Normally don't see a lot of people saying that about movies nowadays, so why not? Why not go give it a shot? Let's see here. Oh, man. The first game made by Imagine Dragons singer Dan Reynolds' studio now has fewer than 100 players on Steam. Last flag peaked at just 558 players on Steam. The day after its launch. What is that? So the band Imagine Dragons, their singer, along with a few other people, made a video game, and it's like a capture the flag game. Imagine players. That's fucked. That's fucked. Oh man. So I had actually seen somebody else. Yeah, I seen this. What a great way to encourage newcomers to try and make a game. Bro, like, what do you like? I don't understand. Like, what do you want? What do you expect? People are like, oh, hey, look, they launched their game and nobody was interested in it. And you're like, stop reminding them how much they failed. There's like this obsession with like needing to like erase the idea of failure and like not discuss failure. And like one of the things that I've kind of like realized that like there's people that don't like a lot of my content because like I'm critical. Like I'm just gonna say it. I'm a dickhead. Okay. Can I be a negative Nancy? Fucking absolutely. Absolutely. But when I'm doing like, you know, most of the videos that I make, I'm usually talking about things from like, I don't know, a customer level, a business level, like all kinds of different ways, right? We're all critical now, which is true. Right? That's the industry's fault, not necessarily ours. But there's a lot more to learn from failure than there is from succeeding. I think that it's way easier to learn when you're failing than it is to learn when you're not. And actually, like, I could apply that to like what I'm doing today. When I put out a good video and it does really well, I have no fucking idea why it did well. I have no idea. Zero clue. When I put out a video and it doesn't do well, I know exactly what I did wrong. I can figure it out within seconds. And I'm like, not doing that again, whatever it might be. Learning comes from failure? Yes, learning comes from failure. So, like, I find a lot of value in failure. I think it's a very valuable discussion to have around failure. But, yeah, like, people want to have this, like, fucking fluffy rainbow and puppies. Dude, the game didn't make any money. If this game was a charity project, and, like, by the way, here's the thing. Like, I do know, because I did some very surface level research on this, deciding like whether or not I'm like, oh, is this like something I would want to talk about in a video? These guys actually just really love video games. They missed the old like capture the flag days of playing games, and then they wanted to make this game. It wasn't supposed to be some big splash. They didn't spend a shitload of money on marketing. They just kind of like made the game quietly, let people know that they were making it, and then they put it out. It wasn't anything past that. So, like, I'm not going to shit all over them. Well, like, it's fucking rough and woof. It's the reality of being an indie developer, or even, I guess, you're pretty... they probably didn't spend that much money making this game. I mean, like, I'm sure they put some money into it, but nothing crazy. I enjoy your takes as you explain why you don't like something. Yeah, well, I'm happy people appreciate that. I love how Dexterdo isn't even telling us the name of the game. No, it says right here, Last Flag. That's the name of the game. Is it just like a Halo thing? I think that's what their like original inspiration was. They really liked Capture the Flag from like Halo and stuff like that. But you know, largely games don't have that kind of shit anymore. So they made like a Halo, or like not Halo, but they made like a Capture the Flag focused game. Gonna be Last Player soon. You know what, man? I was trying to be forgiving, and you guys just keep fucking cooking them. At least they attracted more games than Affiliate. They did. They did attract more games than the game that wasn't not trying to attract gamers. They attracted 558 players in comparison to 42. So that's much better. Let's see here. There's a couple like reacts. Somebody sent this one in the Discord. I don't know anything about this. I have no fucking idea what it is. You probably suck at games but are being lied to. But how exactly do they implement difficulty sliders based on your game skill? Okay. All right, you know what? I'll give you a shot. I don't know what this video is going to be like. I don't know what this video is going to be like, but fine, I'll give it a shot.
When I was 12 years old, I believed myself to be God tier at Call of Duty. I'd always be in first place, sniping noobs across the map, and I even started my own clan to make cringy edits that no one would see. But what I didn't know was that I was the one being played the entire time. You see, most games make you think you're smarter than you actually are, and there's a really smart reason why they do it. And once you know it, you won't let any game take you for granted ever again. So let's dissect some of your favorite titles you didn't know were lying to you. You might need some therapy after this. And look at some of the ways they control their difficulty based on your skill level.
I'm smart.
And the third one is
was
so
pretty good.
sneaky,
I like her
even
PowerPoint. Yeah, it is actually. You know what? It's a lot more effort than I put in. It's a lot more effort than I put in. I'll say that at the very least. I don't think games are lying to me, but I wish they did.
I didn't see it coming. And it's the reason EA got sued. Well, one of the many reasons they got sued. Let's get into it. In pretty much every game where you control a character, you may have noticed something super subtle while jumping around. I noticed it myself when I was making my own tough platformer game when I kept dying at every other jump. It's not a skill issue, guys. It's called Coyote Time, and yes, it is named after this guy right here. It's basically a little buffer that the game gives you to jump after you've left the platform, and usually.
So I have played like a Celeste from what is the game that's on screen right now. I watched a video on this, and apparently this is one of the most like tightly tuned games when it comes to movement that has like ever fucking been made. Like, its controls are, like, on a dime. Like, crazy accurate.
Usually, it's about 5 to 6
Celeste
frames
is fucking
long,
hard.
or 80.
That's one of the reasons why it's so hard. It's because the movement is super fucking accurate. So, like, what you touch on the controller, there's not a lot of forgiveness.
3 to 100 milliseconds to do so. But it works both ways, as
Top-tier
input
platformer.
buffering also lets you press the jump button before actually reaching the ground, so once you reach it, it can jump automatically. It's kind of like laughing at a meme before you've finished reading it, or how I laugh at my own jokes, I think. Games like Celeste, Hollow Knight, and Super Meat Boy all use this trick. And this way you can easily time hard jumps, otherwise players would get very frustrated, and not the fun kind. This is not the fun kind. So all of those precision platformers aren't as precise as you think. Oh, but the next trick is called rubber banding, but no, oh my god. But no, it's not an actual rubber band. It's a much stretchier subject than that. In fact, unbelievable to no one, Nintendo is the main culprit of rigging your childhood, specifically with Mario Kart. You know that feeling of being first place so far away from every other scrub that there's no possible way you could lose? Until you get blue shelled and then red shelled and then green.
You know, one of the things that I realized, I don't know, have you guys done this? Have you guys done this in a long time? I did it recently. I was thinking about making a video about this. Maybe I need to, actually, now that I think about it. I haven't played Mario in a really long time. Like a really long time. And I'm not talking like Mario, like the new Marios. I'm talking about Super. I went back and I was playing Super Mario 3, right? It's a hard decision. I actually 1, 2, and 3 are like my favorite out of all of them. Like I like Mario 64 as well, but Mario 1, 2, and 3, I fucking love those games. Absolutely. Even though like 2 is like the fucking quirky one that not a lot of people are really like, I actually really like that game. Aesthetically, I like the game. But 3 is the GOAT. 3 was peak. 3 is absolutely fucking peak. And I forgot how hard those games are. Like, I was playing it, and I'm like, dude, this shit is like fucking Dark Souls. I'm like, because you're not used to using the controller. You're not used to, like, the amount of drift and, like, how much Mario would fucking slide after a jump. You're not used to the timing of the jumps. You're not used to being able to, like, after a long time of not playing those games, all of a sudden you realize, like, how fucking hard those motherfuckers were. Because if you even touch an enemy, you're dead unless you had a mushroom or a fire flower or something like that. Obviously, fire flower fucking OP. That shit's just busted. Same thing goes like frog suit and raccoon tail for Super Mario 3, right? Like, that shit's just like fucking sick. But like, I was playing Super Mario 1 and I was like, this shit is savage. This game is savage. Oh yeah, people don't realize how hard games were in the past. Insanely hard. And I'm like, I'm sitting there and I'm like, brother, I beat these games. I don't even know how many times. Mario Brothers 1 and 3 specifically. Like, I put so many laps into those games because they were the only games that we owned forever. Like, I inherited my brother's consoles, and then as I grew up, you know, more shit came out, right? But it's crazy. Nintendo Hard was a trope. People remember Nintendo Hard was a trope. Contra and Battletoads were Battletoads in those days. Oh my god! So like then I was like, okay, well now I'm more interested. I'm gonna play a few more games. I fired up like Tiger Heli, which is like one of my favorite games on the NES. Right? It's like a helicopter bullet hell game, and I'm like, this game is fucking impossible. It's like TMNT NES also very fucking good, but I'm sitting there playing. Like, actually, you want to know what the most impossible game is? Has anybody ever played the Ghostbusters game? That game was such a fucking piece of shit. Such a piece of shit. Such an absolute piece of fucking garbage. 1 or 2? Either one, actually. Modern games made us soft. They did. We used to be made of metal. We used to be forged by steel. Forged by fire. We were gods. Now, look at us. Soft, flabby. Do you even know how to find the fucking the wind whistle in Mario Brothers 3 now? I do. It's actually really weird that like certain secrets and like secret like the one-ups and shit like that, and like I can still remember where all of those things are even to this day. And it's just like, holy fuck, like I literally played these games when I was a kid. And it's crazy that I still know where all that shit is. And I'm like, how the fuck do I, like, how is this still in my fucking RAM? How is this in my brain RAM? Trying GTA 3 now without cheats, also very fucking hard. But that was more of like a control issue, right? Because like GTA 3 had fucking garbage controls. Didn't GTA 3 have tank controls? Like similar to like Resident Evil 2? Went 1? Resident Evil 1? No? Oh, it had bad auto aim.
Child, and heck, you might as well collect the whole rainbow at this point because now you're in last place and you were the sucker all along. Well, Nintendo actually does this on purpose to snap your confidence in half. I'm not gonna snap this. You see, every item in the game has a different probability, and the further you are away from the front, the better items you always seem to get. But that's not all, because researchers, yes, Mario Kart researchers, nobody told me about this at the job fair, uncovered that the actual NPCs themselves physically speed up or slow down depending on how far away.
Bro, I fucking hate modern video games. I really do. Give me a second real quick. Oh, I gotta step away before I get mad. Oh, okay. All right, here we go. Mario Kart Wii was the best. Made him so angry he had to take a dump. No, I had to pee really bad though. Okay.
You are from them. They run emulators.
This is like, you know what the funny thing is that like what she's essentially bringing up here is the exact same thing where we were talking about with the PlayStation stuff, where it's like they have the game constantly trying to do this entire thing where it's like trying to like bend to you as the player rather than you actually overcoming anything. It just makes you believe that you're overcoming something even though you're not.
Scripts on Super Mario Kart and found that the AI completed the race 20 seconds faster if you were in first place versus last. And you can get a lot and you can get a lot done in 20 seconds, allegedly. But why does Nintendo do this if it's the source of so much frustration and broken friendships? Well, it's simple. It's so the game stays fun and competitive for everyone at the table, even for your little cousin that keeps falling off the sides. It's better for you though. Nintendo wants to keep you at that sweet spot between winning and losing, giving you just enough hope that you'll say just one more time. One more time, please. So while Nintendo wants you to have fun, EA has a very different reason for doing the same thing. For years, FIFA players, yes, they exist, would complain about the momentum of the game. Your star athlete would be about to shoot the winning goal and then he fumbles and suddenly your shots start missing like crazy. Oh. Now, while EA denied having anything to do with this, and I know it's kind of hard to read this, I need a better projector. In 2016, they conveniently filed a public patent describing a system to automatically adjust the difficulty of the game, a system called DDA, or Dynamic Difficulty Adjustment.
So, this is something that, like, a lot of these video game companies have been, like, literally, man... all these video game companies have been doing this stuff for years, and like it's gotten more and more aggressive. I would probably say from like 2015 and beyond. It's really been like the later, like just these later generations of consoles where like more and more of this is like about it's more about engagement. How long can I keep you playing my game? Because the longer you're playing my game is the more likely you are to spend more money inside of my game, right? Like more of its attention traps. So for a company like EA, they've been researching this shit like crazy because the idea is that, well, you're probably going to look to purchase solutions to the problems that you're having. Because like the ultimate, the ultimate solution, or not the ultimate solution, the ultimate form of this is actually FIFA Online, right? Like what is it called? FUT. FIFA Ultimate Team, where in it, the game is probably constantly pushing you forward and pulling you back so that you will continue to spend money because you're like, fuck, my team isn't working. Why isn't my team working? Oh, I must need better players. I need to go buy more packs. So you keep going and doing that. You keep going and buying packs and stuff like that. I think that in some ways, there was like in some ways like this could probably be used like pretty effectively to make like a relatively like engaging experience, but for the most part a lot of this stuff is kind of like pre-development on things that they plan to use in monetization strategies. Another really good example of this is Activision patent marquee player. System and method for driving microtransactions in multiplayer video games. A system and method that provides a system and method is provided that drives video microtransactions in multiplayer video games. A system that may include microtransaction arranged matches to influence game-related purchases. For instance, the system may match more expert marquee players with a junior player to encourage the junior player to make game-related purchases of items possessed/used by marquee players. A junior player may wish to emulate the marquee player by obtaining the weapons or items used by the marquee player. So the idea of this patent that Activision had made is skill-based matchmaking. Close. The idea is that they will match you with players that are better than you, but they're not just matching you with them because they're better than, how this patent works for Activision is that they match you with a player that's better than you, that's decked out in nothing but like crazy cosmetics and like, they got a fancy gun and a fancy skin and, emotes and all this stuff. And then they just let this guy truck a lobby of like newer players or worse players. And the idea is that eventually they can condition the worst players that aren't spending money to feel like the difference between them and that player is actually the money that they're spending in the game, not necessarily their actual skill level. So they feel like they may be able to bridge the skill gap by spending money and getting the cosmetics. That's what they're effectively trying to do with this. That's the whole point of like what they're describing here. And then eventually what they'll do is that now that junior player, once they spend money on microtransactions, they then would switch and become the marquee player. So they would take that guy that just bought the microtransactions and drop him in a match full of people that haven't spent money or people that are bad so that they are the god. And then they immediately feel rewarded for buying the microtransactions, and the people that are in the match feel bad because they feel like it's the guy that bought the microtransactions that's better than them. Genius. Like, I have to respect it. It's genius. It's disgusting, but it's genius. Fucking Pavlov rolling in his grave. Man, I love AAA companies. This one is probably one of the worst. This one's pretty bad. This one is pretty bad. And now I see it, and now we see Bobby Kotick in the Epstein files talking about video games to introduce kids into real life gambling. Do you know the video game industry? I think if I'm not mistaken, I think every major video game publisher has some level of like psychological research, or like they either every single video game company, at least at the highest level, and it's not every video, I should say, hold on. Every major video game publisher to some degree is invested in research institutes in Las Vegas. That all they do is they just research gambling psychology and human psychology around gambling and reward systems. For what, you might ask? Use your imagination. It's so bad.
There we go. But while they claim not to have used it in-game, what's the exact system they're hiding? Well, the patent describes 4 subsystems.
Back in the early 90s, they put gambling into video games with Dragon Quest Warrior 5 on NES. There's a difference between, like, do people understand? There's a difference between you doing like goofy gambling mechanics inside of like a single player game where you can't spend any money, and games where you can. You can play pachinko in Shenmue. Yeah. But typically that doesn't groom you to want to go out and gamble. It does when there's actual money on the line. Still triggers receptors, I guess. But okay, so then we should then we should ban ARPGs. Right? Anything with randomized loot should all be gone. This is not a discussion on like gambling being bad, right? Or like, I shouldn't say gambling being bad. This isn't a discussion on like necessarily like those kind of mechanics being a bad thing inherently, because like we like random, just remove RNG. But that's the whole point. If everything is a predictable reward, then like what is the fucking point of playing an ARPG? There's no sense of progression in those games. The whole idea in those games is to get so strong that you're farming so much shit that you're finding that stuff. Then you finish the but just the idea of banning all random things, like I'm so like, it's a brain dead idea. Like it's a brain. You're thinking Diablo. Yes, I'm thinking games like Diablo or Path of Exile. I'm thinking roguelites like fuck it. So like roguelites are just deleted entirely, right? You get where I'm coming from here? Like, I mean, like you would quite literally be just deleting like massive genres, and then you're going to essentially just shrink everything down to every single experience being predictable and mute and like remove a lot of flexibility from games. This is not a discussion on like, oh, fucking everything, anything that is randomly generated or anything like that is a like psychological gambling loop to turn you into a gambling addict. That's not the conversation that's happening. It's when this stuff is weaponized for you to specifically go out and spend money on this stuff inside of the video games that we are playing, because that's exactly what these guys are like trying to push right now in most of these games today. Is they're trying to make it where you're spending money inside of the game, gambling that money inside of the game. Things like gacha games and etc. Souls games have RNG drops too. Yeah. I don't want predictable games. Well, because even if you're saying like take RNG out of video games, do you understand what, like, I'm just going to show you like how far that bridges. So then you're also saying that we should take out, say, matchmaking in video games. We should also take out the procedural generation in video games. Because matchmaking's all random. Like there is some random nature to, you know, yeah, the dice rolls somehow. Like we can't do it in everything. Get rid of it in poker, get rid of loot boxes, get rid of it in poker? Get rid of the poker, get rid of the loot boxes, but you're going to get rid of all RPGs because of that, then RNG. Then get rid of RNG. But if you're going to get rid of all RPGs because of that, then get rid of the RNG. But you can't get rid of RNG. Random number generation is not a gambling psychology mechanic or receptor by itself. It's the reward mechanic in some cases, but like I'm done.
In harmony until
it's not a conversation worth having, because like it starts crossing over into like completely unrealistic territory.
Guys, we need to bring out the big pointer,
because it also just completely like starts to like ignore the reality of life. So your comment to me was to get rid of RPGs. No, my comment to you is that getting rid of RNG is completely asinine, because it doesn't make sense in the like context of video games. If you're talking about very specific like gambling sources, then that's a different story, right? Loot boxes, gacha, etc. Sure, I would definitely have a conversation with that. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I don't think that like gambling, like straight up like actual simulated gambling, needs to exist in some of these games, depending on whatever the age is. But the point is that like RNG, random number generation, is not inherently gambling by itself, and is necessary in like the vast majority of games that we have, just for them to be playable, interesting, and fun, right?
for big points. The first one sets the rules. Think of it like a hidden settings menu. It decides how hard the game should be based on your performance. The second one would group you with other FIFA players, yes, they still exist, who behave similarly to you, and not by skill, if that's even a thing in FIFA, but by your spending habits and playing patterns. Are you a grinder, a spender, or a quitter? EA.
Yeah, because this is all.
Knows all. The second to last one
Because like
is
all of this is that she's talking about now. This is all focused on FUT. This is all in their ultimate team. So they're trying to like, they're essentially like actively and reactively adjusting difficulty based on how much you're spending and how often you spend.
kind of creepy. It would predict how long you're gonna keep playing the game before you rage quit or have better stuff to do. Low bar, I know. So it allegedly changes the game to keep you hooked longer than you normally would. It's kind of like a casino that locks the exits right before you're about to leave. Or that one church. And the fourth subsystem, I'm holding up a 4 inside here. You just can't see it. Or maybe I'm lying. It's the brain behind the brawn. Every time you play the game, allegedly, you give it more data. So it becomes better at predicting and manipulating you. So you end up thinking you're actually better than the game, but the game is just getting better at you. Allegedly. Everything is...
I would definitely say probably not, because like, just as much as these games are like just as much as these games have like some level of like predicting you as a player, I think like eventually you're going to get like exhausted of that, right? Like I think I could recognize that I could see these sports games likely did the same thing to me at one point. Like keep in mind, like I was also one of these like baseline fucking sports gambling gamers at one point when I was like doing nothing but just like living on my own, traveling on the road and working all the time, where I just had like nothing to do, like at all. I had nobody to hang out with, nobody to talk to, or whatever it is. Like, yeah, I spent money on Hockey Ultimate Team at one point. Absolutely. Yeah, I was degenerate as fuck. I was mostly depressed. That's really what it was. So I was like looking for an outlet for depression, right? And but it exhausted me. Because, like, I think after a while, I kind of started to realize, I was like, wait a minute, this game is actually, like, I think, like, I started to figure out over time, I was like, this game is punishing me for not spending money. And then after I'd realized that, I was like, I'm done with this. And then that was it. Gacha players in a nutshell. They do that through power creep, right? So as time goes on, the later characters are far more powerful than the earlier characters, even though that's just more of like a dilation and like a conceptual thing because it's a single player game and you're not like, what the fuck does it matter, right? Like you beat the boss like slightly faster. You end your enjoyment of playing the game faster if you have the more expensive team. It's one of the things. It's like it's one of my core issues with like the gacha game philosophy, which is the entire idea of me spending money to spend less time in the game. So like your ultimate goal is to spend so much that you don't have to play. Like that's fundamentally a bad video game. It's crazy that so many people pay into it, but like that's literally that's literally what it is. But seeing 1T damage instead of 1B damage makes pants happy. I mean, I guess maybe for some people I could give a fuck less. I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of this stuff is more built to be able to like more built to resonate with like the common denominator, like the lowest common denominator in this case, right? But yeah. King 2 Talk, thank you for the $2. Hey LD, just dropped by to show support. Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Allegedly here.
Nitpickers versus pay to win, and like what an odd like group of people that is. Where like you have the people that just straight up get off and get their enjoyment from like being better than poor people. That's really where like most of their enjoyment's coming from. It's not from the damage or the builds. It's just from the fact that like they have something to lord over people that they know can't afford or don't have the thing that they have. And then the other people are deriving enjoyment from like the chance at maybe having something they shouldn't.
They deliberately made their teams weaker to push them into buying more card packs.
Crazy.
If that's not pay to win, I don't know what is. So of course they got mega sued in 2020, but they ended up open sourcing their code to the plaintiffs and the lawsuit was dropped. But nobody fully believes them because it's EA. Come on. I guess that's what happens when you're the boy who cried.
What is this? I will always remember Jaw Strife ways of thinking, should I be able to spend 10 hours of in real life time for 10 hours of in-game time? Well, the funny thing is that in most cases, your 10 hours of in real life time, if you're talking about like money wise, is definitely not going to pay for 10 hours of in-game time. It's going to pay for probably less in some cases. Look at that, like the new controversy that I saw pop up recently, which is it's a non-controversy in my opinion. It's the, what is it? World of Warcraft put out a house for $75. It's a housing skin in World of Warcraft that's worth more than the base game and the expansion together, I believe, or like the expansion and your sub together. And you have people that are like, this is gone too far. This is like, it's like, dude, you've had shit eaters that have been like sucking up every garbage thing that Blizzard has shoved into that game ever since they started introducing paid mounts. Nobody ever stopped. Everybody complained, but everybody kept buying. And it all just kept happening, right? It all just kept happening. But it goes to show that like you're definitely not getting like 10 hour, like fuck, $75. Fuck, that's a lot. That's a lot of money, dude. And especially it's a house skin. Like it's getting more aggressive, it's getting more egregious, and you're getting less and less out of it each year this continues. Each year this continues. That's why I do my best. Like, what was the last time I bought a cosmetic in a video game? When was the last time I paid for a microtransaction? This is not me saying I'm above it, by the way. I'm definitely not above it. I learned that with Warframe, right? Marvel Rivals? No, I didn't spend a dime in Marvel Rivals. Oh, no, wait, I did. I did. I think right when it first came out, I 100% bought the super hot fucking, one of the skins. Where the Winds Meet? Don't think I bought anything in Where the Winds Meet. Mostly, yeah, Psylocke. I bought the hot, like, Psylocke costume. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, that was totally Gooner spending. Arc Raiders? I didn't have to spend any money in it. Largely because everything in the game really wasn't all that, like, nothing was, like, that interesting for me to want to buy. Summer Psylocke? No, it was just when the game first came out. And there was, like, the one piece, like, one piece that she was in that was like... Sheesh. Whoa. My, oh my. Stellar Blade? Do they even have microtransactions for sale in that game? No. So that actually, I think somebody already nailed it. Like, I think the last time I bought a microtransaction in a video game actually was probably Marvel Rivals. Yeah. Yep. I mean, I guess it could have been Warframe after then. I don't know. No. I got to the point in Warframe where I don't really need to buy anything because Platinum's so easy to make. So I became like flush with like a bunch of parts for me to be able to sell for Platinum. So I never really have to buy microtransactions in that game anymore. Did you get the Excalibur Prime Founder? I can't get that because I don't have a founding edition of the game.
Wolf, except the wolf is a patent filed in your own name. NDA wasn't alone. Activision, another very non-greedy company, filed a similar patent for their multiplayer matchmaking system that would pair you with other suckers who spent their hard-earned cash on the game, making you want to own that gold shiny digital gun. But that's a whole nother video. Now EA does this to help
Helldivers? No, no, because I went hard in Helldivers, like playing the fucking like tits off that game when it first came out, right? Like I did not put that game down. I was playing that game like many hours. Many hours. And I didn't I had so much currency saved up that I had enough to be able to buy a couple of the battle bonds. Where I forgot what the fuck they're called. I've only ever bought like 1 or 2 of them anyway.
You reach the ultimate flow state, the sweet spot between boredom and frustration or anxiety. It's the state I reached while writing this big, beautiful script. Yeah, I'm about that. Now, in the 70s, a psychologist named this, I'm not going to attempt to pronounce this, discovered it after being fascinated.
That's like one of the things every time I'm making one of my videos and I come across a name like that, I'm like, oh, fuck me. God damn it.
With artists who would just seem to get lost in the sauce after completing their masterpieces. It's a magic zone where you completely lose track of time, even forgetting to eat, because you're so engrossed in the activity that you're doing. Look at that focus. Pure focus. On the flip side, these other 2 psychologists coined the term loss aversion, where losing feels twice as good as winning. So EA, of course, takes advantage of this by introducing a losing streak after you were winning. So it feels doubly painful, and you want to do anything you can to restore your former glory.
You know what? Actually, it would be a really interesting, like, something like a psychology thing that I would be really interested in. I guess it widely depends on like what kind of game that you're playing and what the pace is. So like I've been playing a lot of Deadlock. We established that. One thing that like I've noticed with Deadlock, I hate losing in Deadlock because you start losing very early. And in most cases, when you're losing, it's a slow death. It's a very slow death and it sucks. And it makes you very mad. It tilts you so fucking much. If losing was just like, bam, we lost, I think it'd be a little bit different. But like, we're talking about you're playing like a 25, 30 plus minute match. And after like 15 minutes, it becomes, past the 15-minute mark, probably more towards the 20-minute mark, you start realizing like, okay, we're probably fucking cooked. And then you're immediately like, okay, no, we are actually fucking cooked. We're getting rolled right now. And then now I need to sit here and fucking mauled for the next, 15 minutes. It's so bad. Especially, I recently, was it today, actually, I raged so fucking hard. Because I was like, you know what, I want to try this other character that I never tried before. And I was trash. I was so beyond trash. I was so garbage with this character. I'd messed around with them in the training and in a bot match and stuff, but I was just so bad. I couldn't escape. I was taking too long to look at my build, which then was fucking my lane up. I couldn't. I was playing as McGinnis, which not a lot of people here probably play Deadlock, but it's the one with the turrets and shit like that. I kept throwing turrets behind walls instead of on top of the wall. I couldn't get things to line up properly. And then everybody would just beat the shit out of me when they saw me, right? And it was I have to do this for the next 30 minutes. I'm so sorry. I just immediately start apologizing to my team. I'm sorry. I'm playing a new character. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Never again. I'm never playing it. I play 3 characters. I'm never playing another one.
If it means paying hundreds of dollars to form the perfect team. He's very happy with that card pack. Are you winning, son? But here's the ironic part.
Humiliation ritual, great for a masochist.
Instead,
I hate
they
it.
just found a way to
I'm not a
monetize it
masochist.
because
I hate it. I'm this is so fucking embarrassing. Just blame your team for not carrying.
Capcom wasn't doing it.
One dude actually fucking raged so hard, so insanely hard, that he just threw the rest of the game. And then when everybody called him out for doing it, so what had happened is, so I was playing on McGinnis, and McGinnis also has this wall ability. And I totally accidentally fucking walled this dude in with the enemies, and he just got fucking destroyed. And he's raging on the mic, and I don't wear a mic when I'm playing because I'm not at that level yet. We'll see that we'll get there one day, right? And and he's just thanks, McGinnis. What the fuck, dude? And I was oh, sorry, man. First time playing. He's just oh my fucking god, this game. Blah 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 blah. It just keeps bitching. And then he just keeps dying. I'm playing my life. I'm playing safe. I'm trying not to pressure too much. I'm totally fucking up, but I'm at least keeping them off our walker. off our Guardian in hopes that like somebody's going to come along, like one of the other teams will finish their Guardian and then somebody will come over to help us get ours, right? Like we just need a little bit of extra support. I can at least hold the line here. That's at least what I can do, right? But this dude just keeps trying to push and die. And he died like 6 times. And then after that, he just starts fucking ARAM. He just goes right down fucking, just running it down mid, baby. Just running right into their base and then dying. Running into their base and then dying. Or then hiding in a corner and then waiting and then people are calling him out. And he's like, oh, what'd he say? What'd he say? Oh, he's smurfing. I'm smurfing right now. I'm going to try to see if it works. And it's like, imagine even like now he's like trying to make it. It was so fucking weird. It's just like, this is a game in closed testing. Why are you tripping so hard? Like even the professional players, like the people that are at the top of the game, they're not like fucking celebrities. They're not like major people that are like super well known across all the internet and in every game or anything like that. So like even if you do become like one of the bigger players of the game, like what the fuck does it matter? MOBA mentality? I guess, I don't know. Game's not even out yet. Like, it's just like, it's so fucking weird.
For the money. They just wanted everyone to hear, what are you buying? One last time. And to complete the full story of Resident Evil 4, of course, not quitting when the going gets tough. To accomplish this, they created an internal score called GameRank, a scale from 1 to 10 that tracks your accuracy, damage taken, deaths, and how many items you burn through. What do you think your rating would be? I'm a 10 out of 10. So the better you play, the higher your score, and the more difficult the enemies get, becoming more aggressive, dealing damage, and spawning more of them. And vice versa, if you suck, there's only going to be a few scattered throughout the map that's probably going to run away scared when they see you coming near them. One perfect example of this is the crossbow archers in the castle's water room. These guys only appear if you perform well enough in the previous section. Honestly, maybe being bad at games was the meta all along. And here's the surprising part. Capcom
yeah, that's fucking... Wait, what? I always thought those guys were just there. I didn't know. I never knew that they didn't appear. I mean, you got to understand, like, by this point in the game, like, you're getting towards... I mean, at this point in the game, you're getting very much towards the end of the game. So, like, at this point, you're, like, low-key bragging that you're good at the game. It's not low-key bragging. At this point, you're getting towards the end of the game. You're pretty much already fucking God mode. You got fucking sniper. You got SMG. You got all the good weapons. You're already, like, a fucking god at this point. You're already trucking through the game like nothing scares you anymore because you already know how to expect most monsters, what their mechanics are and shit like that. The only thing that's unsettling about this part of the game is how fucking weird these dudes are. And also that you don't understand them.
Crossbow archers in the castle's water room. These guys only appear if...
This isn't even in the middle of the game? Isn't this towards the end when you're getting ready to go fight fucking Salazar? It's been a long time since I played Resident Evil 4. I thought this is like where you're getting towards... This is the starting area of the castle? Oh, never mind then.
You perform well enough in the previous section. Honestly, maybe being bad at games was the meta all along. And here's the surprising part. Capcom didn't tell anyone that this system existed. It's not even in the patch notes. Instead, some nerds found it while digging through the code. Curiosity, in fact, did not kill the cat. They exploited it by intentionally taking damage and dying early in game to make the later section enemies easier to kill. But instead of doing the usual AAA switch up and patching it, Capcom decided to keep it as a hallmark system on how to keep your game alive for many years to come after launch. Now you maybe feel...
That's actually not bad. I think that's kind of cool. That makes it where you actually have like a markedly different experience than other people do. And also, like, it ends up being a really cool conversation at some point where, like, imagine, like, you're sitting there with your friends and you're like, bro, oh my God. And then you got those fucking crossbow guys and, you know, in the castle. And then and then your buddy's like, I didn't have those. What are you talking about? Wait, what do you mean? You didn't see that? Like, no.
Feeling a little betrayed right now. The games you loved were lying to you this whole time. But I want you to remember this feeling because we'll come back to it in a little bit. This is you, by the way. But first, what if a studio did all of this, but instead of lying about it, they advertised it? Well, Valve, yes, this guy did exactly that with Left 4 Dead, one of the best co-op shooters to ever exist, hands down.
The man, the myth, the legend himself.
Hands down. Instead of calling it a difficulty system, he branded it as an AI director, back when AI was cool. Just like a film director deciding when to build tension and when to give the audience a breather, it's basically a big brother.
I don't understand why people say shit like that. Like, what is the point? Like I'm not trying to throw too much shade here, but it's just like back when AI was cool, like, do you guys ever understand there's like fundamentally different versions of AI with different purposes? Like, what are we talking about? It's so weird. I also just like the weird hate for like a tool over like the tools that are making it. I don't like the CEOs that are pushing it and the people that are like the like wild investment and like basically our entire world economy now hinging on it. That's the part I don't like. The over expansion of the breaking into private property, the like shoving data centers in the middle of fucking like rural towns and shit. I don't want to have anything to do with that. That's one thing. But it's so weird. Blame the people parading a specific terminology of the year. Yeah, it's just...
That's always watching you and your friends play and getting smoked constantly because one of y'all always gotta keep running off. Like, what are y'all doing? The big director does this in 4 stages, and for this we need to bring out the big pointer. First, we have that build-up when you hear that terrifying sound and you hear the horde of enemies coming to mass mob you. Then you have the peak when you're in the sauce, fighting for your life, running out of ammo, and on the last med pack. And then the fade off where the spawning of the enemies kind of slows down and those little suckers start to die off. And then the silence that comes after, the calm before the storm. And don't you think that the big director isn't paying attention to all of this? If your team's health is critically low, that means you suck. But you're gonna start finding painkillers in some really random places, and you might think, wow, these zombies really have kind of a drug addiction at this point, because this...
Yeah, no, like... If you actually make it through, if you actually make it through a section, and like you come out like barely scraping together, you tend to find like a bunch of meds pretty much immediately. But also on the flip side, on the higher difficulty, the game will notice if you are vulnerable and you're close to dying, and they will straight up fucking overrun your ass.
Isn't normal. It treats the team as...
brother, why am I getting ads in Spanish? I'm American. I know English and Japanese. I'm not even from South America. Brother, you better learn.
As a single unit. So technically when you die, it's everyone's fault.
Better learn, brother.
And it manages everyone's stress levels. So if you just got mobbed 3 times in a row, your possibility to get mobbed a 4th time is much lower. But your buddy over there who's been coasting and cruising the whole time should start sleeping with one eye open. But Left 4 Dead isn't the only one pulling the strings in the background. Naughty Dog uses a similar system in The Last of Us. And they just so happen to be about zombies as well. To adjust their aggression, their damage, and the availability of items. As if the clickers needed any help with that, but okay. Now EA, Capcom, and Valve have all used the same system, but Left 4 Dead had a good feeling associated with it because Valve was transparent about it.
Yeah, I mean, and like I think people kind of like it when like sometimes these games will actually come out and like explain themselves in some way.
Knew that communication would be the key to a successful relationship. But while Left 4 Dead reacts to you, Forza does something completely different. It learns how you race over time and even races against you while you're offline or asleep. or both. And that's some really cyberpunk stuff right there. They create a drivatar, and yeah, that's a name, trained on neural networks on millions of real player laps and races in other players' games, earning you credits while you sleep. Now that's what really I call making your money work for you. It even picks up on your bad habits, so if you cut corners or brake late, then you should have your license suspended for the safety of the general populace. Now, every system we've looked at so far, Mario Kart,
I think that's actually kind of like a creative and interesting way to be able to use that.
Resident Evil, and Left 4 Dead, they all have something in common. They decide how hard the game should be, but there is one studio that refused to make that decision entirely and instead lets the player suffer. Very Darwinist of them. Is that how I say that?
That's not true. I hope she explains this the right way, because I don't think that's true. Elden Ring and Dark Souls do not, like, Elden Ring and Dark Souls still let you decide. You just have to grind.
Darwinist. Dark Souls. You're either good or you're not. You get no difficulty settings, no adaptive AI, and nothing that would make you feel good about yourself. In Miyazaki's own words, and no, not the Studio Ghibli one, I got confused too. If we really wanted the whole world to play the game, we could just crank the difficulty down. Turning down the difficulty would strip the game of that joy, which in my eyes would break the game itself. In other words, he was probably a little bit of a sadist in a way, with all due respect. All jokes aside, he really frames it as fairness, because everyone has the same opportunity from the start, except that one guy who played it with one hand. That's just insane. But if you think about it, real life, you don't start with the same opportunities. On the flip side, you have games with infinite menus and a ton of accessibility settings. With Celeste, one of the hardest platformers that was ever made, you have a full assist mode. You can slow down the game.
Something I noticed here. I'm gonna throw a little shade. I actually think overall this is like I'm gonna be real with you. Like I could see like I actually really like parts of this video, but I could definitely see how some people would actually really like this, just because like it's a completely different flow. I like the editing style. I think it's definitely like doing something different than a lot of people normally do on YouTube, but none of the gameplay footage she shows is hers. The vast majority of the gameplay footage is, and at least she's crediting the people. You can see it in the bottom part of the video. She's crediting all of these people about these games and like their footage. And while I totally get it, because it's not like I have like, it's not like I have access to like all the game footage of my entire life and I've been sitting around recording all of it. And to be honest with you, I actually think when I move, I'm probably going to make an entire server that's just going to be dedicated to like saving all of my video game footage. Like anytime I play a game, just to have like literally a server for B-roll, because it eats up a lot of fucking data. A lot. I probably, at least on this computer right now, and I don't even use like most of this stuff, but if I actually go and look, I likely have somewhere in the league of, I don't fucking know, probably 400 or 500 gigs of just gameplay footage from like all kinds of different games. I still have a bunch of clips for like and we're talking like hour-long fucking 2 hour, 3 hour long recordings of me playing all kinds of different stuff, right? So it's like I totally get it. And there's tons of times that I will go and grab footage for certain stuff as well, but that's usually me just grabbing trailers because that's the easier way for me to do it rather than like trying to just like throw random gameplay on there. But the one thing, and it weakened her narrative and it weakened her point, is that she brought up Dark Souls. And more importantly, the other one would be Elden Ring in this case as well, where it's like, oh, well, these games have one difficulty. That's not true. They don't have one difficulty. You can farm. That's actually Elden Ring is the one that like really leaned into this, which is, and they did it because they had the open world where it's like, oh, okay, well, this area is too strong. Well, I'll go, look for a dungeon, go look for a cave. I'll go look for, an encampment or whatever it is. And I'll go kill those enemies. Maybe I'll go find a roaming boss or a world boss, or maybe another boss in a different area that's a lower level area or something like that. Maybe this area is just a little bit too high level for me. Maybe I just need to level up a little bit, and I'll invest souls into like my stats or into my weapons or whatever. Or maybe I need to change my build, right? Like there's all these different ways for you to be able to actually adjust your difficulty in Elden Ring, and similarly in Dark Souls as well, because you could still go back and do earlier levels, go and kill and farm a bunch of enemies, and get your soul level up, and then go back and do those fights over again. But that wasn't brought up here. Instead, it's just like, oh, it's just one difficulty. It's not true. It's not true. You would know that if you played.
You have a full assist mode. You can slow down the game, give yourself invincibility, and even award yourself with some extra dashes. The developer, Matt Thorson, said, ultimately, we want to empower the player and give them...
Look up Computer NOS. Computer NOS. It should help you in terms of storage and whatnot. Yeah, I have to look up something.
A good experience, and sometimes that means letting go. Sometimes accessibility and difficulty aren't mutually exclusive, and I am losing my voice a little bit here. This does pose an interesting question though. Is dynamic difficulty even ethical? If a game is always softening the blow for you, will you ever grow? I mean, real life doesn't soften the punches. It's kind of like using ChatGPT. At some point, we're not even going to be able to think for ourselves if we just keep relying on these external systems to do the thinking for us.
This is kind of going back to that conversation with like that PlayStation patent, where it's like, if the games are constantly like forming around our experience, and they're trying to like essentially bend themselves to like what they think the difficulty level should be for us, well then in a lot of cases what's going to end up happening is that most people are never going to be challenged enough to actually overcome anything, because eventually the game is just going to give in and just give you what you want. Babysitting, essentially, yeah, that's what it ends up turning into. We're heading towards idiocracy. We absolutely are in a lot of cases. Yeah.
So maybe the game beating you is the point. In my opinion, it doesn't really matter unless you do what EA did, obviously. Make the game you want to make, and if people are going to complain, then let them. Too bad. Womp womp. Womp womp. There's always going to be people complaining. Heck, just look at some of the comments below. Yeah, I'm calling you guys out. Players will always find fault with something. Is it manipulative to them? Maybe. Does it matter if they're having fun? I don't think so. So while most of your favorite games were lying to you, some of them were lying to help you. A little white lie. It's kind of like when you promise your great granny on her deathbed that you're going to get married within a year. And if you want to keep learning how games work, I have 2 splendid videos right here. And and you should wishlist my platformer with no difficulty settings. It's down below. Boom beat.
Oh, she's making her own game too. That's cool. Yeah, I actually think this is pretty good. I don't know if this is rose-colored or glasses that are pointing stick with the awkward expression, but the algorithm has brought me here and I'm happy about it. I think this is like pretty. I really actually like the presentation style. And like the good systems knowledgeability. I like misses on some of like maybe the games a little bit, but like overall, I think that was actually really good. I'll go ahead and I'll share the video with you guys. Give it a like, give it a sub. If you guys liked it, I think it was good. I actually think it was pretty good. But yeah, like the thing is like I think for some of these, it's not necessarily like they're not lying to you as much as they are, I guess, hiding what the true experience is, or hiding how bad you actually are. Crimson Desert is a good example of that. Lots of players were conditioned to play the game a certain way. And a lot of them felt helpless when a non-conforming system came along. The framing is disingenuous. Crimson Desert was an IQ test for sure. The problem is like Crimson Desert had 2 issues. And not issues. One was an issue, one wasn't. Okay. So I think that like a really good way to be able to say it is that like in one way it had a lot of vagueness that was like very intentional, where it's like, you need to figure this out. You have to figure out how to solve this puzzle. Like, we're not going to give you any hints. We're going to do anything. Then the game also had this problem with like unintentional vagueness. Vagueness in like systems, vagueness in like controls, vagueness in like a bunch of stuff where it's like, okay, like the game should have told me this existed. I wouldn't have figured this out otherwise. So like part of it was an IQ test in some cases, but part of it, a lot of the frustration that most of the frustration that I felt came from like stuff that just wasn't explained, that should have been explained. That it's like, okay, well, what the fuck, man? I don't think anything on Crimson Desert was intentional aside from the puzzles. That's what I'm talking about. I think it's literally just like the puzzles were very like intentionally vague, as they should be, and I think that was really good. But there was a lot of spots in the game where it was just like, what the fuck am I supposed to be doing here? I think a really good example of this, I got so much, and I got flamed in the comments for this. It was when I talked about the area where they have like the harpies, and people are like, "You didn't just run to the castle? How the fuck would I know to do that?" And I'm also sitting there like, why would I do that? Why would somebody design an area that's filled with enemies that I'm not supposed to fight in a game where up to this point I've done nothing but fight my enemies? Worst quest? Like, that quest was so fucking garbage. It was so bad. The boss fight actually wasn't all that bad, but like but everything leading up to that was just like, bro, this sucks. This sucks. Believe it or not, BDO has the same problem with vagueness. It's the growing pains of unintentional, like, I think it's unintentional like misinterpretation of game design, and it's also just like a lack of experience in the games industry, right? There's things like these guys are starting to break into AAA because AAA has made it an opportunity for these guys to break into AAA, and but they don't have there's certain common practices in the games industry that make games easier to translate across wider and wider audiences. Sometimes you're going to be a little bit more amicable when it comes to like learning some of this shit, or like trying to sit down and figure some stuff out. But in some cases, players just going to bounce right off of it. People these days are cheating the quest instead of exploring, are cheating their to quest. Cheating their to quest instead of exploring, and then claiming that they did the quest. Huh? Same dev makes excuse. Yeah, like, well, it's not even an excuse. Like, I think that's actually indicative of the fact that like they just keep having that problem. I said this in my video, and I still stand by it in the first video that I had made on Crimson Desert, and I very much still stand by this. Like, there is some shit in that game where they have some developers that should not, under any circumstances, have a job. Like, fire those motherfuckers. Get them out. They don't need to be there. Like, the funny thing, like, you guys got lucky that, like, pretty much, like, you had, like, 90% of an absolutely, like, absurdly good video game. But then you had like 10% of absolute shitters on your team that just did not belong there. Just did not belong there. All that to arrive at a 3-phase boss. True. True. I feel like making the story at the last minute was a bad choice. What would have fucking told you that? What would have told you that? So apparently Stop Killing Games is now cracked onto American shores. So I want to hear about this. I want to hear what's going on.
For the longest time, the USA basically looked like a lost cause for the Stop Killing Games movement. Compared to the UK and the EU, consumer rights were much weaker, and not much seemed likely to change.
Consumer rights in America are something that are constantly in flux and oftentimes not in our best interest. And the largest reason being is that most of our politicians are bought and paid for. It is simple as that. Most of our politicians are bought and paid for. Anytime that there's something that comes into question with consumer rights, unless it's something that's just like flat out, like it needs to be taken care of, and it'd be way too obvious if they did anything that would be a slight against like the common people. These guys take money for their campaigns. They take money for whatever else. Maybe they fund some other thing the government is trying to do. And, they take the lobbying money and they walk. They go, oh, okay, I'll vote this way. They quite literally, it's so weird that it's legal in the US for these guys to quite literally be paid for their vote. But that's really what it comes down to. So, we don't have a lot of movement when it comes to, consumer protections out here. And when it comes to, individual issues that people have, there really isn't a lot of avenues that we have to get anything changed. We have petitions and whatnot, but those petitions don't mean shit. In the EU, I got to give the EU this. They move on that stuff. If you get enough people to sign a petition and you get those signatures verified and you take that shit to the EU Commission, they at least will hear you out and hear what's going on. And if you get proper representation, the next thing you know, all of a sudden you actually have something that's moving through the ranks. The whole reason that Stop Killing Games is even alive today is essentially because the EU is much better at trying to protect consumers than basically anyone else in Western society right now. Well, except the UK, sadly. The nice thing is, and this is the biggest benefit to capitalism, gotta love it. One of the best things about capitalism is that, well, given the fact that it costs a lot of money to do a lot of this stuff and make some of these changes, and it's going to be a pain in the ass for a lot of these companies, they're not just going to do something in one place. In a lot of cases, they're just going to make it blanket a rule across the board because it's easier that way. Especially in the video game industry, these guys don't want to have to make multiple versions of the game just for the game to be able to be playable legally in all of these different countries. They'd much rather just have a global version of the game. That is the version that everybody plays. The only thing that you need to change is the language, and then that's an option in a menu, and then that's it, right? So, if this all rolls through in the EU, it rolls through everywhere. Look like USB-C and EU make a big change. Yeah, exactly. If I recall, I'm pretty sure that I'm right about this. I don't think the US ever made any requests or change for them to use USB-C, but once the EU did it, they did it everywhere. All of a sudden, both Apple and everybody else was like, okay, USB-C for everything then. So, sadly enough, us Americans really need the EU to be the ones to have our backs when it comes to consumer protections because, well, our country just doesn't give a fuck. They are completely fine with these corporations absolutely raking the people over the coals.
But as of February this
makes the GDP look good.
This year, that's actually kind of changed a bit because at least one state looks like it is starting to move. And it's in the form of the Protect Our Games Act that's been working its way through the state legislature in California. And as of last week, it's cleared another milestone. And it's one that could actually change end-of-life support for games.
I have to fucking... I hate to have to fucking say this. I really do. I hate to have to say this. This is what I hate about politics. This is one of the things that I actually really like about California. Progressive policy when it comes to consumer protections, California, they're down. They're down. When it comes to consumer protections, just general consumer protections and warnings and restrictions and shit like that, these guys are on it, man. I don't agree with everything that they do, but in a lot of cases, these guys really do push to try to protect people on a wider scale when it comes to things that they're buying, and for them to have better, I don't know, they're much more towards companies being more transparent. It's just the problem is that the rest of the state has a shitload of issues. Everything else they do sucks.
In the US. It's fairly big, so today, that's what we're going to break down. Back in 2024, California passed AB 2426. Now,
they do a lot of bullshit over there. It makes it hard to see the good stuff that they do. And they still do good stuff. I mean, it's true for any fucking state, to be honest with you. If you take a closer look at like all the inner workings and different things that each state does for their people, in most cases, I'd probably say for most states, it's probably more bad than good in some cases, but some of the good stuff really does stand out if you can see it.
Or buying a product or a license. Now, I can't blame you for not being aware of that law. And while there was no direct link, it's fairly interesting that shortly after that passed, Valve changed Steam's checkout notification to make sure that it's very clear that whenever you buy a game on Steam, you're actually buying a license to.
And this is something that, like, again, this kind of goes back to the point that I was making with the EU. One change in one state was enough for Valve to change it across their entire platform.
That game. That pretty much went out worldwide. It caused a whole big uproar. Now, of course, California is just one state out of many. But as of last year,
EU is also starting age verification creeping in, unfortunately. Again, like I said, not every decision is a win. I still like to appreciate wins when I see them, but that doesn't make me go like, oh, I have to ignore all the good things too, right? Like, I don't want to focus on everything that's fucking terrible, okay? Like, it's sometimes like I still like, because then it would be like, oh, I'm not happy about this. I can't be happy that it actually looks like we might actually end up, we might actually have some headway moving towards real game ownership, digital ownership coming in the future because of like all the other fucking bullshit. I want to at least celebrate wins when I see them.
It was also the
it's okay to call
about
it's okay to call for change when change is necessary, which there definitely is some change is necessary soon.
But yeah. Stories where if a company has got to comply in one big, huge market that they kind of.
I think this is probably the one thing that like bothers me today, like bothers me the most with like today's internet culture and just society in general. It's like the instant escalation of everything. So it's like, I'm happy for this thing. And they're like, oh, so you like California. It's constant. So then you must really like California. No, like, so you must really like the EU and also agree with all the things that the EU, like, no, stop. Waffles talk. Constant, dude. Everything is waffles talk. It's so crazy. We literally just had somebody do that today. It's so crazy to see like how like prevalent it is. I'm sure that there's like some criticism because there was like one guy that was getting mad earlier where we were talking about like RNG in video games, but like I don't think they were actually upset by it or anything like that. But it's just like one of those things where it's like, like sometimes we have to like watch how far the escalation gets in some cases. Before that, what did the other dude end up saying? I'm trying to fucking remember what the other guy had said. He was talking about something. He's just like, oh, so you fucking hate this. And it's just like, what are you talking about, dude? Everything is jumping off of a cliff one way or another. There's no balance in some people's lives. It's gotten so bad over the years, dude.
Can't really ignore. Then it's often easier and cheaper for them to just harmonize
No, it wasn't the RPG talk. I'm thinking
globally.
of a different
And that is
conversation.
why this new bill, championed by Stop Killing Games themselves, actually does matter. It gives license holders new protections and consumer rights. Okay,
Death Stranding versus Metal Gear Solid. That was the one. Where it's like, well, you have to admit that he fell off. And it's just like, I really like Death Stranding. Better than Metal Gear Solid? You think Death Stranding is better than Metal Gear Solid? It's like, what the fuck, dude?
Done the background, so now let's talk about the actual
dude?
thing itself.
Chill.
This is AB 1921.
Chill.
It's the bill that we're talking about.
He used Snake Eater as an example. Motherfucker probably hasn't even played all the games, and fucking Snake Eater was the remake that he played recently.
Called the Protect Our Games.
Playing that stuttery ass fucking remake garbage.
Act. It was
Konami slop.
Filed by 6-year veteran assemblyman Chris Ward. And he's basically a guy with a marked interest in consumer affairs. I mean, in the same month he introduced this bill, he also reintroduced legislation to ban surveillance pricing.
this is the shit that I'm talking about. There's like some of the like this is the kind of shit that I want to see at a time when prices are for basic necessities are rising across the board. It is more critical than ever that we ensure that people are not being unfairly charged for higher prices due to their actual or perceived characteristics. Said Assembly Member Ward. They're right. The fair pricing should not be a privilege for the few, but a fundamental protection for all. One product, one price. So surveillance pricing, I don't know if you guys have heard this term before. Surveillance pricing is essentially like if you are somebody from a Sony did this. Yeah, Sony did it as well. Yeah. So essentially they'll test to see first. It's like a test to see like, okay, this area looks more affluent. We're going to charge higher prices because it looks more affluent. If there's more white people in an area, we're going to increase the prices because we think that white people have more money. Then they'll test it to see, oh, well, if you bought it, then maybe this other person will buy it. And then they kind of like basically serve prices to you as an individual rather than as like one price for everybody. It's so gross. It's so fucking gross and shady and disgusting. It's so weird. It's so weird. So, and it's not even like just based on like race or skin color. It's like geolocation. It is like 1,000 different fucking, it's an algorithm. It's an algorithm for pricing. So you and I could be standing right next to each other and we could go to buy the exact same thing and you would get a different price than me based on like a fucking long list of factors that they have come up with. And by the way, none of it is about fairness or anything. It's all about increasing the likelihood that you buy. It's just increasing the likelihood that you buy. That's all it is.
It's what I'm going to call a more descriptive
They're trying to do this with fast food pricing. They're trying to do it with everything.
Dynamic pricing, something that people are really afraid.
Yeah, dynamic pricing is the thing that Sony did. Yeah, it's not good. It's very, very bad. It's like, I don't understand how we don't have laws in place to already protect us from this. Oh, that's right. That's because everybody's bought.
Of coming to their grocery stores. It should be pretty rough. But as I think you can now gather, it's really no surprise that Stop Killing Games.
It's the same thing with regional pricing. Regional pricing is way different though. At least like what regional pricing is supposed to be. Regional pricing is supposed to be something like it's basically based off of like what the income is for your country and also like adjusted for your currency, right? Like that's a difference. Like of course, like you're not going to charge 100 the idea isn't 100 USD, right? Like so when I say one price for everybody, I'm not saying $100 American USD for everybody. It's $100 dependent on my how far my dollar actually goes. That's different, especially when we're talking about different countries and shit like that. This is what I'm talking about is something that's based on an individual level, not on a country level. $100 in local currency, right? How much $100 would go for wherever you are. An American shouldn't pay $100 and a Canadian guy pay $50. That's not what I'm talking. Again, we're talking. It has nothing to do with. I'm not necessarily the surveillance part is not about different countries. It's individual. It's me and you standing next to each other at a store, buying the same thing and getting different prices. It's that shit. We're like, me and you shouldn't have any difference. If we're in the same place at the same time, that should not be a different price.
Would want to work with a guy like him with the interests that he has. But as they put it, it does actually go further.
I don't disagree with you that especially given the distance between America and Canada should not be paying $50 for something and we have to pay twice the amount for it. Or vice versa in a lot of cases, which actually that ends up being more accurate more times than not.
Up than that. Stop Killing Games is new.
Aren't most of these like video games that are coming out nowadays like over $100 Canadian?
New rep, Moritz Katzner, confirmed that he was collaborating with Ward on the drafting before handing it off to the Stop Killing Games US team, who would continue to work with Consumer Reports. So, that's a bit of background. You may be wondering then, well, where actually are we in the legislative process here? It was filed February 12th.
Somebody said DDA for IRL. It's quite, yes, exactly. Yes, we now have pricing structures that are essentially skill-based matchmaking.
And it's had hearings through March.
It's called gamification.
It still does have a ways to go. I need to be clear about that. There's a financial
gamification of everything.
And votes in the Assembly and the Senate where it could be amended before it gets over the line.
$90 Canadian, but close. Is that $90 after tax or before tax? I don't know how taxes work over there.
But as of now, the important thing is it just cleared the Privacy and Consumer Protection Committee and the Judiciary Committee. So it's passed a lot of stuff. It's becoming increasingly likely that this could actually happen. So with that in mind, there's the obvious question. What is it that all of these groups have just approved? Though first, I've got an upgrade to my battle station that I'm so goddamn hyped about. It's from our sponsor, Ugreen, and here it is. This is the Maxi Dock 17-in-1 Thunderbolt 5 dock, and it is a monster. It's also gorgeous, like the aluminium, the way it catches the light, the color.
What is up with these English motherfuckers? Trying to pronounce words like they're fancy and shit. Aluminum. Aluminum.
I love the warmth. It's gorgeous.
Aluminum.
It's just one of those pieces of hardware that I kind of love having on my desk.
They're like adding all these extra letters and shit. Like,
but you know, there's also what it actually does. And that is a lot. It's got 17 ports. There's Thunderbolt 5 running at 120 gigabits a second. And to give you an idea of performance, it can run a single 8K display at 60 hertz or
gotta have those
those
extra us. Yeah, I guess.
Absolutely wild. For my workflow, it means that my NAS display, all peripherals run through this.
Motherfuckers said aluminium.
Huge files around. And it's even got a built-in M.2 NVMe slot that'll take up to 8 terabytes. And it's a properly engineered enclosure as well, so your thermals are going to be handled. Absolutely brilliant. Now, the total system power is 240 watts, and that means that my laptop that powers everything can get up to 140, and then you just have loads more power to spare and put into other things. And the end result of this is I've got my Mac Mini plugged into it at home, running as a server, then one cable, put my MacBook in, the whole workstation just whirs to life. It's absolutely awesome.
It's actually pretty cool.
Check it out at the link below. I think Ugreen have absolutely knocked it out of the park with this one. This bill
That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, I like that.
Server-dependent game that is sold, quote, on or after January 1st, 2027. And except for post-life support under the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, it breaks down into 2 periods. Those periods being before a game's official support ends and after the game's support ends. Here's basically the upshot. Before support ends, the operator has to give users a 60-day warning, both in-game and on the company's website. They've got to explain when service ends, what features will go along with it, what security risks there are, and in the bill's words, and this is probably the big thing for many of you listening, quote, how the purchaser can continue to use the digital game or
as it should be
a refund. Because after service ends, that is where this bill honestly gets real spicy, real interesting. So after service ends, the operator can't sell the game anymore, and they're legally required to provide one or more of the following. Now, there's a few things here, but you know what? It may be dense, but it may also be rights that some of you guys over in the States will have, so buckle up and listen, it's actually important. Okay, A version of the digital game that can be used by the purchaser independent of services controlled by the operator.
Okay.
So basically, you get a version of the game that you can run without the servers being up. B, a patch or update to the purchaser's version of the digital game that enables its continued use independent of services controlled by the operator.
That's really what I think most of us are looking for. Like a single player game, I want a version of the game that I can use that's independent of the publisher. B, if it's a multiplayer game, I want a version I want an updated version of the game that allows me to play it without any of their independent services, right? Private servers, exactly. Peer-to-peer or whatever it might be, and then you can put the security of it or the risk that I run, you know, of the lack of security with those games on the customer, right? Like we have to have that. We can agree to that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. What is this one?
C, a refund in an amount equal to the full price paid for the digital game by the purchaser.
That's not going to happen. God fucking damn it. It's so unrealistic, and it's ultimately going to like kill these bills, like, and just completely destroy any chance of us ever like getting this through. I wish that the politicians and the any of the people in the EU, I wish that these lawyers would get it through their fucking head. Do not ask for the money, because that's not what we fucking care about. That doesn't solve my problem. The fundamental issue that we are trying to solve is stop taking away things that I own. By giving me money back, that doesn't solve that problem. Does it make it hurt a little less? Maybe, but it doesn't solve the problem. Just let people play the game after it closes down. Stop with this refund stuff. I'm telling you guys right now, this is pure. I really hope this is not the case. Fuck, I hope this is not the case. I feel like this is bait that's put in so that the companies have some way to be able to fight it. Because it's really, really easy for you to be able to look at something like this and say, you know what? Like if I'm an attorney that's trying to fight against a bill like this that could come out, you could very quickly and very easily show just how this would just financially cripple a company the minute that they can no longer support a video game. Digital ownership, not refunding. Yeah, the refund is not what we're asking for here. And like it is so easy to be able to show. Like I'll put it like this way. Okay, let's say Call of Duty stopped, or Activision stopped supporting Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2018 or 2019, right? Some odd like 40 million copies of that game sold. They stopped supporting its online purchase. They now need to return 40 million fucking games. What is that going to do to a company? It's going to break their legs. It's not realistic. No, that's not what we're asking for. We're asking so that we can play it ourselves. Could it be to leverage companies that would want to put out on A or B? I think that's probably I think that's what the idea is. It's like, do you want to give them their money back or take these two easier options that we're giving to you? But the thing is that option C, it gives these guys a point to be able to argue. It gives them a point to be able to argue. It gives them something to fight against to make this entire thing look like it's trivial, or that it's like too dangerous or too threatening to the companies themselves. I really hope these guys get away from this. It's not what we're asking for.
So, those things do seem quite good, but there are some exceptions. This law actually would not apply to subscription games that tell users that their access is tied to their subscription. Now, this does actually line up with the 2009 Final Fantasy XI precedent. There's other games, though, so free-to-play games are just out of scope of this, and the same goes for any game.
That's fair. That's 100% fair. I have no problem with that. This is, I think I said this in my first video where I was like, live service games, free to play games, they're obviously no. I would much rather you hand over the ability for people to be able to make their own private servers, right? Like, say World of Warcraft actually goes offline one day, hand that shit over to somebody to be able to run something privately. Non-profit, I think would be fine, right? I mean, obviously you have to have some type of donation system to keep servers up or something like that, but that's a different road.
You can just download and play permanently without server access. So, with that in mind then, let's test this bill against a game that is actually hitting its end of life pretty much right now. And that game is Battlefield Hardline, which, rather appropriately, is set in LA. You know, you're going around doing your shooting on the Hollywood Hills. Now, on March 23rd, EA announced that the console service for this game will shut down on May 22nd.
I don't know what you guys think,
no
but
more online play, no more DLC. That makes it a perfect example. So let's see how this game's shutdown measures up against the letter of this new law. Okay, 60-day warning. Tick, they've done that. EA publicized this on their website, though it's unclear if there was a warning in the actual game. Let's be harsh and say that they're half right, but let's be real, it doesn't really take that much effort to put a little message in a game. Continuing on then, they've given players a clear date and a clear list of features that will end, but they haven't told anyone about any potential security risks or the lack thereof. And that is relevant. There may be no security risks, but they should at least have said that per the letter of this law, so let's be harsh again and say that they are 2/3 right on that count. What about post-support then? Well, Battlefield Hardline will still be playable in some form. You're going to lose your online features, and there's no bots-only mode anymore, but hey, you can play its campaign.
Why wouldn't you still have like a bots-only mode? You know, something that I find really interesting too, like, you can still play like Battlefront 2. I know, like Battlefront 2 went through like a surge and then kind of like cooled off a little bit. But like BF2 kind of cooked for a little bit there, yeah? It kind of cooked. Battlefront, right? Yeah, Battlefront 2, Star Wars. I went back and I started playing it. The only bad part is that like there's been no lifers that have continued to play that game this entire fucking time that are like max level and just absolutely just steamroll the fuck out of every lobby. That shit sucks. But like outside of that, it was good. Like I can't imagine, like, especially with these games that are on like such low player counts at that time, it can't be that much of a loss for you guys to keep some of these games up.
And consoles. Yeah, I'm sure several people are excited about that. Now, is that enough? That's the big question. Answering it does take a little second because it does mean we got to go into the weeds. So, the bill says a game has got to maintain, quote, ordinary use of core features, quote, consistent with reasonable expectations of a purchaser based on marketing and whatever information was available at the time of the purchase. Now, if you read the PlayStation Store page for this game harshly, you do see that the only caveat about losing online access is basically one about needing PS Plus. Because of course it's an online game in PlayStation, but the game is still playable, at least in part. So, what's the upshot of this? What's the upshot?
That's the one criticism that I would have to have is that like these companies going forward, one change that I would want to see, and I think would be a really positive one, just across the board, it's more healthy for them to make as well, is like just confronting the reality that the live service game will eventually die. It's a sobering reality that I think a lot of these companies need to face. And by putting that in front of the customer's face, like, it's important. And I hope this isn't something that's eventually just going to turn into like, oh, well, we put it in our terms of service. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, do not put this in your fucking TOS where there is like 600 pages of bullshit that's all legalese that's designed to trap me and make it where I can't, like, you know, take legal action against you for whatever reason. I don't care about that shit. It needs to be somewhere legible.
Of our working example here,
a legible warning on the front of the game that says service for this game may end at some point. That's all it has to say.
Would come down to whether a California civil court would,
mind you, the reason why well, the reason why they don't want to do that is because if they do, then what ends up happening, they're going to lose out on sales. It's immediately going to give you another layer of decision making before you buy a game. If you pick up a game off a store shelf, you go to a website or you go to like Steam or wherever else, and like there's a warning that's right there, service for this game may end at some point. You're like, I'm going to play a single-player game instead.
Would believe that EA did right by their players. And I think you can see here that on paper, even if they
didn't know you did reaction slop, why don't you post the videos? Because I don't really see a whole lot of value in it.
Complied with
I'm not necessarily the best reactor, to be honest. I'm somebody that has to like take a topic, sit on it, cook on it, and then come back to it later.
Of this law. No refunds are required, no alternative versions are required.
If I was more entertaining or like more energetic when it came to reactions, it'd be a different story, but I'm not very good at it.
And its players,
it's not really my thing.
Basically comes down to how harshly, quote, reasonable expectations gets read. Because remember, it's about the reasonable expectations of someone at the time when they're purchasing the game.
Yeah.
So it's one of those situations where one phrase in a bill can absolutely just make the difference, and entirely depending on how someone chooses to read it, and perhaps how well they are able to argue their read of it. And all
that's actually a really interesting question to have. What is like with their, so you actually have these guys that are trying to push this bill forward, and they're saying reasonable expectations within the purchaser's intent. What, like, I'm going to ask you, I'll ask chat, what is a reasonable expectation for you when it comes to a live service game? How long do you think it should run? What is a reasonable expectation of time that you would put into it, that you would continue to find value of it? Let's say the game remains good, right? It's going to have some downs, it's going to have some ups, but like relatively it stays, pretty rock solid for the most part. What is the reasonable amount of time you guys think that game should stay up? Two years? Lord of the Rings 2 decades. WoW is now what? Yeah, but like those games have stayed like really successful for the most part, right? 10 years. It depends, but I would say 5 to 8 years. A decade, a year. I don't know, man. People still play Tetris. I'm talking about live service games. I'm not talking about single player games. Single player games are a completely different story, right? 6 years for Helldivers, 5 to 10 maybe. I think it widely depends on like what kind of game it is. I don't think you could actually make this a blanket rule for all games, and I think it'd be kind of unfair to do so. Like let's think about like first person shooters, right? Let's think about like competitive shooters, like let's talk about like Battlefield and Call of Duty, right? Is it realistic? Is it a realistic expectation for Activision and Call of Duty to keep up like this year, like Call of Duty Black Ops 7's online servers and keep them like supported for 10 years? I don't think so. I don't, because like nobody's going to be fucking playing it. It's going to be dead. I think that like, and the reason why is like partially because it's not a good game, but the other part is that there's also going to be like 10 more Call of Duties that come out between that time, right? So like it just keeps going and going and going. Battlefield, same kind of thing, right? Like Battlefield, they're trying to also make that annual. Apparently they think that they're going to have another Battlefield next year, though we've heard nothing about it. So chances are they're probably not going to have another Battlefield next year. But the point is that like, I think it actually depends. I think it should depend on two factors. I guess two factors. Yeah. I would say two factors. I think it should depend on the game's initial success. So if the game was really successful, that should then extend that game's lifespan. Now, the reason why I say that is because they obtained a significant amount of funding to be able to make that happen. The less money a game makes, the less successful that game is, the shorter that window gets. And this is talking about them supporting it, not us not getting any more access to it. I'm saying that we should still get access to it in some way once they're done with it and they're not going to support it anymore. But their continued support legally should be dependent on how much that game made. And then you do that by tier. Because the more, like, say, you have a game with something that was, like, really popular that was online. No, we can use Helldivers. Helldivers sold they sold like 12 million copies in the first 4 months. That game ripped, right? Like, I mean, that game ripped. That motherfucker should stay up for like 10 years. Absolutely. I mean, I don't know what the actual financial rundown would be for that. So like 10 years could be a little bit too much for me to be able to say. But like that game should be up there, right? If your game sells 20 million, 40 million copies, that game needs to be up there. Okay? Now, if you have a game that comes out that say, I don't know, only sells fucking 1 million copies, let's say it's something like Marathon, then probably only a couple of years to support, right? like, you still want to make it financially realistic for the companies, because you're not trying to like punish them for, you're not trying to double punish them for making a bad game. Otherwise, you're literally just going to completely just fuck these guys, right? I'm not looking for that. Like, I want ownership, but I want ownership and continued ownership, and I want them to like remain responsible about the games that they put out. But I also don't want to like make it unrealistic where these guys just get completely fucked. Disputer, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, brother. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the quality video, brother. I watched them all. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Thank you guys. Or make sure to thank him for the sub, guys. High Guard was free. That's another category that I'd probably put in. Was it a free? Well, we already talked about that. Free-to-play games are largely just not a part of this conversation. Though I do think that there still needs to be some level of preservation for those games. Even though they're free, I still think that there should be some level of preservation.
That's before we even get to the opposition. Because yeah, there's opposition to this that we should talk about. So, as you'd expect from any attempt to shift the US games industry, the ESA opposes the bill. Their concerns are basically the normal things. They argue that the previous bill, the one clarifying what is a license versus what is ownership, that basically...
The Entertainment Software Association. Fucking lobbyists.
Should already be enough for consumer awareness. But they also fall back on one of their old arguments, which is this: that licenses limit how long a game can legally exist.
Yeah, except for the fact that they changed its I hate the fact that they want to fall back on this entire discussion about third-party licenses when these licenses didn't matter when these games were physical. It only became a thing after they went digital. Once these games went digital, all of a sudden this license became a problem now. So are you trying to say, I need to ask these people, so you're telling me, am I not allowed to play my NES cartridges, my N64 cartridges, my PS1 disc, PS2 disc, my 360 games that still work without a download? I like how this just works today. When did that change legally? Oh, it didn't? Oh, that's crazy. That's funny how that works. Really, that's very entertaining.
Meaning that forcing support changes at the closure of a game service would basically put way too much work on the company. Of course, many of us would hear that and say, boo-hoo. But on this bill specifically, they do actually have a point. You see, there's no carve-out for pre-existing games. Now that means that every back catalog title that's still on sale come January 2027 would fall under the law. So your EAs, Ubisofts, all those companies would suddenly have to either work out refund plans, which would obviously be really...
Again, like I said, what is the first thing these guys are bringing up? I said that's going to be the first thing that they're going to bring up. So you're trying to tell me that all of our digital games that are going to be on current storefronts come 2027, every single one of those games we're going to need to have a refund policy for? I mean, realistically, and this is the way they get to just dismiss this entire thing, is ridiculous. You're talking about something that could quite literally bankrupt the entire industry. That's why, please, for fuck's sake, remove the refund topic. It's not constructive. It does not help the situation at all.
Expensive, or of course, rebuild plans. And those would be rebuild plans for games that they shipped a decade ago, right? So that's going to be kind of tricky. Now, Stop Killing Games' argument has always been that if you develop with end of life in mind from the beginning, this is basically a non-issue, right? You're not going to have some crazy big cost because, well, you would have anticipated whatever the technical requirements of end of life.
As much as I would hate to say this, I think that we would actually, there would have to be a compromise made, and that compromise would be games that are published after a certain date. We're probably not going to be able to protect everything that's still here. We're going to have to protect everything in the future instead. And if it was either or nothing at all, I'm going to take the or in that case, right? Like, if that's what it comes down to and that's just the most realistic thing, then that's what we'd have to do.
Would be at the time you're actually making the damn game in the first place. I think they've got a good point there. Now, obviously, as time goes on, technology can change.
It sucks, but I think that's probably the best way to go about it, because then you completely refute their entire argument. You straight up flip it on their heads. Oh, okay, well, you don't need to do it on all the games prior. All you need to do is just make sure that you do it on every game that comes out past this day, right? And then for the games that you still have that are out there, if there is a way for you to be able to like give this game to the audience and allow them to still have connectivity to it, and like push an update or whatever, then do. It would be a show of good faith. We encourage it. Maybe, I don't know, give them a fucking tax credit if they do. I don't fucking care. Whatever. Something to motivate them to do so or reward them for doing so. Sure, go ahead. I don't really give a shit. But everything after a certain point should have this. And this is the rule. That's how it should be.
Even if end of life was considered at the beginning. But the big thing with this law is it basically being retroactive and there being no carve out for games that basically are just sitting there in back catalogs. So even though they've got a point,
which the other thing is too, if I'm remembering correctly, I think that like Stop Killing Games in their thing, they were the ones that actually came out and said that this should not be retroactive because being retroactive would be unrealistic. So it's really funny to see that it comes to the US and all of a sudden they want it to be retroactive.
Do need to remember that the ESA will always try to...
I want to say this again. I feel like sometimes like American lawmakers will bring things forward that they know will be easily defeated. I don't know why they do it. I don't know what the point is, but
take up these oppositional positions.
I think the point is
because
just never see this shit actually happen, but yeah.
Is a risk to them. And I mean, we know it's a risk. You know it's a risk. I know it's a risk. We may think it's a risk that is...
It's a risk, but it's also a risk that... It's a risk that you created by taking advantage of your customers for years. So honestly, I could give a fuck less. Right? Like, I honestly could give a fuck less. Like, you guys created this situation and put this on us. We didn't want this. We didn't ask for this. You sprung this on us. And yeah, this is a risk you got from taking advantage of your customers. Fuck you.
Completely fine for the ESA's members to deal with, but obviously it's a risk. They're obviously going to fight back against it. And of course, in this case especially, the one that really would be tricky is the
DRM should be removed in the first 30 days. 90% of your sales for most games usually come in the first 30 days. After that, you're really not having any piracy. There's no reason to have it go any DRM to be in there any further than that, to be honest.
Fund enforcement piece. That's one they'll likely be challenging during legislative review.
See, he agrees.
After
he agrees.
Should the bill pass. I mean, telling a company to either rebuild or refund their customers is all well and good when we're talking about an EA or an Ubisoft. But where you could start to see some issues is, say, smaller devs building non-live service games who would be subject to this type of thing as well. And to give you an example, think of Last Flag. Now I bring it up because it's an interesting case of where a law like this could be good or could be kind of bad, and in an unintentional way. So that's a game that came out recently, and whatever their resources are at the end of that game's service, well, a law like this may be the difference between whatever little amount of money is left for maybe paying staff and making another game, or simply just going bankrupt. Now I bring that up not to be anti-Stop Killing Games or to be against this bill. It is just to say that whenever we're dealing with legislation, we need to think, yes, about the first order effects, the things that we care about the most, the reasons why that legislation is coming into existence. But we also need to be careful about the second order effects, right? About the externalities, about the knock-on effects, because sometimes you can still have well-meaning legislation that ends up doing harms in ways that maybe could have been hard to predict.
This is exactly why I brought up the point of like copies sold and like the expectations put on upon it, like by like how many people actually own something, and then like the type of game that it is in that case, right? Like single player, multiplayer, etc. So if you're looking at like an indie studio that made their own like live service game free to play, like a bunch of fucking psychopaths, like in that case, like for sure, you probably want to have some type of like some protections in place that are not just going to like nuke indie studios the minute that they fuck up, which they're going to immediately all the time.
So that's one little...
But that's also why most indie studios should probably aim lower than higher. Don't aim for... And actually, I'm just going to be straight with you. If you're an indie studio and you're aiming to make a live service game, you're kind of a fucking asshole. I'm just going to say it. You're kind of an asshole. It's like you're looking to like join in on like the trying to take advantage of audiences the best that you possibly can, and like you're making something that is based on revenue. You're making a game that is based on like maximizing how much money that you can make rather than actually delivering a fun experience. At least that's how I view it. I know people have different views of live service games, but yeah, make a real product. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, make a single player game. Please don't make a live service game. You're jumping into waters that are already full.
Little example. That being said, when I think about the direction of travel here, I do think
not only are they full, but people are already getting out of full.
A good thing. And if we're being realistic, this law is not reaching the public without heavy scrutiny. So that's already happening. Now, if it does reach the public, then it will likely be challenged in both local and federal courts as well. And that's going to mean years of fighting before anything really changes here. That is, of course, if it changes at all. Which could leave you thinking, the legal system, it takes such a long time that I may as well just stop caring what's the point of any of this. Well, I can talk a little bit about what the point of this is. This bill may not be the slam dunk consumer rights extravaganza that some people hope for. I'd say it almost certainly won't be that. It may not stop companies from turning off games and leaving players with half of what they paid for, especially because what we've covered now is likely the best version of this bill before it's altered with amendments or watered down through the legislative process. Which, probably will happen. But
I kind of actually disagree with that. Well, like, I'm sure some of this is going to be watered down. I think the only part that's going to be removed is just the refund part because it doesn't make sense and it doesn't need to be there, right? Like, it's just completely unnecessary. Outside of that, I don't really think it's that unrealistic to make sure that there's some version of the game that is preserved for the players to continue to play and have access to. Like, how else are you gonna dance around that? How are you gonna change that? I feel like it's basically this is a this or that situation. It's either we get nothing or we get something, and then that's it.
Will still set precedent. It will still inform the direction things are going in. That kind of does matter. It's a little bit like how the main bill we're talking about today actually builds on the earlier one that we talked about, 2 years ago? The one that was about licenses versus like purchases that kind of led to, Valve making that clear in the Steam checkout. It's the kind of thing where that progress and that precedent does actually open the door for more legislation. And even outside of California, well, other states could pick up similar ideas. And given California's global weight, well, precedent set there does not stop at the state line. This is not perfect. It is only a start, but you know what? That's actually what progress kind of needs. So often we think that progress is going to be this magical thing. We all have some bill, some law, some politician, some whatever it may be that we kind of fight for and we want to get them in or get the thing passed or whatever it is. And then, of course, you wake up the next day and very little has actually changed.
Oh, that's just
maybe
politics in
within
general.
1 or 2 years, very little has actually changed. But if you change your time frame to be 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, you do actually see that change compounding. You do see how one bill kind of set up another bill, and while none of them are perfect, it ends up being a bit of an improvement. I know that's not the most crazy, exciting thing, but you know what? It is actually progress, the type of progress that can actually matter and maybe set some global precedents. And it does seem that Stop Killing Games.
I feel like this is a little bit more immediate, man. I respect where he's coming from, where he's like, sometimes it's good for us just to make incremental positive change or move in a positive movement. I think that this is kind of bitch mode shit that we shouldn't even give the time of day to. I think this is something that we are kind of in the position where we need this shit to change. Especially with just where digital rights ownership is today. This is not something that we can just sit around and wait for. This is not something that I want to see a positive change for in a decade from now. This is something that we need to see change for today, because most of this stuff is so underregulated that over the next 10 years, we're just going to get fucked even more by it. It's just going to continue to get worse and worse and worse, because every single year, our entire lives, our entire society, businesses, everything, industries, whatever it might be, politics even, have become increasingly more online. So if we do not have better online protections for our privacy, for our ownership, then by the time another 10 years pass, well, the ideas that we had today are going to already be outdated. And all of this will be useful. All of this will be useless. I think the biggest issue with the gaming community is that we would bend ourselves to anything. The problem is that like the biggest issue for the gaming community is that the vast majority of people are casual. They just do not care about these things at the same level as some of the more passionate players do. That's really what it comes down to be. That's really all this ends up being. It's that the vast majority of people, the people that those that are passionate, like the people that are like, hanging out in a live chat like this, watching a stream like this, watching content like mine, or following things like Stop Killing Games, they are a rarity, right? They're a rarity. We are the 1%. Yeah.
Is actually making progress there. Today,
I need a legendary slop side channel for this, maybe.
Very recently,
that's a good idea.
In the context of the EU. And if you want to see just how, warmly the EU seems to be receiving a lot of their thoughts and their advocacy, well, you should check out this video next.
Cool. The other thing is that one of the reasons why I don't really do a lot of I wouldn't post a bunch of React videos. I had actually started to make a side channel specifically for this, and then I just kind of stopped doing it, mostly just because I make sure you give the video a like. It was a good video. It was really good. Yeah, really informative. I need to get a bunch of information together. I need to also do one on Stop Killing Games. I think I need to do an update video of my own, kind of go over where everything is going, talk both about the American one, the strides that they've made in the EU, and then maybe some more broader discussions on the topic to see where all of this is going. Except for I wouldn't necessarily make the video just about that. I would probably try to branch it out to just the overwhelming need for us to have more digital protections in general, because that's just where life is today, and how underregulated a lot of this stuff is, and how in a lot of cases the thing is that our government it's not even our government. It's every government is kind of working against us in some cases. The UK has really been the one that's been leading it when it comes to identification verification. Age verification is what they're calling it, but they're just essentially making us give all of our data and our identity over to third-party companies that are then selling that or using that data to personalize ads for us or stuff, whatever like that. It's getting out of control. It's getting so bad. Your voice crying out in the wilderness, for real. Appreciate your advocacy. Work for the people. I mean, I'll be honest with you, man. In a lot of cases, that the shit that I talk about, the shit that I'm interested in, or the videos that I make, or whatever it is, whatever I'm trying to bring attention to, 90% of the shit is just self-serving. It's all self-serving. It's because I love video games, and I want it to be better. I want games to be better. I want all this shit to be better, right? So that's all it really comes down to. Well, I appreciate that everybody else also that there's a lot of people that share a similar opinion to me when it comes to it, which I appreciate, which is great, because that means I have a relatively successful YouTube channel, which is cool. If it wasn't for the fact that I wasn't personally passionate about the shit that I talk about all the time, I don't think people would even want to watch the videos anyway. Address rumors that they're working. Have addressed rumors that they're working on a Lord of the Rings video game. Content director responded with a question about how they're saying, I cannot disclose details, but I can tell it is a huge immersive RPG. Community manager Tom Gray added that the studio cannot comment on future projects at this time. My only worry with these guys is that I heard that they're going to start using Unreal Engine 5, and it's just fuck, bro, come on. I mean, here's the thing. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm not going to do it anymore. I don't see any point in me trying to shit on Unreal Engine 5 all the time, because we have now seen multiple games that have come out that have used Unreal Engine 5 and were completely fine. But you have to use your own branch. You have to use your own custom version that you made of Unreal Engine 5, your own custom branch of Unreal Engine 5. I think that's like a really, really good way to be able to get around it. Like looking at Arc Raiders, their performance is basically fucking flawless across the board. That game was Unreal Engine 5. They used a custom branch to be able to make it. I think that's just the way. Windrose, Windrose is also Unreal Engine 5. Unreal Engine 5 is very bad for RPG games. I don't know. I think it really just kind of comes down to the studio and their own knowledge. And, you know, looking at Warhorse has been using CryEngine, and they've been using their own like branch of CryEngine for years. I think that, like, I don't think that they need to change engines, but maybe they need it for flexibility with it when it comes to some of the projects they're working on today. I have no idea. Maybe for all we know, you know, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was an absolute pain in the ass for them to make, right? It's probably what ended up happening. Oh my fucking God. It's so crazy that like how is this drama? I'm so just like, aww. Thoughts on Blood of the Dawnwalker? Underwhelming. I just don't know what it's going to be, right? Like I think that's kind of like the position that I'm in right now. I've watched the stuff. It largely looks really interesting, but it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know what the game is going to, like, what it's going to look like once it's all together. And I'm just kind of, I celebrate these developers trying to go off on their own and like break away from AAA and trying to go back to their roots to do stuff. But I'll be honest with you, like in a lot of cases, this shit just doesn't actually end up working out for most of these guys. So like, I think it's like smart to be like a little bit skeptical, but like conceptually, I think it actually like looks really good, dude. I do. Like there's a lot of, most of the parts of the game, like I think it looks really good. LD, sorry for asking so much, but I think it's important. If you go back to the Activision patent, there's a few sections that are noted that have people that may not know about. Oh, I've gone over that patent 1,000 times, my guy. There's like 3 videos that I've mentioned it and everything about it directly. It's a that patent is fucking chopped and screwed, baby. Chopped and screwed. Really interesting how multiple people express something to a person that they choose to I'm not getting involved in that shit. What is this about? Oh my fucking... No, actually, I will. What the fuck is this? So, Paul Tossi is literally just responding to somebody that is like, I fucking hate seeing people do this. This shit is so fucking performative and gross and just so fucking bitch made. It's so bad. I hate when people do this. So Paul Tossi is just responding to somebody that is criticizing him, where he's like, I'm just talking about the game. I'm just talking about how it's performing. I have nothing to do with how the game is failing. I'm just facing the reality of the situation. And they're like, here you are. Is saying that you wish an artist hadn't switched genres after listening to them for 25 years anti-art? Are you demanding that that they didn't? Is it just a bummer? And it certainly doesn't feel great if the album flops on top of that. He's absolutely right. He's essentially saying, like, is it really, like, if I've been a fan of a musician for 25 years and then they drop an album where they switch genres and I didn't like it, and then that album flops, like, am I really being the asshole here? Essentially is what he's saying. And like, this person's like calling him anti-art. That's not anti-art. It's just saying you just didn't like something and you wish they did something different. So then somebody goes and retweets this and it's literally like the most like, it's the most like nothing argument. And then they say, real interesting how multiple people express something to a person and they choose to target the trans woman to dunk on them. Leave my friends alone. This isn't cool to insinuate. No, thank you. Paul Tossi, welcome to the internet. immediately make it about something that it has nothing to do with. Immediately try to drag this man's reputation into a conversation it doesn't belong in. Immediately try to make him look like an enemy the best that you can, rather than actually just having the conversation or having the argument. It's so gross to see people do this shit. I'm tired, boss. Me too, man. Like, this is just, it's embarrassing behavior is what it is. Tossie caters to that audience on a regular basis. You need not appease the death cult. I don't think it has any, it's just, eventually, like, here's the thing. The more people do this shit, the more and more support you lose. The more allies you lose. And the more people that are just not going to put up with it. And this dude, like I know not a lot of people are fans of Paul Tossie. I'm like, I flip-flop on the guy basically, you know, every once in a while, just because it's like sometimes he writes some good shit that I like, sometimes he doesn't. It just is what it is, right? I'm sure that Paul has probably seen a couple videos of mine where he thought they were actually relatively solid, and then there's videos of mine where he's like, absolutely fucking not, I hate this guy, right? Like, I'm sure, I guarantee. But you lose reasonable people. Yeah, I think that, like, while I don't necessarily agree with all of Paul's takes, I think that he's a relatively reasonable person, and like you're putting yourself in a really bad spot when you do this, man. Really bad spot. Like, people just need to fucking just let it go for a little while, okay? Just let it the fuck go. I might want to check this game out. Have you guys seen like the Demon Shots, Demon Mommy Shots game where you're like taking shots with some demon chick? I might want to check that out. Maybe I'm not really too sure. Oh my god, yeah, this game. Even though this is like a meme that somebody made. I think this is the actual game, right? Yeah, Drunken Goddess Reflux, a Russian roulette-based survival game where you have to outdrink an obsessive demon girl, is coming to Steam in 2026.
Move, sway inside, side, to live so stiff as suicide. Your moves age like ancient wine. There ain't shit you can truly hide. Your moves when inhibitions bud. Your moves until your precious pride. Your moves bottoms out open wide. You can't slow down your trust. Yes, move, sway inside.
It just looks unhinged. I don't know. As long as shit like that is like relatively like if it's well priced, if it's not like super expensive, like I always find stuff like that like really funny. Words in a sentence I did not expect in 2026. True. Okay. Bro, the fucking like the Twitter roulette and rant. Man, you know what? Goddess and Nikkei, they haven't sponsored me in a long time. They should sponsor me again. They should. What is this? Did you know about this little trick that will let you unleash mini tsunamis and floods in Crimson Desert? What?
Can EMP multiple times quickly, which means you can bring the water level higher and higher, creating some really chaotic situations where you can put water where it's normally not supposed to be. Unfortunately, there are some guardrails here and there that Pearl Abyss put up.
That's kind of cool.
Watching the water wrap around the terrain and subside dynamically just shows that Pearl Abyss might have made the best water physics of any game to date.
It's so crazy how like some of these journalists straight up shat all over this game. And then eventually they just fucking turncoat immediately and are like, you know what? Actually, now that we see that the game sold 5 million copies and people are looking for guides online, we actually really like Crimson Desert. It's really good. Though I actually think didn't GameSpot give them a solid score? I think GameSpot actually liked it. Like, biggest L score I've ever seen. Double L. Flip that upside down. Double L. Double L for the games industry. That's what this is. Huge fucking... What a massive sell on their side. Holy shit. No, is there like latest critic reviews, right? Positive. Vice gave it 100. Wow. This is the shit that I hate. Eurogamer Germany. There's like four or five different Eurogamers. Like, how do you guys all get it's good. Like, good job. You guys gave it 100. I don't think it's 100. That's a little bit much, but still, yeah. Paul Tossi fucking loved this game. This dude fucking. People tried to like call him out and shit like that on it. And I'm like, what are you talking? Like, it was so funny to see people like trying to post shit, like talking shit about Paul Tossi when it comes to like Crimson Desert. Yeah, I bet guys like Paul Tossi ain't got nothing to say. And I'm like, Paul gave it a 95. Like, Paul like was addicted to that game. I think that dude had like 450 hours in, like a few days in. Bro said I'm gaming. He fucking did. Like, he went hard. I give respect where respect is due. That motherfucker, they got it for a review period beforehand, and I think before, like, when the game actually hit the market, that dude was already he was already like 200 hours into the game. By the time like the first week had gone by, I think that dude put like 450 hours in the game. Like, unheard degen numbers this dude put in there. Good for him. Paul Tossi stopped playing the Diablo 4 update to check the new update. Good for him. Guys, that's what we call the healing process, okay? It's what we call the healing process. Sometimes these guys, sometimes things are going to switch into our direction. Look at this. IGN Benelux. I don't even know where the fuck that is. This isn't even a real place. These motherfuckers are making up places now. Like, actually, for real. Brazil? Where's Brazil? Australia? That place is fake. That place is so fake. Italia? Again, IGN coming out here with some fake ass places that don't even exist. There's Italy, but they're like, no, this place is in Italia. Where the fuck is where the fuck is that at? Unbelievable. GameStar? Bro, I'm telling you, some of these places are actually fake. I don't even think some of these places are real. Games Radar gave it an 80. The Gamer gave it an 80. Game Rant gave it an 80. PC Gamer gave it an 80. IGN. How many fucking IGNs do you need? They're all IG. Dude, we've scrolled past like 6 IGNs already. That's crazy. IGN in Japan. Oh, they rated it garbage. Didn't you? Game Spot Crimson Desert review. They gave it a 7 out of 10. And look at these motherfuckers now. 7 out of 10, still making videos, having to talk about it. Doesn't that suck? Damn. Now you want to sit here and talk about how this game has the best water physics you've ever seen in a video game. But, 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. IGN Flat Earth Theory coming in. Bro, that ain't a theory, dog. That's just real. That's just real. Normal game with bro who plays a female character. Okay, we're done. I don't know what that was. I'm going to pretend I didn't see it. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I'm gonna have to edit the end of my stream. Bro, Twitter is a wild place. Yeah, Danger Will Robinson. I'm gonna have to cut that out. Anyway, thank you guys. I'll talk to you guys later. I don't know what the fuck that was, but okay. I will catch you guys next week. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Have a safe weekend. Have a safe rest of your guys' day, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Or catch you guys Tuesday, probably. I'll have a video. Hopefully. I got to think of something, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, be safe. See you guys later. Peace, 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 peace.